Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Got the Death Note? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. He saw a man jogging alone, running down the path. They didn't look that strong, the perfect prey for tonight's hunt. He felt the person enter his quirk's range. He activated his quirk, meaning that the person couldn't make a sound. The hunt begins. He slid out of the bush he had been hiding in just as the guy passed by. He started jogging at the same rate, and then sped up until he was right behind the man. He reached around with his right hand and cupped the guy's chin. He then stepped on the guy's left knee, and then when the guy fell to his knees, he took the knife in his other hand and stabbed in between the clavicle and scapula, then wiggled the knife in the wound. This man would be dead in under 20 seconds. What a shame, this was such a quick hunt. He left the knife in the man, a calling card as it were. The police had taken to calling him the Midoriya stalker. He had been tempted to correct them. He doesn't stalk his prey, so a more accurate title should be something like the Midoriya predator. Actually nope, noppity nope. He had just realized there was a more modern meaning to the word predator, and that would imply a different set of crimes that he committed. He would accept being called the Midoriya stalker if the alternative was being associated with the type of people that made him see red. Calm down, mighty hunter, you need to continue your hunt. The tiger cares not for the opinions of mice. Let them call him whatever they wish, within reason, he'll just continue his hunting. Sure, him going out and hunting was a major risk, hunting so close to such a massively deadly predator, but that only added to the thrill of the game. Moving without a wasted movement, or he'll risk getting trapped. He needed another hunt. This one was over too quickly, he barely even got his heart rate up. He needed a hunt that was more fun, something that would actually test the skills he developed during his life, and him applying the normally peaceful skills to the hunt. After about 30 minutes of walking around, making pretty much no sound because he was wearing his special soft sneakers, he found some guy robbing a store. He had tried robbery, but it just wasn't fun enough for him. It was too easy, and sure there was a small chance of getting caught, but there was little to no thrill. He saw the man and then activated his quirk, letting it spread over the man and the store. He then grabbed one of his knives and ran at the robber. The robber responded by shooting a beam of energy that had no light. He jumped to the side, the beam missing him by centimeters. Oh, this was the sort of fun he wanted. Instead of retreating like the criminal was expecting, he ran forward, dodging another dark blast by mere centimeters. His movements were the perfect movements of a graceful hunter, not a movement wasted. The criminal fired 3 dark lasers at the same time, probably hoping that he'd be overwhelmed. But 2 decades of dance and gymnastics made his movements flow like water. The first beam was aimed at his head, so he ducked forward. The second beam was aimed at his legs, so he jumped over the beam rapidly. The third beam was aimed across his stomach. In order to dodge that, he would need to move extremely carefully. And indeed he did, twisting and contorting his body until the beam stopped. He saw the criminal try to yell out something, but no sound came out. Instead, he stabbed a knife in the criminal's kidneys. Surprisingly, they were still moving, running away from him. It's time for the chase to begin. The criminal was limping away, a wounded animal. He followed, slamming his foot into the back of his knee, knocking the criminal to the ground, and he slammed the guy to the ground. He didn't get back up. This was what he was talking about. His heart was pumping, pounding in his throat, energy thrumming through his veins. How could anyone claim to feel alive when they had never held power over life and death? He slunk into a dark alleyway, in order to revel in the rush of his hunt, to avoid detection from his own predators. The rush of blood in his veins, energy flowing through his skin. He should be tired, he's been awake for 19 hours straight, but hell, this was better than drinking a dozen cups of coffee. Is this what Kira feels when he hunts? No, he doesn't know how Kira does his hunting, but he's DMN sure that Kira doesn't hunt in person. That makes Kira a coward, hiding behind a screen most likely. That probably means that Kira doesn't feel a rush of power when he goes on the hunt for his prey. A shame, really, Kira would be the greatest opponent, a prey animal with teeth. It was an easy image to conjure. He imagined his knife stabbed into Kira's ribs. Whatever almighty power that man holds over life and death didn't work, and he could finally show the world what a coward Kira was. Finding and slaying Kira would mean he would become the ultimate hunter, the ultimate predator. He changed out of his clothes into new ones in the alleyway, not bothering to hide his body. Why should he? He's a predator, a hunter, a lion among zebras. Of course, once he finished changing, he threw the clothes in a nearby dumpster and stalked off into the night. He had to go to work in the morning after all. As much as he hated his work at an office, it was the perfect camouflage. Who would expect a mighty hunter to be sitting at a desk? The best hunters are those who don't look like hunters after all. And the best part was people thought that he had a speed or agility quirk when he's on the hunt. No, all his quirk did was make people silent. He pretty much fought without a quirk, and he wouldn't have it any other way. Having no supernatural powers to make your fight easier, relying simply on the strength and skill of your own body to become a hunter, constantly skirting the edge between life and death? How could anyone else's lives compare to the thrill of the chase? See, this was what he was talking about. He had decided to go on the hunt about a week later, trying to find some criminals to hunt down, but instead he was now being chased down by a pro-hero. He didn't know which one. He didn't really follow the pro-hero scene. He didn't really like having to play the role of prey. The hero threw his scarf thing his way, but he evaded it, pinned the thin cloth to the wall, and then he saw it being pulled taut as the hero tried to pull it out. He left the knife there and ran as fast as he could. And then he ran into 3 police officers, guns drawn, a police car behind them. Wasting a second, he immediately ran at the police officer in the front, spun and kicked the gun out of their hand, and grabbed it with his other hand. He threw the knife in his other hand, getting the second police officer in the kidney. He then took the pistol, applied his quirk to it, and shot the last police officer 2 times, once in the forehead, once where the guy's heart should be. They both fell to the ground, the pistol having not made a sound. He scooped up one of the other police officers' pistols and jumped into the police car. The officers really weren't much in the way of prey. He didn't even bother closing the door or buckling his seatbelt. He had a plan to handle the door. He drove up to the side of a building and slammed the car door into the wall, which caused the door to be wrenched off of the police car, leaving him with a completely open door, so he could jump out if needed. He knew the streets like the back of his hand, and he knew where he needed to go. He took several turns to throw off pursuers, and then when there was an area of grass, he tumbled out, leaving the police car to continue going. The street went on for a while, so the police car would be a red herring. A distraction so he could continue his hunt. He felt impacts with the sidewalk and the grass. He had grass stains and scrapes for sure, but he could deal with a few injuries. He continued running, ignoring the stinging pain of the scrapes all over him. He had finally gotten away. And then of course that's when he got a searchlight from a helicopter shining right on top of him. They had a helicopter on him already? Dash. He ran up to a building and saw that it had a window. Perfect. He shot his silent pistol at the window, which made it shatter. A half-second later, he had dived through the window and landed inside. Glass both from the window glass still there, and the window glass on the ground, cut into his skin. The injuries were adding up, but getting caught would most certainly be worse. He heard someone yelling, and he saw a man charge down the stairs and shoot a dart from his palm at him. He dodged the man's dart and shot him twice. 4 more bullets in this gun, 8 in the other, 12 total. He needed to use these well. This must be a home then. He can use this. He ran into the kitchen and grabbed 2 knives from the knife block and used the handles of the knives to break the glass on the kitchen window and then leap through. It was a 3-meter drop from the window to the ground, the impact jarring his injuries and making pain shoot through his body. But the searchlight wasn't on him anymore, and he had 2 new knives. And then Endeavor came running from out of a corner, followed by Eraserhead. Endeavor was his favorite hero, for one reason. Endeavor was the closest thing to a hunter a hero could be. A blast of fire went his way, one that he managed to dodge. He threw the knives at police officers he noticed out of the corner of his eye, but because these were not throwing knives and were instead kitchen knives, one missed and the other embedded itself in the officer's arm. After dodging another blast of fire, he jumped into the rapidly receding flames, turned around and shot at the flame hero, emptying his stolen pistol into the hero he liked so much. His hand was shaking though, the fire and smoke around him stung his eyes, so 3 of the shots missed and the 4th grazed the man's shoulder. He grabbed the second pistol but couldn't fire back as another blast of fire was sent his way, followed soon after by Eraserhead's scarf. He grabbed the scarf and a knife and stabbed the knife into the ground, pinning the scarf into the ground for the second time tonight. A fireball came his way soon after, which he had to scramble to dodge. He reached out for his quirk to silence his second stolen pistol, so he could use it again. It wasn't there. Eraserhead's quirk blocking it off. That only lasted for around 15 seconds, and then he could silence the pistol again, which he immediately did. He ran as fast as he could, dashing into alleyways, until he looked in front of him, and there were a dozen pro heroes there. He looked behind him, Eraserhead and Endeavor had been joined by more pro heroes. 21 pro heroes. 8 bullets, 3 knives left out of 6. His heart was slamming in his chest, every single nerve electrified, all the pain he was feeling muted. He didn't waste a second, charging forward at the dozen, actually 11, pro heroes in front of him. He emptied his second pistol, aiming for eyes and hearts. 8 shots, 8 heroes collapsed to the ground. Quirks flying everywhere, fire, ice, earth spheres, wires, water, metal, dodging with expert skill. The 3 heroes left in his way got 2 stabs in the kidneys each. He had to lose a knife though, because one of the heroes had some sort of resistance or durability quirk. 2 knives left, no gun, 10 heroes in pursuit. A blast of fire, larger than all the rest, raced his direction. He was fast, sure, but he wasn't fast enough, the fire caught him in the back. He grunted at the burns he had gotten. 1st degree at least, most likely 2nd degree. And then the capture scarf wrapped its way around his torso. Sheet, this is not good. He needed to continue his hunt. No heroes would stop him. He continued running, pulling the scarf thing taut, spun around and cut it with his knife. It was a bit difficult to get through, but he managed to get through it. He then noticed a pink-purple mist floating his way, the wind carrying it in his direction. This was midnight sleeping gas. In other words, not good. He saw ectoplasm come his way, he stabbed the hero with his knife, only for it to disappear into white smoke. Alright, ectoplasm was the one with the clones. He heard a gunshot, and then his left hand burst into pain. A second gunshot meant there was a bullet in his thigh. He continued moving though, cutting down ectoplasm clones, but a third gunshot made him collapse. The sleeping gas wrapped around him. He fought it, because he wouldn't be defeated. He cut down 3 more clones, but a knock to the head from ectoplasm combined with Midnight's quirk made him collapse. 10 days later, Mikami Teru had taken on dozens of cases, to the point where very little shocked him. The wealth of disgusting people in the world were surprising to many people. But this one was shocking. Toyama Kaito, aged Toyama, killed over 100 people, and during the events that lead up to his arrest, he killed 6 people and injured 11 more, many of which were pro heroes. This person was the scum of the earth, and they deserve to be deleted. How Toyama lived a normal life was beyond him. So when he attended the sentencing, he thought the word in his head he would never say aloud, delete, as the judge slammed the gavel down. After a short while where he handled the minutiae of the case, he found himself walking to the subway station, until he found a notebook on the ground. Littering? Really? Something like this someone should definitely have noticed dropping from their arms or hands. And there were people walking right by it. The nerve of people. He grabbed it anyways, taking a glance at it, flipping through the pages and then putting it in his suitcase. He was in need of a notebook to write down case notes anyways, his current one was running out. And this way he could actually use the notebook, something the litterer never did. When he got home, before opening up his computer, he took out the notebook. His quirk allowed him to feel vague energies around people and objects. He could feel the pure evil aura around Toyama Kaito from a kilometer away. Reading the interview that Detective Tsukachi ran on Toyama Kaito chilled his blood. Toyama Kaito certainly deserved to be deleted. The notebook had a strange aura around it, it felt dangerous, which was strange. It's just a notebook. He opened the notebook and read the first line. Rules for using the Death Note. What? This doesn't make sense at all. The person whose name is written in this note shall die. He looked at the other rules of the note. He had seen the coroner's reports on some of the criminals Kira killed. No apparent quirk. Was this how Kira killed? This must be. He was angry at Kira, not because he was killing criminals, but because he wasn't killing enough criminals. There were so many criminals in the world, and they needed to be deleted. If this notebook has the power of Kira, maybe he can convince Kira that he had lost his focus. He opened up his computer to a database of criminals he had access to, and began writing down names, the word delete, occasionally slipping out of his lips. He'll finish a page and then work on his next case. Maybe he could show Kira that T is nothing to be worried about, that they shouldn't be scared to almost inaction. Maybe then Kira could show how he really was a god. After finishing a page, he shut the notebook. Thoughts of hiding spaces swirled in his mind, and then he looked out of the corner of his eye. There was something there, something that felt of death, coincidentally having the same energy as the Death Note. He turned around to see it, being standing there. It was about 2.5 meters tall, gray, black and white, with a vaguely lizard-like appearance. A long tail was whipping around, and this being had 4 dark gray eyes with no irises or pupils, 3 on the left side, 1 on the right. They had no nose, but a larger mouth. Scales of all sizes covered the being's body, and there was a notebook on a belt at the being's hip, the only clothes this being seemed to be wearing. He should feel alarmed, but the being didn't have murderous intent, so he wasn't too scared. Still, he needed an explanation. Who are you? I am a Shinigami, a god of death, known as Fingal. That notebook you have holds the power of Kira, although I already see that you found that out. The Shinigami? Fingal? He'll call them Fingal, as that's the name that the creature called itself. Yes, I have Shinigami. And I'm going to use the notebook to make Kira see how he's lost his way, by showing him that criminals need to be deleted. He responded. Anyway, you better get used to be, 'cause I'm gonna be around for a hot minute. But don't worry, only you can see or hear me, although I'd still be wary around quirk users. I don't know how quirks interact with my presence. That's a relief. Well, that's good news, Fingal. Is there anything you'd like to eat? Was that an appropriate question to ask a god of death? He's not sure, but let it never be said that Mikami Teru was rude to a guest. Do you have any apples? There's just something about apples that all Shinigami like. My uncle just so happens to have an apple grove, and his apples are the best in the nation, if not the world. Take as many as you like, I have far too many and I don't really like apples, so go crazy. Actually, as a sign of goodwill. He got up and walked to his fridge, opening it up and then opening the apple drawer, and grabbed a yellow apple. Try this one, it's a special apple that tastes like lemonade. I don't know how they do that, but see if you enjoy it. Fingal devoured the entire apple, stem and all. Well, Fingal wasn't a human, so maybe this was how Shinigami eat apples. The Shinigami had big razor-sharp teeth, and a long, grayish-pink tongue. It tastes weird for an apple. I don't like them. The Shinigami stated. Well, here's an apple from my uncle's orchard. He grabbed a second apple, one that's a beautiful mixture of red, orange, and yellow that almost looked like a fire design on it. See if this is any better. He watched as Fingal devoured the apple. You're right, these apples are amazing. I bet Ryuk's so jealous. Ryuk? He asked. Who is Ryuk? Ryuk is Kira's Shinigami, and I bet that the apples he's having are nowhere near as good as these miracles. At that point his doorbell rang. It must be his next-door neighbor. I hope you don't mind if I give away some of these apples to my neighbor. She messaged me yesterday and apparently she's making an apple pie. So I decided to give her some of my apples. As long as I still have some of those heavenly fruits. Fingal replied. He grabbed a half-dozen apples and put them in a paper bag. Don't worry, there's over a dozen left. He opened the door to see Mrs. Kageyama. She was a sweet old lady. Mikami dear, how was your day? She asked as she pressed a 2,000 yen bill into his hands. I can feel how uneasy you are. Just today's villain. I think they classified him as A-class, which I felt like the villain deserved S-class. I can't go into much detail for reasons, But I thought I really was numb to this whole thing, and then this happens and I see something that blows everything else out of the water. He said. He didn't know why, but it felt easy to talk to Mrs. Kageyama. A side effect of her quirk, perhaps. The bag of apples was lowered to the ground and then he tensed up as she hugged him. Don't worry, Mikami, I know what you're talking about. I've had to deal with all sorts of vengeful, cruel, and evil spirits in my time as a medium. You maybe should talk to someone. I may be good at talking to people, but my experience is with the dead, not the living. I think it will, thank you, Mrs. Kageyama. And please, keep your money. I earn enough as a prosecutor. He handed her a card that he kept in his pocket. Oh, and here's the card to my uncle's orchard. I'll tell him about you. As humble as usual, Mikami. Very well if you insist. And with that she walked back to her house. Maybe she really did have a point about him talking to someone about his line of work. That way, he could keep himself together so he could delete more criminals. We want an exclusive interview with All Might. Give us All Might. Give us All Might. This is Sakura TV. We demand that you give us an interview with All Might. Aizawa Shota heard the TV and news crowds on the other side of the UA barrier. The dorms were supposedly constructed to see if any of the students at UA were the supervillain Kira. But thankfully, the establishment of UA as a boarding school served another purpose. Namely, the fact that they could avoid the media. He already had a headache from the lengthy arrest of the Muzutafu stalker last night. That criminal was one of the most skilled villains he had ever seen. The villain moved the same whether or not erasure was active, meaning that the villain moved that fast and dodged that effectively without a quirk. And his skill in battle was impressive. That was one of the most messy arrests he had participated in. He wanted to pummel the person who gave the police guns. They only made it worse. And he was dim and sure he heard the name Sakura TV. His headache immediately increased in intensity. Sakura TV was a sensationalist news station, fully willing to embellish the truth or outright lie in order to get better ratings. He wanted them nowhere near UA. And then his phone rang, the caller ID showing that it was Principal Nizu. He immediately accepted it. What is it, Principal Nizu? He asked. Principal Nizu wouldn't call him unless it was important. I was wondering if you could make a statement to the media. Principal Nizu said. We do need to make a statement. And his headache just got worse. Why couldn't you send out Hizashi? Or maybe All Might? He asked. Hizashi is better at the public relations stuff. Hell, All Might would be a better choice for this type of business. That's where you're mistaken, Aizawa. I don't want to talk with the media, I want them to go away. I think I can trust you enough to give you the power to do what you need to do to get rid of them. He gave a sigh that he was sure Nizu could hear him. Surely, you have some ideas of ways to get rid of them. Of course I do, replied the principal, and he could hear the smugness in the principal's voice. But you do too, and I have to make some calls to these companies and talk some sense into the companies. Fine. I'll see what I can do, he replied. This was only their third day, but he had already had to prevent the dorms from being burned down twice, and Kaminari, Ashido, and Hagakure were now permanently banned from cooking. It's time to make a class president and vice president so they could take care of their classmates so he didn't have to. He needed a nap after this. As soon as he walked up to the open gate, he saw the media go wild, yelling out requests for interviews with All Might, combined with requests to find out what he was doing here. One of the journalists called him a homeless person. He didn't want to deal with this anymore. Go away. In order to see All Might, you need to submit a request to interview in person. Now please go away. Just why did they have to hire All Might? Sure, Brightsteel had retired, but All Might? He would have recommended someone, anyone, before All Might. The number one hero was too public, and of course this problem had occurred. This probably had to do with All Might training his successor. He didn't want to make assumptions, but if he was a betting man, his money would be on Midoriya. And it wasn't because of the similar quirk either. There were several reasons. Midoriya was far too familiar with the facilities at UA, and he had seen All Might talking to the problem child. So now it's time to do some investigation into why Midoriya had been chosen as All Might's successor. Sure, they had similar quirks, but surely that wasn't the entire case. Plenty of people have had strength enhancement quirks. Hell, he has another student in his class that also has a strength enhancement quirk. He'll think about it later, he has a class to teach. Today we're going to do something very important, Aizawa-sensei announced. But before that, I've been told that I should use my name for you all. I don't know why, but I'm Tadiki Kitaro, your official homeroom teacher. Oh really, Aizawa? Well, he has to remember to call Eraserhead Tadiki-sensei in front of the rest of the class, but this gives him information. He already knew that T suspected Kira of being a UA student, but the fake name his homeroom teacher provided was proof enough they suspected Kira was at UA. Unfortunately, about 60 years ago, UA changed its policy and he couldn't get people's real names from the sports festival, so pretty much all he had at this point was his homeroom teacher's last name, Aizawa. His classmates were talking about this sort of thing, about how they couldn't believe that their homeroom teacher had a name, and how cool it sounded. Anyway, back to the thing that's important. No, Tadiki-sensei, get used to that name Izuku, said, which made everyone silent, which Ryuk thought was hilarious. We're going to pick a class representative. People started yelling out all sorts of things. He heard Kirishima yell out something like, so normal. But then people started yelling out how good of a class president they'd be. Everyone. Ida yelled out, swinging his arms in a pattern that Izuku should probably get used to. Surprisingly, Ida's voice was authoritative enough that it also silenced everyone. Out of everyone in his class, he didn't expect Ida to have Eraserhead energy. We should put this to a vote. That way we can choose someone agreeable to everyone. Is that acceptable, Tadiki-sensei? Ida asked. The slip-up at the beginning was almost unnoticeable. Keyword almost. Izuku had always had sharp hearing. Did Ida know their homeroom teacher's full name? Indeed, as he thought about it, Ida's reaction to the fake name looked like he knew it was fake. Do whatever you want, just don't disturb me, Tadiki-sensei said as he slunk into his sleeping bag. Last night's arrest was really stressful. The hero muttered, something Izuku barely heard. All right, Ida announced. Everyone will get one vote, and the person who gets the most votes wins. Any objections? The small part of Izuku's brain that was dedicated to voting systems, even he descended down into HeroTube clickhole sometimes, screamed out that this was first past the post, arguably one of the worst voting systems. He quickly shut that part down. Now is not the time for that at all. Uraraka spoke up at that point. We don't know each other too well, won't people just vote for themselves? That's why the person who gets more than one vote is truly worthy of being class representative. Ida replied. Oh, that's genius. Ida put quite a bit of thought into this. Well, Izuku knows where his vote is going. Voting for himself? No way, he's not the best person to be in leadership at all. Although, a question is bothering him. Who is going to count the votes? He asked. Tadiki-sensei got up at that point. Guess I'll do it. He pulled out 19 slips of paper from his sleeping bag. Write the person you're voting for on this slip of paper and I'll collect them. The moment he got his paper, he hastily wrote down the name Ida Tenya and handed it back to their teacher. After another 3 minutes, Aizawa-sensei pressed a button on a remote, revealing the top 3 contenders. Midoriya Izuku for Yaoyorozu Momo 3. Ida Tenya 2. Wait, what? He didn't vote for himself, so that means that 4 of his classmates voted for him. Alright, your class representative is Midoriya Izuku and your vice representative is Yaoyorozu Momo. That'll be all. Head to your next class, you heathens. And with that, Aizawa sat back down into his sleeping bag. He was the class representative? His morning classes were nothing special. He had taken to checking the news at least twice a day. It's innocent enough, opening the news app on his phone between classes. Usually it's just normal things. Heroes catching villains, deteriorating relations between Australasia and the Indonesian Empire, the NRF continuing its cleanup around Moscow, some new law banning some product or other. Although today, on the villains arrested list was something special, the arrest of the Muzudafu stalker, who had been classified as an S-class villain upon his arrest, because he had killed over 150 people. He read the article, and turns out that this villain, whose name and specific quirk weren't released, although details of his quirk had had been caught by Midnight and Snipe, but not before attempting to flee for almost a half hour, which resulted in the deaths of 11 people and injuries on 4 more, including Endeavor. All this man's quirk allowed him to do was make things silent. So in essence, he had injured the number 2 hero while fighting quirkless. This was what they were in for as heroes. "Hey Midoriya, you seem pretty shaken about something," he heard Ida say. Oh yeah, he was at lunch now. For some reason he had gathered a group for lunch. At Aldra he usually ate alone, so this was new. Yaoyorozu, Ida, Azui, and Uraraka were all sitting here. Demon Ida is really perceptive. "Did you hear that the heroes finally caught the Mizudafu stalker?" he asked. Apparently he had a normal day job, just like a normal civilian. But he was skilled enough to go face-to-face with Endeavor while fighting practically quirkless. It's just a bit scary to think that that's what we're expected to fight as future heroes. I will admit that reading the testimony is not for the faint of heart. Ida said. To think that people like that exist in real life, it's terrifying to think about. Hey Ida. Uraraka spoke up, probably changing the subject. Your costume looked familiar. Are you related to Ingenium by any chance? Yes. Ingenium is my older brother. I want to be a hero just like him. And as much as he wanted to, he couldn't hold back the information he knew. Ingenium's agency is very busy with over 65 sidekicks. You're related to him? That's so cool. Ida seemed to be embarrassed by that fact. Well yes, my entire family are well-known heroes, even though we really can't reveal our real names. Uraraka looked at him in shock. So you're a rich kid, aren't ya? She said in a fake accusatory tone. I don't want to say it like that. Don't worry Ida. He replied. He needed to salvage this conversation somehow. We're not going to treat you any differently. We're all hero students here. So what do you think of Tadiki-sensei's teaching style? Yaoyorozu asked. I find it far too informal, but I do think that he's pretty effective at what he does. Izuku noticed Ida slightly tense at the mention of Tadiki. So Ida knows Aizawa-sensei somehow? That's the only case. Well, Ingenium and Eraserhead were friends, if the pictures in the UA yearbook were of any indication, so it made sense that Eraserhead knew Ingenium's younger brother in his civilian form. He'll ask Ida about it in private sometime in the future. I think he's great. He said. I mean, he's not sugarcoating anything, he's trying to tell people what hero work really is like, giving us a cold dose of reality. I know. Uraraka said. But maybe he could be a bit nicer about it, you know? Maybe ease us into this. Tadiki-sensei said on the first day, time is precious. Mineta leaving on the second day means that he doesn't have to waste effort. He saw Azui, Yaoyorozu, and Uraraka tense when he mentioned Mineta's name. Azui, Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, what happened with Mineta? It was Yaoyorozu who spoke up. Mineta was making all the girls uncomfortable. He hadn't done anything yet, but we all were unsettled by him, and we caught him sneaking glances at... She trailed off, the implications obvious. Anyway, he said, maybe a bit too quickly, but he wanted to get their minds off of uncomfortable subjects. Who voted for me? I voted for Ida. Ida looked at him shocked. So 4 people independently voted for me. You don't need to tell me, I'm just curious. Well, I voted for you for one. Ida said. I saw your leadership and planning skills during both of your battle trials, and I'd have to say you were quite impressive. So I thought you would make a good class representative. Uraraka spoke up also. I also voted for you. I saw how good you were during the battle trial and I think you have what is needed to be a leader. Dimin. He really didn't want to do this. Class rep duties could potentially cut into his time as Kira, time which he couldn't give up at all. He needed a reason to give up his duties. Something to prove someone would be a better choice than him. Yaoyorozu spoke up next. I also voted for you, much for the same reasons as Ida or Uraraka. I've met quite a few leaders in my life, and you seem to be just the type to be a good leader. That's not what he really wanted, but he could handle it. If he absolutely needed to, he could be class rep, but he really didn't want to. What about you, Azui? Who did you vote for? He asked. You don't have to tell us if you don't want. I actually voted for you, Karo, she said to Yaoyorozu. And I know that Ishido also voted for you. We both agreed that you are smart and caring and deserved the role as representative. He saw that Yaoyorozu seemed surprised at this. Really? You think I could be a leader? She asked. Of course. He said. I actually considered voting for you. Thanks, Midoriya, she said. So that's most of our votes accounted for. So who was the last person that voted for you? He remembered the plan that they had worked through over and over in their head. All for One had media connections, and the news media was rabid enough in general, to the point that all for One had to do was leak the fact that All Might was teaching at UA. Of course, they were still locked out because of the UA barrier, but they had a plan for that. 7 hours ago. All right. All for One said. I told the media that All Might was teaching at UA, so the media is going to be there. Tamura is going to be in the crowd disguised as a journalist, until he can get the chance to decay a section of the UA barrier. Once the media is let into UA. Crafter, Maker, I want you to follow the plan that Kurogyri and Braken crafted. He looked down at the copy of the plan he had. It was simple, sure, but he was nervous about this. Got that, Crafter? Yes. He replied. Got that, Maker? He heard her reply, yes. He had slipped away from the people he sat with at lunch, claiming that he needed to use the bathroom. He actually did, though, but he had a specific goal. Braken had proven her name, and over several times had broken into UA and installed software that would loop the security cameras in specific areas. All he needed to do was push a button on a remote. The remote which had been taped to the underside of the lid of the toilet tank in the third stall. He slipped in, thanked the gods it was unoccupied, and sat down, waiting for the alarm to sound, which would be the sign for him to press the button. This was easy on his conscience. All he had to do was press a button. The alarm sounded, and he pressed the button. After doing that, he destroyed the remote and put the remnants in the bathroom trash can, washed his hands and ran out with the rest of the crowd, ignoring the knot of feelings in his chest. Focus. Calm yourself. You'll talk to Seishin over the weekend, and he'll help you. Hopefully. This is a Class 1 emergency. Please head orderly to shelter points. Izuku looked up at a third-year student. Don't look at me, this has never happened in my 3 years here. Perhaps because this was so rare, everyone was running, pushing, shoving, moving. He had grabbed Uraraka's hand just for something to ground him. Eventually he got to the point where he was pressed up on the window. He saw that it was just the news media. Uraraka. It's just the media. Can you do anything about it? He heard Uraraka say something, then Ida replying, then a slapping sound, then Ida floated up, careened about, and then slammed into the emergency exit sign. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle. Ida looked exactly like the emergency exit man. Everyone! Ida yelled out. It's just the media. Reacting so disorderly is unbecoming of a student at you. And surprisingly, people listened, and the evacuation was much more orderly. Okay, that cements what he needs to do now. As my first action as class representative, I would like to offer the position to Ida. He said from the podium. Thankfully Ida accepted, and Aizawa went along with it, so now Ida was the class rep. That's fine, he has more time to plan ahead now. And things to think about. Like, was he selfish accepting All Might's quirk? This villain proved you can do great things without a quirk. Maybe he should talk to All Might about this. Perhaps All Might had similar thoughts? He grabbed his phone and texted All Might. Mint Might 304, could I talk to you about something important that's been on my mind? This was his final class of the day, but All Might was probably teaching 1B at this point. 20 minutes later, his phone pinged. Yagi 325. Of course, young Midoriya. I just finished with my class. You did get the information that Sensei wanted, didn't you, Maker? The voice of Tamura Shigaraki came from the burner phone. Yes, there's a planned field trip to the unforeseen simulation joint. It's pretty far from the main building, and there's only Eraserhead, 13, and All Might present. It's like the heroes have gift-wrapped us a way to end All Might. Yes, indeed. And if you're wondering about if I need to know names or quirks, Sensei said I didn't need that information. Shigaraki sounded annoyed, like he hadn't agreed to this. That was probably the truth. Just out of curiosity, have you found anything out about the people in Stain's group? She asked. Stain had this whole group about him, and she was curious about the people involved in it. Stain's too smart to give up information about himself. Dabi's hiding a shitten, probably about his hate to Endeavor. As for the rest, I have no FANG clue. Are there any people of interest in your class or the other one? She thought through everyone. Actually, there is a person of interest. Midoriya Izuku. Plain-looking with green hair and eyes. Oh, and freckles. Is there a reason why he's a person of interest, or are you just thirsting after him? Shigaraki asked, clearly annoyed. It's not like that, Shiggy. She said. And yes, there is. He's pretty smart, and he's got a good strategic mind. And I've heard rumors that he's All Might's successor. Keep that to yourself, don't tell Sensei. Shigaraki said in a quiet tone. Sensei wants me to start making plans on my own, so that's what I'm doing. I want you to start working on convincing this Midoriya that Hero Society is broken and needs to be rebuilt. I'll start working on finding his records. Let's see if anything interesting shows up. Very well, I'll make sure to do that. Is there anything else you need? I'll text you if I miss something. Shigaraki replied. Now I need to plan. All right, see you soon. They finally managed to get all of the journalists and media people out of the school after having promised them an interview with All Might sometime in the future. And of course they were charged with trespass, but it would most likely be just a fine. Jailing journalists looks bad, even though these people did commit a jailable offense most likely. But as Aizawa Shota looked at the ashes that once made up the UA barrier, journalists don't usually have quirks that are capable of doing something like this. It could be a combination of quirks, 6 or 7 quirks weak on their own but combined together make something strong, but it's more likely someone used this opportunity to get something in UA. What are your thoughts on this? Nizu asked from beside him. I think that there's a possibility that this was used as a distraction to have something happen in the school. We should double-check the security camera footage. He said. I was thinking the same thing. Nizu replied. Anyway, I give you permission to leave the campus so you can go to Kamui Wood's agency. Nizu added knowingly. Thanks. And you know I can't talk about what's going on. He said. But this is something that we should address. He gestured to the disintegrated barrier. I'll take care of that, Eraserhead. Nizu said as he walked back into the campus. A car from Kamui Wood's agency pulled up at the gates of UA, which he got in. The driver was one of the civilian officers involved in the investigation. So, T called us for something? He asked. Do you know what it is? Not really. I think this is just a weekly update on the investigation. The officer, Detective Ichiwara, if his memory serves him right, commented. I've worked on difficult cases before, but this one's beyond insane. Is it bad for me to say that I like gathering evidence for Toyama Kaido's trial more, because I'm actually doing something? No, he replied. I understand how you feel. Working on something like that, even something that's not investigative, you're still doing something like putting away that monster so he's never getting out. Given the scope of these crimes, it's likely he's going to Tartarus. Or being executed, that's also a likely possibility. Their conversation continued on similar lines. Indeed, the Kira case really was frustrating. No quirk use apparent, just the villains dying of heart attacks. It didn't make sense at all, but there were far too many for it to be coincidence. And T thought that Kira could be a UA student, so that's why he was going under a fake name. Although there's a 3 in 4 chance that they already know his real name, but in the rare 1 in 4 chance that Kira's a first-year student, which is a terrifying thought, that one of his students could be Kira, although T put the odds at 0.5%, he accepted the fake name. So you're saying that you have no new information? Kamui Woods asked. Indeed. The voice of T came from the laptop. These cases take time though, and the particular difficulty from this case comes from the method in which Kira kills. Kira possesses some sort of power that allows them to kill anyone in the world as long as they know their name and face. No evidence, and based on the fact that the first spread of killings was spread out over all hours, we can further deduce that Kira can control the time of deaths as well, giving him a perfect alibi. So what are we going to do? Death Arms asked. If it's as you said, then there's pretty much nothing for us to do. What's your plan, T? We set a trap for Kira. We'll have to wait before we do that though. Maybe Kira will reveal themselves. We can't put pressure on Kira yet. T replied. Does anyone have anything else to add? There was silence. Very well, I will be signing off. Remember, gentlemen, we will catch Kira. T finished, and then the laptop shut off. Watari grabbed the laptop and left at that point. You wanted to talk to me, young Midoriya? All? Yagi asked as he walked into Yagi's office. Yes. It's about one for all. He said, sitting down in one of the chairs, a knot in his chest. I don't know, I've had feelings about what my life would be if I rejected one for all and became a quirkless hero. Yagi sat back. What spawned these feelings, young Midoriya? You're a perfect fit for my quirk, and I couldn't have thought of anyone better. Yagi said, leaning in a bit. Well, it was the information the media released about the Mizutofu stalker, how he did all of those things basically quirkless. It makes me feel like I'm pathetic for accepting a quirk rather than braving it myself. He said. It was good to get these feelings out, a figment of how he really felt. Young Midoriya. Yagi said, putting a thin hand on him. You're not pathetic for accepting one for all. The villain you're talking about, I don't know much, but from what I heard, whenever he's on the hunt, as he called it, he changed into a different person, losing what made him human, only thinking about himself. That villain isn't someone you should let affect you, young Midoriya. I am a good judge of character, and you are the brightest bulb I have ever seen. You'll be a great hero, young Midoriya. He felt comfortable a bit, a breath of fresh air. Still, he had quite a bit of worries to take care of. Shigaraki had called a meeting over the weekend, giving it the name Victory Meeting, and if anything is unsettling, it's that. He already got permission from Aizawa to leave, calling him Eraserhead of course, for the entire weekend, and he told his mom that he was hanging out at a friend's house over the night in question. His mom was so bone-tired she probably didn't fully comprehend what he had said. So he was set for the weekend. Thanks for that, Yagi. I feel better now. He got up and left. And it was truthful indeed. It's a waiting game now. A large villain, easily clearing 2 stories, layers of muscles guarding his entire body, including his head, the muscles forming what looked like headgear, had captured a bunch of people and holding them in one arm and with the other, slapped aside Death Arms, followed quickly by MT Lady. Better be careful, heroes. There's civilians on the line after all. The large villain raised his arm, indicating the people he had trapped. Lady dived in with her hand, trying to get at the civilians, but the large villain evaded the strike, moving surprisingly fast for his size, and then punched MB Lady in the stomach. The names Trapezius Headgear, Serial Robber and Murderer, don't you forget it. A civilian walking by, a businessman with coppery skin, raised his phone and took a picture, and then was typing on his phone, muttering something. It appeared that the villain had super hearing as well, because he lunged at the civilian. You will not post my real name online for me to be killed by Kira. I am above that villain. Lady managed to intercede, but she had been knocked aside. But she had bought enough time for Kamui Woods to rescue the civilian from harm. I appreciate trying to be an everyday hero. Kamui Woods said. But sometimes it's not the right time. And stay off the Kira forums. While it's not yet illegal, those sites aren't to be trusted. Right. The civilian said with a hint of sarcasm, but they did jog away from Trapezius Headgear and opened up their phone to call someone else, probably their boss. He hated how much attention Kira had been getting lately and how popular the villain had gotten. He extended out his quirk again, keeping people away from this villain and making forays into getting the hostages the villain had taken out of the picture. But every limb he extended was smashed into splinters. Is it just him, or have villains been getting harder ever since the almost simultaneous rises of Stain and Kira? Death Arms and MT Lady combined were about matching this villain in strength, but not in speed. And then like a bang from a cannon, the words, Missouri Smash, reverberated around the street they were in. He blinked, and All Might was standing there, villain knocked to the ground, the hostages walking away, the crowds cheering for All Might, Even that one coppery-skinned civilian who apparently had circled back. One of the cheers might have been too loud for a normal person, someone must have slipped up and used a voice quirk, but that's reasonable. If All Might continued like this, the profession of hero might be in trouble. The police arrived on the scene in mere seconds. They had actually been around the street for their safety, and then one of the police officers thanked All Might. "I'm always happy to help," All Might exclaimed, ever-present grin on his face. "I mustn't be late, farewell." At that point someone yelled out something about a hit and run. "Let us handle it, All Might," he said. "If you have somewhere to be, you should go there." "Very right, Kamui Woods." And with that, All Might leapt into the air. Well, time to chase down a car. Now that Midoriya Izuku got back into the swing of going to classes, and the glamour of being taught by heroes wore off on him, the days passed really fast, and in no time at all, he was in the final foundational hero studies class of the week. Midoriya Izuku couldn't help but feel nervous about the upcoming weekend. Shigaraki had something planned, he knew that much, but he didn't know exactly what it was. And since there wasn't anything on the news, that means that it was happening today. Also, Shigaraki wasn't the villain's real name. He had tried writing it in the Death Note. And the same went for Kurogiri. It was a far cry, but if it had worked, he could have prevented whatever was going to happen. "Alright," Aizawa-sensei announced. "Over the past week, you've learned how to use your quirks in combat. However, today we're doing..." Their teacher pulled out a card that read "Rescue" on it in bold letters. Rescue training. Mountain rescues, natural disasters, and the aftermath of villain encounters. These types of things are far more common than you'd expect, and the heroes that do this type of work aren't appreciated. Izuku mentally recalled what All Might told him about public service, how it had been what heroes had done in the era before quirks, and how people that do it now aren't appreciated at all. Yeah. Rescuing people is what a hero does. Kirishima yelled out. "I always wanted to be a rescue hero." Uraraka added. "I wonder how we're going to do this." Yaoyorozu said. "I'd be at home in a flood." Azui commented. Aizawa then pushed a button, opening up the compartments where their hero costumes were stored. "You can bring your costume if you want, but take into consideration how your costume affects your capability to rescue. Some of them are more suited to rescue than others, something you might want to take into consideration in the future." That made Izuku think about his costume. It was pretty functional, so he might as well use it. There weren't really any parts that would be bad for rescue. There was a small burn on the jacket, but from what he heard from the support department, it had been repaired. So he could actually use his costume now, which definitely was better than the alternative, which was probably his gym uniform. Or maybe just not using the jacket. He grabbed his costume case and went down to the locker room to change. He made sure to surreptitiously slip a few pieces he took from the Death Note into his hero costume, just to make sure that he had something ready. He felt that maybe Shigaraki was planning something at UA, so if someone slipped up, he had already written the details of the villain's death, all he needed was the name. "Everyone," Ida announced. "Please line up orderly to get on the bus." Izuku knew this bus wasn't made in the traditional way. He saw the brand as they were walking out, so lining up wouldn't work. Ida discovered this about a minute later when they actually loaded up on the bus. He ended up sitting in between Azui and Ojiro. "I've been thinking about something, Midoriya." Azui spoke up. "What is it, Asu?" he asked. It was still a bit difficult to remember that she wanted to go by her given name. "So I like to speak what's on my mind," she said. He was aware of that fact when he had asked her for advice for his hero costume. It's refreshing to meet someone that doesn't sugarcoat everything they say. "And I was thinking about your quirk. It may be a bit of a stretch, but it felt similar to All Might's quirk." He had suspected this was a possibility, so he brought it up during his training. Principal Nizu had suggested downplaying it. So that's exactly what he did. "Tsuyu, strength enhancement quirks are really common. We even have another person with a strength enhancement quirk in our class. It's probably just a coincidence," he replied. She seemed to accept that and sat back in her. "So, even though it's pretty common, strength enhancement quirks are cool and flashy," Kirishima said from behind him. "At least, it's more flashy than my hardening quirk." Kirishima activated his quirk, his hand becoming rocky and jagged. It's pretty boring. Kirishima's quirk? Boring? No way. Kirishima, your quirk is pretty impressive. I can imagine many ways for your quirk to be useful. Thanks, Midoriya. Kirishima replied. Although if we're talking about useful and impressive, we should talk about Bakugo and Todoroki. Well, sure. Kaminari said. But Bakugo's personality is pretty shit. He's so angry. The hell do you mean I'm angry? Bakugo yelled. You haven't done any of your homework, dunce face. It may be correct that I haven't completed any assignments, but you have made it abundantly clear during our time of cohabitation that you have a deeply unpleasant personality that can be compared unfavorably to a steaming pile of sheet. Kaminari rattled off, almost like it was memorized. Maybe it was. Thankfully, nobody had noticed that Izuku was sitting back in his seat. It was surprising that everything was different now that they're at UA. He had heard about the big fish in a small pond concept, but it was crazy seeing it play out in real time. Well, Bakugo better get used to not being the strongest person in the room. Dunce face. Your words won't mean sheet if I crush you. He noticed out of the corner of his eye that Todoroki was sleeping. His costume looked pretty uncomfortable, so how the guy slept in it was beyond him. Anyway, do you guys know where we're going? Ashido asked. I mean, I know we're going to do rescue training because that's what Tadiki-sensei said we were doing, but where is it? Aizawa spoke up at that point. There's a facility that we go to for rescue training. I'm not saying anything more. It didn't take them too long to get to their destination. The bus only traveled an additional minute or so before it stopped. He got out and there was a massive dome. UA's budget must be crazy if they could afford to make a building that big. Well, he already knew that UA had a bunch of money, so it shouldn't be surprising. Alright, here we are. Aizawa said. Everyone get in. The inside of the massive dome was just as amazing as the outside, different types of terrains, and a dome within the larger dome, looking like it has a storm pattern on it. A lake complete with a boat and a large ice-filled waterslide, what looked like a mountain, a burning city. Wait, this looked like the recommendation exam site. It made sense, use one facility for several things, and there were people on staff who could move large amounts of land or reshape things quickly, like Cementos or Mahakala. In front of them was the rescue hero 13, recognizable from their spacernaut costume. 13 had a devastatingly powerful quirk, Black Hole, which did exactly what it sounded like, sking in things and destroying them. Hello everyone, I am the rescue hero 13. 13 exclaimed. He saw Uraraka looking at the hero in wonder. Maybe she liked 13? And this is my facility, built by myself, covering all sorts of disasters you might experience, everything from floods to landslides to fires, every sort of disaster and calamity imaginable, the unforeseen simulation joint. It had the same acronym as Universal Studios Japan. Coincidence? Maybe. He saw Aizawa walk up to 13 and talk in hushed tones, although Izuku overheard something concerning All Might and time limit and surreptitiously held up 3 fingers. He had heard that All Might had done hero work this morning. His time limit probably ran out during hero work. So Aizawa knew about the limit and All Might's thin form, but did not know about One for All. Interesting. Before we get started, 13 said, breaking away from his conversation with Aizawa. I have 1 or 2 points I'd like to mention, or maybe 3 or 4. Raising a finger each additional point they added. Anyway, as I'm sure quite a few of you are aware, my quirk is called Black Hole, allowing me to SCK in and tear apart anything. Izuku noticed out of the corner of his eye that Uraraka was vigorously nodding along with 13's speech. A bit surprising, he wouldn't have taken her for a 13 fan. I use it mainly for rescue, but it's a power that can easily kill. He had put in the work analyzing his classmates' quirks, trying to figure them out. And now that 13 had mentioned it, his mind drifted into thinking about how their quirks could be used to kill. Many of them were obvious. He could most likely kill someone on his own without the death note, just using the strength from All Might. Bakugo, Todoroki, Tokoyami, Sato and Kaminari could do the same, using overwhelming power from their quirks. But other people could use their quirks more creatively. His thoughts were cut off by 13's continued monologue. Most of you have already found out your quirks can do this. But that's what this lesson is about. Eraserhead's quirk assessment test showed you the potential of your quirks. All Might's lesson taught you to use your quirks on others. And then take a look at the wider society. The use of quirks is heavily regulated, and it may seem like our society is stable, but all it takes is for someone with a relatively powerful quirk to lose control and people will die. However, as of 4 months ago, society experienced a major shift. I'm sure you are all aware of Stain and Kira. Of course he did. He had met the former personally and he was the latter. How would his classmates react if they knew that Kira was among them? But he did know the effect he had on society. Perhaps it was too much. A problem for another time. Right now he was a hero in training. Rescue training was important. People have gotten more critical of heroes in the past 4 months because of these two villains. Izuku got angry whenever Kira was referred to as a villain. Kira was a hero, just like Yenluo Wang. But he couldn't up and say that, so he kept his thoughts to himself. So rescue training is only more important because of perception. You'll be spending a lot of time here, so I want to teach you well. Your quirks are not meant to harm, they're meant to help. Now, Eraserhead, take it away. Alright, first group is Dash. Izuku got a sense of something feeling wrong, and he looked over to the central fountain. There was a small black swirling mass. There was only one person this could be. Kurogyri. So the League was going to attack UA. After a few criminals poured out of Kurogyri's warp gate, Shigaraki emerged, fully decked out in the hands, covering his arms, neck, and head, connected with thick red cables. They looked like they were real, and Izuku had a sneaking suspicion that they were. Has the exercise already started? Uraraka asked. Are those fake robots like from the entrance exam? Kirishima asked. No, Aizawa said. This isn't part of the exercise. These are real villains. Villains continued to pour out of Kurogyri's portal. All but 2 were charging forward at them. Shigaraki and a large, black-colored person with an exposed brain and a 1,000-yard stare. There's something unsettling about the person, something felt wrong. Eraserhead jumped into the pack of villains almost immediately, capture cloth swishing around, erasing quirks left and right. He knew this wasn't Aizawa's specialty, but just because it isn't your specialty doesn't mean you'll do well. Kurogyri then teleported in front of them. Greetings. I tell you my name, but the odds of it ending up on a Kira forum is too high. But I am from the League of Villains, and we have the goal of killing All Might. Kurogyri didn't have to worry about that, because Kurogyri wasn't his real name, but he wouldn't just up and say that. Anyway, I'm going to dash. You can't do anything with your mist if I SCK it away. Exclaimed 13, who activated their quirk, skiing in Kurogyri's warp gate. I'll keep him occupied. Kaminari, check communications. The villains cut communications off. Kaminari yelled back. Alright Ida, go run and get help. Well, Kurogyri said. 13. A pretty powerful quirk you have there, but you're a rescue hero, which means you don't see that much combat. Also, you shouldn't discuss your plans in front of me. Izuku saw a portal open up behind 13, which ate away at the back of their spacernaut costume until 13 collapsed. That means your fighting skill is subpar. Anyway, now it's time. Kurogyri turned slightly and then faced them. It is my goal to split you all up. Izuku saw Kirishima and Bakugo jump out and attack Kurogyri. Like hell we're allowing that to happen. Bakugo yelled out. Kurogyri opened a portal, and Bakugo and Kirishima were gone. He heard Kurogyri mutter something like, that was a close one. He knew Kurogyri had a body under that smoke. Zero. Use your tape to capture the villain, Ida, go run and get help. The tape did indeed wrap around Kurogyri. How did you know he had a body under there? Zero asked him. The villain said something about it being a close one. If he didn't have a body, there's nothing to be worried about. Zero, could you hand me the tape? He asked, and Zero did as requested. He swung the tape, and now Kurogyri was pretty far away. Ida, go run and get help. But what about protecting you all? Ida asked. This is how you protect us. Now go, we can't hold this villain off forever. It took Ida a short bit, but he squeezed through the front door. And not a moment too soon, because Kurogiri appeared in front of them not a second later. This pitiful last stand will cease. Begone! Kurogiri yelled out, a twinge of anger in his voice. He had never heard Kurogiri get angry before. Soon he was surrounded in the warp gate, and then he fell through the portal. This was his first time experiencing what the warp gate felt like. It was cool and sort of wet. Wait, no, that's water. He opened his eyes to see that there was water around him. He swam upwards towards the light. He surfaced after a few seconds, taking a few deep breaths, and looked around to see where he was. This was the flood zone, he figured out. And if Kurogiri distributed them at random, that means that odds are 1 or 2 of his classmates were in the same area as him. So he needed to find his classmates. Where would the best place for them to go in the flood zone? The answer popped into his head. It seemed so obvious in hindsight. The ship in the center. Of course. He started swimming towards the boat, powering up one for all to get there faster. However, his journey wasn't about to be unimpeded, of course, and a shark-like villain appeared in front of him. Did he really have to fight in the water? This was going to be a pain. With one for all, he was fast enough to evade the shark villain. Then, a massive arm of water missed him by a foot. Another villain? He didn't operate well in the water. And 2 more villains showed up. This was not good at all. Just before the 4 villains were about to strike, a tongue wrapped around him and pulled him onto the boat. The impact on the boat's surface was jarring, but that was the least of his concerns now. Thanks, SCU. I couldn't really jump on the boat because I didn't have something to jump off of. He said. No problem, Midoriya. She replied. I didn't see any more of our classmates in this zone, but we could have missed someone that's further away, Karo. Good idea. We have the advantage while we're on the boat. I'm going to go down into the boat to see if I can get it moving. Because if I can't, we're pretty much a sitting duck. Okay, she said. I'll be on watch for any of our classmates and rescue them if I find them. The boat wasn't too big, so it didn't take him that long to get to the engine room, or what looked like the engine room. Of course, nothing was labeled at all. He looked through the shelves and drawers, looking for some sort of guide or something. He didn't have enough knowledge to start this boat up without the potential for something to go wrong. Right now this boat was a safe haven. Vulnerable as it was better than the lake, because the villains that were in the flood zone seemed to work well in the water. Maybe the control room would be better? He had passed it on the way. He ran up to the control room he had seen on the way. The door was locked, but kicking the door with one for all was enough to break the door open. Thankfully, the control room of the boat was clearly labeled. Why did he go to the engine room first? Whatever, he made a mistake, but now's the time to correct it. He found the controls that he needed to make the boat go forward, which would result in it crashing into the shore towards the center of the USJ, where he could just barely make out Aizawa still fighting, and Shigaraki and that person were still standing there, just watching. Kurogiri had joined them as well. As soon as he started up the boat, there was a crunching noise. He ran out of the control room to see that the villain with the water arm quirk had done some serious damage to the boat, meaning it wouldn't move forward. Damn it. Now not only was the boat damaged, but they couldn't move to the shore as well. He ran out to where he had left Azui, and she was going along the deck, looking around for other people. Azui, have you seen anyone yet? No, she replied. I don't see anyone, Karo. I think we're the only ones here. Alright, well we need to get to shore. I think I have a plan for that. I have a theory. She spoke up. I don't think that they know what our quirks are. Are you sure? He asked. It seemed unlikely, but it could be possible. I said that I'd be at home in a flood. If they knew my quirk, they'd put me in the fire zone. She pointed in the direction of the fire zone. She was right. It's the only thing that made sense. That's a great observation, A2. This makes our job easier. The only reason why they would move him to another location was if they had people on standby to capture him, so the moment his right foot touched the ground, he spread his ice along it, rushing it along and encasing the nearby criminals in ice. He saw them struggle to escape. You really think you can defeat All Might when you can't even defeat a single hero student? He approached the closest villain, melting the ice just enough to allow them to talk. Hypothermia will set in soon, so you better be quick in your response. The villain only spat at him. It was easy enough to dodge, but still. I'll make sure to give your name to Stain. The villain growled out. You really are a fake hero. When you become a villain, you can't judge who's a hero or not. You'll find excuses, dig up just one thing they did wrong, use that as an excuse to attack them, just because you want to see someone hurt. Now, how are you going to kill All Might? Tokoyami stood up from where he had been dropped. It was the storm zone, the cold rain and small bits of hail pounding into his cloak. The zone was pretty dark, meaning that dark shadow was strengthened. He needed to find if there was anyone else in this zone with him, and then leave to find people in other zones. This felt like a diversion. That one villain with the teleportation mist quirk had mentioned they were trying to kill All Might, meaning that he was probably thrown in here to prevent distractions from complicating their goals. Because whatever combination of people they gathered to fight All Might, because seriously, there's not a single hero, villain, or civilian he could think of that was able to fight All Might solo, would likely fall apart when faced with hero students with quirks they didn't know. Because if they did know his quirk, he'd be in the zone that was on fire. An air blast that blew past him as he was running caused him to turn around. He saw a group of 2 or 3 villains, 2 with mutation quirks, and the one in the lead was the one who had obviously shot the air blast. Dark Shadow! He called out, his quirk emerging. Let's crush these villains. Yees! Dark Shadow replied, charging forward at the villains, ignoring the air blast and slamming into the villain in the front, cutting off the air blast. Dark Shadow then charged at the other villains, slamming them into the ground. Hey, Tokoyami! He turned around to see Ojiro hanging upside down by his tail on a lamppost. I didn't expect to see anyone else here. Well, we were scattered randomly it seems. We should try to find other people in this zone if they're here. Good idea, Tokoyami. Tokoyami was surprised about how effective him and Ojiro were when working as a team. Dark Shadow seemed to know the best way to assist Ojiro, blocking villains who were in his tailed classmates' way. A villain with 3 twisted horns charged his way. Ojiro was engaging with a villain who also had a tail, so it was up to him and Dark Shadow to take out this horned villain. Dark Shadow pretty quickly took the villain out. It seemed like the villain's only quirk was his horns. Ojiro, the mist villain, said they were going to take out All Might, right? He asked. Ojiro finished off the villain that he was fighting, easily outmaneuvering the other tailed villain. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that one villain did. What about it? Ojiro asked in turn. Well, these villains we're taking down aren't that powerful at all. In fact, they're pretty weak. Are they going to take down All Might with numbers? That won't work. Maybe it's not. Ojiro replied. Maybe these villains are just to serve as distractions. Maybe so. He replied. But we should still search this zone to make sure that everyone is safe. This is supposed to be rescue training after all. Maybe we can learn from this. The villains in the zone were pretty easily dispatched, to the point where they stopped approaching the 2 of them and kept a distance. Ojiro, do not engage the villains if they don't engage us first. It will only slow us down. He explained. The storm zone was pretty large, so if there's someone here they may have taken shelter indoors. Once again he was thankful for Dark Shadow. His quirk wasn't affected by things like low light or rain, and was actually strengthened in the low light of the storm zone. Plus, his costume was designed with situations like this in mind, his cloak was protected against the elements, and his boots were designed for rough terrain. Ojiro wasn't outfitted like he was, the cloth of his costume was soaked at this point. A bird flew overhead, expertly flying in the downpour. It noticed them and then flew away very deliberately in a straight line for a bit, and then continued its expert flight. I think that bird is Koda's, he said. He had limited experience with Koda's quirk, but all he gathered was that it controlled or influenced animals to some degree. He'd seen some animals during the entrance exam acting strangely. Let's head in the direction of the bird. I think Koda has also been trying to reach out and find us. I agree with you. Maybe then we can get inside so we're out of the rain. Ojiro replied. Where is all of this rain coming from anyways? The storm drains in this area probably cycle up to the ceiling and rain down if I were to guess. He said. The villains didn't bother them at all, which was strange, but they were probably just hiding indoors, most likely not having rain protection gear. The bird showed up occasionally, a bright orange-red spot standing out from the blues and grays of the storm zone. It flew to their position, made it fairly obvious it was from Koda, and then flew back to Koda. It took 3 more flights of the bird coming out and returning before they found the building Koda was residing in. Koda had made it obvious that he was there. A bunch of animals were around the area. The 2 of them ran inside. The door was unlocked, so they went inside. Koda was standing at the end of the hallway of the building, animals at the ready. "Is there anyone else in this zone?" he asked. "Because if there is, I'll go out and find them." Instead of replying, Koda burst out into sign. He didn't understand sign, but he looked over and saw that Ojiro seemed to understand. "Koda is saying that there's one other person in the zone, heading this way," Ojiro said after a pause for translation. "Alright, since my costume is mostly waterproof, I'll go out and find this last person. What direction should I head from the building?" he asked. From what he could tell, Koda wasn't deaf, he was just mute. Koda signed again in response, and Ojiro translated. "Koda says there isn't really a need, because he's here now." 2 seconds later, the door opened to reveal Shoji, whose white hair was slicked back due to the rain. "I found a switch to cut off the rain," he said, after taking a short breath. "But whoever designed it didn't really intend for it to be used from the inside. It's too far up for me to reach. I'll go and have Dark Shadow turn it off." He spoke. He should be able to reach it. At the mention of his name, Dark Shadow came out of him. "Yeah, I'll be able to reach it. But what about being ambushed?" Ojiro asked. "I mean, there's still villains out there, it's dangerous out there. Dark Shadow can act as a second set of eyes for me," he replied. "Right. Of course, Fumikage. I got your back," Dark Shadow replied in turn. "Now, let's get this rain turned off. It feels weird." Well, today he learned that Dark Shadow felt weird in the rain. That's something new. He opened the door and looked out into the rain, an equally strong downpour as before. Why wouldn't it be though? It's artificial, so it would be far easier to just have a constant downpour. And as much as his cloak protected his body, it didn't protect his head. His feathers were better protection than something like hair, but it was still pretty annoying to have wet feathers. True to his word, Dark Shadow kept constant guard around him, head swishing around, looking every which way. It took him only a minute or so to get to where the switch was. True to what Shoji had said, the switch was about 7 meters up. "Dark Shadow, can you get the switch?" "I can," Dark Shadow replied, and went up and flicked the switch. It took about 10 seconds, but the rain quickly died down from a downpour to nothing. He ran back to the building where Shoji, Ojiro, and Koda were. They had left the building and were standing outside. "What are we going to do now?" he asked. "Our classmates could be in danger." "Well then we really should go and see if they need help." Aizawa Shota thought this was too easy. Dispatching these villains, no, they shouldn't even be called villains, they're more like criminals, was proving to be far too easy. They relied too much on their quirks, so in the span of about 2 minutes, they were all dispatched. Sure, their communications were out, but Ida had apparently escaped, so help was coming soon. But there were 2 villains just standing in the center, by the fountain, waiting. 21. A low, scratchy voice said, something he could just barely hear. He looked at the villain covered in hands, the only person who could have said that. Underneath the guy's hand he noticed that he was grinning. So it was this villain covered in hands. Why did he say 21? Never mind that, there's still about a dozen criminals to take out. He was stretching his quirk to its limit, so he had to blink. When he blinked, the villain said 19, with a similar grin. And that's when he realized the guy was tracking how long it took him to blink. This villain was pretty smart and observant. Once he's done with mopping up these criminals, he'll focus on the villain covered in the hopefully fake but probably real hands. 16. The villain said. And the villain also seemed to identify his biggest weakness. Dimen, this guy was smart. Still, he whipped his capture cloth around, taking out the final 4 criminals in short order. "You really are amazing, Eraserhead," The villain said. Your quirk is pretty powerful, but it has a pretty big weakness. You need to blink eventually. Those glasses of yours prevent people from seeing who you're looking at, and your capture cloth is an excellent short and medium range weapon. A shame you don't use a gun, Eraserhead, you'd be far more effective. He had used a gun once or twice in his job, and when he was doing a specific mission, he was authorized to carry a pistol. Unfortunately, All Might isn't here, the villain said. And All Might's our endgame. That's fine, we can have side objectives. I spread out your students among the zones, where there are villains waiting for them. I told the villains to try for the kill. Do you think that they're going to survive, Eraserhead? He couldn't believe it, he needed to engage this villain. He blinked, and in the span of when he blinked, the villain charged forward, moving surprisingly fast. He extended his capture cloth, but he had to blink again, and he saw that the villain had grabbed his capture cloth, and it turned to dust in his grasp. A powerful quirk, one of decay. He should be careful then, to erase this villain's quirk at the right moment. He lashed out with his capture weapon again, but the villain evaded it. He ended up in a position where his elbow slammed into the villain. A sharp pain came from his other elbow. He looked over to see that the villain had used his quirk on his other elbow, decaying the skin, and even some of the muscle beneath it. There's no way I'll let you harm my students. It hurt like hell, but he needed to push through it. If he wrapped it up here, he could protect his students. He blinked again, and restored his quirk. He slammed his good elbow and a knee into the villain, and then grabbed him with his capture cloth, squeezing them tight and then slamming him into the ground again. The villain managed to slice through his capture cloth, in the little more than a second between his quirk activating. The villain then scrambled away. I take it back, Eraserhead, you're one of the best heroes out there. I'd allow you to live in this new world. But you oppose me, so be it. I tire of fighting you. The villain then turned to the hulking black-skinned villain beside him, the one with an exposed brain. He turned his quirk onto whatever it was. Nomu, take out that hero. Nomu, or whatever it was called, went after him. And he had erased its quirk. Sure you can erase quirks, Eraserhead. The villain covered in hands said. But Nomu is special, he has many more quirks than just the one. Nomi then grabbed his arm, twisting it and turning it, and then slamming his head into the ground. Pain radiated throughout his entire body. Sharp, piercing pain that he couldn't shrug off. He had never tried to erase multiple quirks before, because he had never experienced multiple quirks being in the same person. He blinked quickly, and then focused his quirk more on Nomu. He could sense quirk factors, to a degree, merely the presence of one, or rarely the lack of one. He had felt that Nomu was odd, but now he knew why. There were multiple quirk factors. He focused more, shutting down the quirks one by one, until he saw Nomu's quirk factor was gone entirely. Nomu still managed to slam his head into the ground again, arm creaking. All the quirks gone and it could still do this? He was trapped, he knew it at this point. 13 was incapacitated, his students nowhere to be seen, and he wouldn't want them to be anywhere near this monstrous creature anyway. So now what? What is he supposed to do now? Out of the corner of his eye he could see the flood zone, and he saw that Azui and Midoriya were at the very edge looking at him. If he could send a message to them, he would most certainly tell them to run. The main villain could disintegrate things he can touch, and there's Nomu and that one villain with the teleportation quirk. Well, I said I would kill some kids, and look what we have here. The villain covered in hands said aloud. Damn it, the villain also noticed Midoriya and Azui. The Nomu slammed his head into the ground yet again, so he couldn't even see what was going on, but he knew that the main villain would aim for the kill. So he struggled as much as he could, bracing his free arm, or more accurately his freer arm, underneath his head and raised his head, just barely enough to see the villain covered in hands, just about to reach out to lay his hand on Azui. But he activated his quirk at just the right time, meaning that when the hand villain's hand touched Azui's face, it did nothing. The hand villain looked surprised, and then Midoriya went in for a punch, managing to land a blow on the hand villain, making him sprawl back. Midoriya went in for a second punch, but Shota felt the massive pressure of the Nomu release from him. Of course that wasn't a good thing at all, because that meant that Nomu was somewhere else, most likely at Midoriya. A storm of dust came up, and when it cleared, Nomu had blocked Midoriya's punch. You just keep surprising me, Eraserhead. Stain and Kira probably consider you a real hero. The hand villain said. How would you know? He just barely managed to ask, because even though Nomu was gone, every single nerve was firing, shooting pain through him. Well, I talk to Stain regularly. The hand villain said, then gesturing to the warp villain. Warp Gate here helps me out by selecting scenic locations all around the world for conversations. Never fear, for I am here. A booming voice yelled out. He just so barely managed to look to see who it was. All Might was here, and he wasn't smiling. The villain's portal released her about a foot into the air, so she ended up tumbling to the ground. And to make it worse, the ground was stony, so the stones cut into her arms and legs. Even so, she managed to get back up. The one villain with the teleportation quirk had split them up for some reason. Probably to distract them from something. Yaoyorozu! A girl's voice called out. She looked closer at it and saw that it was Jiro. She produced 2 staves, one for her and one for Jiro, because she had a feeling of danger. A second later she saw Kaminari stumble out through the portal onto the ground. She created a 3rd staff and threw it his way. He failed to catch it, the staff slipping through his hands, and it clattered on the ground. Whoops! Kaminari said, picking up the dropped staff. I'm pretty clumsy. Why did you make these staves anyways? Well, I felt a sense of danger, and that warp villain didn't separate us out for a reason, so there's probably more villains in this area. She explained. I don't know how good you are with your quirk, so you can use this for defense. Thanks, Yaoyorozu. He replied, and the 3 of them readied their staves. Her intuition turned out to be correct, because all sorts of villains came out from behind rocks and emerged up the mountainside. There was a cluster of villains that seemed to have speed quirks, because they were moving forward faster. The 3 of them swung their staves, knocking into the villains. Kaminari! Jiro called out. Electrocute them. But the ground isn't conductive. He yelled in response. Don't worry, that won't be a problem. Jiro replied, kicking him into one of the villains. The shock of this must have activated his quirk instinctively, because the villain got shocked and fell to the ground. Yeah, he yelled out. I can do this. You girls can just rely on me. A group of 4 or 5 villains came from the other direction. I'll take care of this, Jiro said, her ear extension jacks slipping into slots on her boots. I've got speakers in my boots, that means I can channel my heartbeat out in waves. Heartbeat wave. She called out, sound waves coming from her boots, disrupting the ground and making the villains fall over. She had been thinking about a plan. Kaminari was actually pretty powerful. A plan was forming in her mind. Jiro, Kaminari, I think I have a plan. She said. Jiro, couch down beside me. Jiro did as she asked. Alrighty, now she needs to create something larger. 100 millimeters insulation blanket. It took a few seconds, but it eventually popped out of her back. Kaminari, fire off your largest power blast. Got it, he yelled out. 1.1 million volts. He yelled out as the blanket descended over her and Jiro. She had created the blanket just so it wouldn't rip her costume. Maybe she should think about a costume redesign. Her mother knew someone in the media, and it had been her that recommended the costume for media appeal. The sounds of the electricity stopped, and after a second more she raised the blanket. Seeing the coast was clear, she fully raised the blanket. All the villains had been knocked over, and Kaminari was standing in the middle, murmuring something and lazily walking around. Alright, so she just had to look after Kaminari for a bit. That's when a villain leapt out from behind a rock and grabbed Kaminari, electricity crackling on his hands. Alrighty kiddies, you just put down your weapons and surrender, and I'll let this idiot go. She noticed out of the corner of her eye that Jiro was trying to connect her ear jacks to her boots. I see what you're doing, little girl. The villain said, bringing the electric blast closer to Kaminari. I get it, you're young hero hopefuls. You watch those movies where there's a clever trick you can pull. But there's none of that here, little girls. You just need to do as I say, and nobody needs to get hurt. What does she do? What does she do? Aoyama just barely managed to avoid a burning building when he landed in what was most likely the fire zone. He hated fire, Sure, it was beautiful to look at, but he really didn't want to be surrounded by the stuff. And there were villains also. Thankfully they were pretty weak, and he could take them out easily with his naval laser. Clearly, they couldn't stand up for long against his magnificent and sparkly costume. "Hey, Aoyama!" A girl's voice called out. The only people that knew his name were his classmates. These unstylish villains called him Laser Boy. Such a boring nickname. Not magnificent after all. He looked around to find the source of the voice, but didn't see anyone. "It's me, Hagakure," the voice said again, and he looked over and saw a floating pair of gloves. Oh, he forgot that Hagakure was invisible and she couldn't turn it off. "All right, we should work together," he said. "Yeah, together we can do this," she replied. The portal felt weird going through. It felt cold and slippery, but he eventually emerged through it and crashed into a random ruined building. Thankfully his quirk activated on instinct, and he didn't get hurt. He looked up and saw that Bakugo was in the same room, and there were also villains in the room as well. "Hey Baku bro, let's team up and take these villains out," he said. "I can do this myself, support me if you want." This was the first time he had seen Baku bro not being angry. "Hey Baku bro, I didn't know you could actually be calm." Do you mean? I'm always calm," Baku bro yelled out, palms exploding at a villain. "Sure you are," he replied, slamming a hardened fist into another villain. "Stop talking and start fighting." "Okay dude," he said. Still, he did get to beat up villains. The two of them ended up beating up all of the villains in the area, Baku bro managing to find an invisible villain. "Let's leave this place, so I can punch some more villains in the face." "All Might, you still managed to nearly run out of time before your class," Nizu said. "While you're still a hero, you're a teacher first. There are plenty of heroes in our society, as Kira and Stain constantly remind us." "I understand," he said, admonished. He couldn't help but jump in to save people. He sort of forgot that there were other heroes. "Well, I'm going to make an appearance at the end of the lesson anyways." "That should be good enough," Nizu replied. "Although, I haven't gotten a message from 13 yet, although 13 can get a bit overenthusiastic about his job." At that point the door slammed open, revealing young Ida in full costume. He felt the warm trickle of blood coming out of his mouth. "Principal Nizu." Ida trailed off. "Yagi Tashinori, All Might's personal secretary." He introduced himself, wiping his jaw with a handkerchief Nizu passed him. "There are villains at the USJ." Ida finished. "Ida, can you go run and get Midnight? She's currently teaching class 1G right now. I trust you know where this is." Nizu said firmly. "Yes, I can get there almost immediately." Ida replied. "Go. I'll reach the other teachers," Nizu said, and Ida did race off. "Do you have enough energy in you?" "Yes," he called out, transforming into his buff form mid-word. "I will be there to rescue the students," he added as he ran out of the window, discarding his suit jacket. "Noma, kill All Might," Shigaraki yelled out. Izuku watched as the Nomu creature leapt away from him and went after All Might. Throughout this entire battle, he hadn't ever seen Shigaraki give the Nomu a kill command, only an attack command. But All Might could handle it, right? Of course. He saw Eraserhead, mangled and destroyed on the ground. He needed to help his teacher. "Tsu, come help me," he called out, gesturing to their teacher on the ground. "Quick, get some sticks." He didn't really have a clue of what he was doing, but he read somewhere that he needed to make sure that the injured person didn't move. He activated a small amount of One for All, just to make sure that any unexpected shifts in weight didn't occur, and he slowly, over the course of about a minute, moved Aizawa until he was laying on the ground. As much as he liked his costume, there were lives on the line. He took off the outer jacket of his hero costume and pulled it apart with One for All until he got large segments of fabric, which he used to wrap up what he could get without disturbing the broken arms. He used the sticks to stabilize everything. Damn it, he really did need to do first aid training and not just watch random video clips. "Tsu, if you could wait with Tadiki-sensei, make sure he doesn't move even if he insists that he needs to get up. He can't do anything with his eyes and arms the way they are." And All Might is here anyways. He explained. Are you sure All Might is enough? I mean, they said that Nomu could kill All Might. Tsuyu replied. He looked over to see Nomu and All Might locked in combat. There was dust and shock waves coming off of their fight. Damn it, what is he supposed to do? If only he knew even one of the three villains' real names, then he could turn the tide ever so slightly in the battle, and everyone could live. But he didn't, so that option was out of the question. You know, there's a way for you to find out the villain's real name. Ryuk said from beside him. Oh yeah, he had almost forgotten about the Shinigami. The past 15 minutes or so had been very hectic. Really? He asked. As he was running to the nearest zone he saw, the landslide zone. Thankfully he was out of earshot of everyone, so only Ryuk could hear him. Well, there are two differences between a human that owns a death note and a Shinigami. Do you want to know what they are? Yes, I do, but if you could make this quick that'd be great. We're kinda at a time crunch here. He was running normally, not using one for all, just for some extra time to talk to Ryuk. So the first difference is that we get the extra lifespan of someone killed by the note. For example, if someone was destined to live to 70, and I write their name when they're 40, I would be able to live 30 extra years. Humans don't get this benefit. Ryuk explained. I mean, it's a possibility that someone who thinks they're quirkless has that as their quirk. Oh, could that be a possibility for you? Nope. He replied. Got tested like 5 times, no quirk factor whatsoever. Anyway, what's the second thing? Well, the second thing is that a Shinigami can see the names and lifespans of humans. It's pretty useful for when you need to find someone quick to kill. So what's the point of that? I already know you're not going to help me out. Well, there's a deal we're allowed to do with humans, where you can get the eyes of a Shinigami, so you can see the names and lifespans of humans. I presume there's a cost for such a grand power. Sure, he could scour the quirk registry trying to find someone whose quirk allowed them to see people's real name, but that depended on the cost of the power Ryuk was offering. It'll cost 1/2 of your remaining lifespan. So if you've got 60 years left, it'll be 30. Only a single year? 6 more months. And I presume I won't be told the amount of life I have left? Nope. He thought about it. There was a very real possibility he only had minutes left to live, that Shigaraki would kill him. And that would be just the type of thing Ryuk would pull. But even if he got out of this alive, then he would spend the rest of his shortened life feeling nervous about when he would die. I'm going to refuse for now, although I'll keep that offer in mind. At this point, he could see the exits for both the landslide zone and the ruins zone. From the former outran Todoroki and Ishido, and from the latter came Bakugo and Kirishima. All Might and a villain that the other villains called Nomu are fighting. He said, "We should help him," Todoroki said before running off. Like you think I'm going to let you have all the glory? Bakugo yelled, running after him, Kirishima following close after. Well, he had no choice but to follow. He knew already that Bakugo was stubborn, and Todoroki looked like he was just as stubborn. Well, he might as well go along with them so they don't get killed. Are you sure you don't want the ideal now? Rigas. He shook his head. He'll manage plenty fine without the ideal. Their little group eventually ran into All Might fighting Nomu, and when All Might went for a suplex, Kurogiri opened a portal, and then Nomu and All Might were in 2 different spots. Kurogiri moved to close the portal, but Bakugo held him down by his metal collar. Don't even think about moving, you didn't missed guy, or I'll blow this collar to kingdom come. How Bakugo found out about the collar was beyond him. Maybe he saw it when he charged Kurogiri. Of course, there was still the problem of Nomu, who was currently holding All Might, digging into where he knew All Might's weak spot was. Thankfully, Todoroki came to All Might's help, sending his ice along the Nomu so it didn't reach All Might, but All Might was freed from the portal. You seriously think that you can harm All Might like this? This is pathetic. Eventually the Nomu broke free of the ice, but half of its body was destroyed. There was twisting and an ugly squelching noise, and then Nomu rapidly regenerated its body. Nomu here has several quirks All Might. Shock absorption, regeneration, enhanced strength. It's designed to be a superhuman punching bag that can take whatever you can throw at it. Even your full power won't be anything against it. Well, I'll just have to use more power then. All Might yelled out, and he watched as All Might laid down punch after punch, laying it into Nomu. If its power is shock absorption, not shock nullification, then there's a limit to what it can absorb. I'll push beyond that. The punches increased in speed and intensity. Hear these words, villains, and hear them well. I'll show you what it really means to be a hero. Go beyond. Izuku watched as All Might was readying a massive punch. Plus, the punch impacted on Nomu, the ground cracked underneath All Might, and Nomu started glowing orange-red. Ultrea. The punch threw Nomu into the air, crashed into the dome at USJ, tearing a massive hole in the outer dome, and it soared far beyond to the point where Izuku couldn't see it anymore. Now you see, villains, what it means to be a hero. All Might exclaimed. Izuku looked over to see that Shigaraki was shaking. No fair. This isn't how the game was supposed to go. This isn't fair. Seriously? Was Shigaraki really acting this childish? He watched as All Might and Shigaraki were in a face-off. Kurogiri somehow got himself free from Bakugo and was standing beside Shigaraki. Whatever, we'll find a way around this. K-Warp Gate, we're leaving this level. We need higher-level NPCs. Maybe we can get some from Issei-Dash. The sound of a bullet being fired came down from somewhere, and Shigaraki had been shot in the hand. Another shot, another bullet hole in the hand. 2 more shots, 2 more bullets, this time in the knees, which knocked Shigaraki to the ground. 3 more shots ran out, but Kurogiri blocked the way. There was a 4th bullet that went somewhere, and when Kurogiri vanished, the 2 villains were gone. Were they not going to have the victory meeting now that it wasn't a victory? Hey All Might, are you okay? He turned around to see Kirishima running down. He looked where All Might was. All Might was in thin mode now. Thankfully, Cementos built a wall. All Might is fine, Kirishima. Midoriya, if you could get back to your class. Apparently UA still wanted to have a show of strength, so he was still allowed to leave for the weekend, especially because they cancelled classes for the next day. It could also be that this could be counted as a victory for good, because 87 villains in total were captured, including the Noma creature, and now Shigaraki was back to square one, with just himself, Kurogiri, Breakin, and the 2 traitors, whoever they were. He was currently sitting in a waiting room, ready to be asked a few questions from Hound Dog, the school's counselor. The thought of the ideal was floating around in his head. If he accepted the ideal, his remaining lifespan would be cut in half. He would spend so many hours thinking about how many moments he had left before he would fall. But if he did accept the ideal, he could find out Shigaraki's real name, as well as Kurogiri, Breakin, and even All for One. He could fulfill what he had been destined for. But then again, Ryuk had told him along the way that the eyes are the windows to the soul. If you can't see both of someone's eyes, then you can't identify them and thus can't see their name. Even I can't. Why bother going after someone with sunglasses when there's dozens of people without? So it wouldn't work against Kurogiri, who had missed covering his body, All for One, who he hadn't even seen in person, and Breakin, who wore a motorcycle helmet. But what about Shigaraki? Was it worth it for just one villain? What was he supposed to do? He didn't have anyone in his corner, a confidant, someone he could trust with his life. There's nobody he can trust with this. The people who knew him at UA would most likely spill his secret to a teacher, and then T would find him and it was all over. T would be the type of person to gloat over him as he was being carted away to Tartarus, lambasted as the villain society saw him as instead of the hero he really was. Although, people would probably think he wasn't being serious, and maybe he could get free as long as the death note wasn't found. There was no evidence against him. So what is he supposed to do now? There were branching paths ahead of him. Every choice seemed the wrong choice. No matter what he would choose, innocent people would die. Is this what being a hero really is like? Having to choose between 2 wrong choices? Endless Kobayashi Maru no win scenarios? Was this what Nizu was trying to teach them? He realized he had been hyperventilating. Calm yourself, Izuku. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breath out. Okay, think about this rationally, Izuku. You have time to make this decision. You can talk to others about this, cloaking it in metaphor and example, hiding the ugly truth behind a gilded shell. Midoriya, come in please. The voice of Hound Dog came in from the room, just as Ishido walked out and down the hallway. After a short pause, he went in. Hound Dog's office was decorated very gently, soft light throughout the entire place, comfortable couches, and even the very air seemed comforting. Midoriya, out of everyone here, you were involved in the USJ incident the most. Did you want to talk about anything? Hound Dog asked him. Here's his chance to share his hypothetical question. Well, there's been something that's been bothering me ever since the USJ incident. What is it, Midoriya? During the fight, I had an opportunity to make a risky decision that could potentially save lives. A true statement, technically, if intentionally vague. I keep thinking back to it, and if I made the wrong choice, if maybe I could have prevented people from getting hurt. He watched as Hound Dog sat back, and then crossed his hands on his lap. You're a student, Midoriya. Of course, being a hero means you have to make tough choices like this, but you're still a young student. You shouldn't have to make these choices this quickly. I know, but it's still important. It's important? Hound Dog asked him. It's been something I've been thinking about for a while now. He folded his hands in front of him. Ever since Principal Nise's first and second ethics classes, I've been thinking about no-win scenarios. And with what happened in the USJ, I experienced a no-win scenario when it came to that one villain with the disintegration quirk. It's something I'm already thinking about. Well, I'd consider this a win. Think about it. We arrested 91 villains today, and none of your classmates were seriously hurt. But what about Takeda-sensei and 13? They got seriously hurt. He asked. They're your teachers, Midoriya. They are supposed to protect you. Eraserhead knew what he was doing when he rushed in to defeat those villains. It's good to be worried for them, but you shouldn't worry. They're at the hospital in stable condition. So they're all good now? He asked. Yes. They are all okay. Is there anything else you want to talk about? I think that's everything, thank you, Hound Dog. No problem, Midoriya, that's what I'm here for after all. Anytime my office door is open, I'll be able to have a conversation. I might take you up on that offer. Please do, your mental health is important. Midoriya, I think we should tell Eraserhead. Yagi, about what, young Midoriya? Midoriya, you know what? Yagi, are you sure that's wise, young Midoriya? Midoriya, I mean, Gran knows, and he was your homeroom teacher, so it only makes sense. Yagi, I suppose, but it's going to be a while before he can talk. Midoriya, I suppose. Izuku, hey mom, how was your day? Midoriya, how was your day? You were attacked by villains. Izuku, well, it wasn't too bad. I mean, our teachers were pretty hurt, but we're fine. Midoriya, well, Kamui Woods' agency has gotten pretty busy, and Kamui Woods is going to the CU to discuss joint hero work. I'm going with him, so I'll be gone until Tuesday. You're going to be fine, right? Izuku, yeah, I'll be fine. DW. Midoriya, if anything happens, call or text me, okay? Izuku, okay mom. So his mom was gone for the weekend, which meant he could join Shigaraki's so-called victory meeting, which was probably going to be a bit shorter due to Shigaraki's wounds. He had upgraded his Seishin costume, making some distinct changes so it was more different from his hero costume. It consisted of a black helmet with a visor, complete with a ventilator that distorted his speech on purpose. There were angelic-looking wings, small enough they weren't noticeable unless someone was pretty close. Other than the helmet, the rest of the costume was pretty simple, although it did add a bit of hardened armor to his knees, elbows, forearms, and feet. The armor was pure white, without any markings or embellishments whatsoever, but the fabric beneath was black. Simple and effective, aside from the helmet. It was surprising what you can get on the black market. He was currently on the train back home at this point. About half of his class was going to visit home, probably for two reasons: the USJ incident, and this was the first week at the dorms. Maybe he can use this to head up to Hokkaido and finish up investigating the numbers group by getting information from 27, also known as Kantiyama Tsukiyoda. He had double-checked the information he had, and this man was indeed 27. The supervillain, not the age, although he also happened to be 27, so that's fun. He had a plan, which was good, because not having a plan means you'll probably fail. But he'll worry about 27 later. His first task was meeting up with whoever among the league was still around, as well as Stain's group. It might go well, it might not, it depends. The train was pretty loud, so he had his earbuds in and he was listening to some podcast that covered news events. This is Haji, host of Stranger Than Fiction, where we cover strange events. Today we're going to continue our debate series by talking to someone who supports the ideology of Stain and Kira. He knew that by using the Death Note when Stain was revealed, his name would inevitably be connected to Stain, but he wasn't expecting nearly everyone to link his Kira name to Stain, the two of them mentioned in the same breath. Stain and Kira. Kira and Stain. Their names inevitably linked together. Now, don't get out the pitchforks and torches just yet. It's downplaying it severely to say that this is controversial. But you do know that I like to have both sides of an argument, and last week we had someone opposed to their arguments. He remembered that episode, sorta. He skipped it so he didn't understand much about it. Anyway, this person has chosen to go under the alias of Jikori, and their voice is going to be distorted for their protection. While believing these things isn't illegal yet, Jikori could very well be fired for this interview. Jikori, are you there? Yes, this is Jikori. A distorted voice came from his earbuds. It was pretty similar to what T used. I'm glad I could be on your show, Haji. Glad to have you, Jikori. Now, why did you support Stain and Kira? They've been pretty controversial over the past 4 months. Of course. Jikori replied. I know that. That is why I'm not using my name and even altering my voice. Well, let's get to business, Jikori. What drove you to support Stain and Kira? It all started 3.5 months ago. Like most people, it took me a while before I saw the video. The video? When someone says, the video, it pretty much always means the one video where Mechanicus 6 Malawian Quatches thought he could fight Stain and lost. The one video that has been reproduced thousands of times across hundreds of video sharing sites, hundreds of millions of people viewing it, downloading it onto their devices, sharing it on social media. So what in the video made you think that Stain was right? Stain brought up something I never thought about, shining a light in the dark place you never look. And then all the pieces fell together. Very well then. Is there a closing statement you want to make? I think I've made my point. Very well, this is Haji. We'll stop for a quick ad break, and then we'll return to a story about a cat with a quirk. Izuku turned off the podcast at that point. Sure, animals having quirks were pretty rare. In fact, the odds of it happening are almost literally 1 in a million. But he didn't listen to Stranger Than Fiction for stories about animals with quirks. He listened for stories about crazy things that happened all around the world, like the one guy in the Nigerian Empire whose quirk allowed her to make anyone she wanted to love her, and how she died in a botched surgery to remove her quirk. He put his earbuds back into his pocket and looked out at everyone in the train. It wasn't too packed, he could sit down if he wanted to, but instead he was leaning against a pole. However, there were a few people in the corner that didn't look nice. Of course, he didn't want to jump to conclusions, his mom bringing him to all sorts of homeless shelters for volunteer work. Maybe they were fired for some arbitrary reason, or because their boss was an a-hole. Maybe they ran away from an abusive household. Like he suspected Dobby did, he had seen enough similarities between the guy and the people he's seen that ran from an abusive house. Or maybe some other reason. There's dozens of ways people can get screwed over in life. But as much as he hated having to be suspicious of them, the three of them walked up to him. They were talking in hushed tones, but he could pick up their voices, or at least some of them. I bet he's rich. UA brats are always loaded. Oh, they're going to try to mug him. Well, good luck with that. They were all pretty physically large, but he would try to talk them down if possible. Hey, you a brat. The guy in front, who had a clean-shaven head and a tank top, exposing tattoos on his arms, neck, and the top of his head. Hello, my name is Hikida Shikudo. He said, remembering one of the fake names he picked out, making sure to extend out his hand. I'm a business course student at UA. Might I get your names? The guy in front slapped his hand away. Name's Tamaki Jinto. A business course student, huh? Well, you see, me and my friends. Tamaki pointed to each of his other friends. Are pretty scrapped for cash, and I know you UA students are always pretty loaded. So if you could spare a couple of bucks our way, that'd be great. Color him surprised. Sure, this Tamaki was a bit rude about it, but he saw what it was like for these types of people. Sure, just give me a second. He replied, taking a 2,000 yen note from his pocket. I'm actually not that rich myself. I didn't grow up in the nicest part of Mizudafu, but my family's a bit better off now, so I'm happy to help. Tamaki seemed surprised, but he took the note anyways. Thanks, dude, this should hold us off until tomorrow. And then Tamaki and his two friends went back into the corner, bringing out small coins and talking about cheap foods to buy. Even though he knew what these people were really like, he couldn't help but have prejudice against them. And this is a problem he'll address as Kira later. The three of them got off the stop before his own, the one stop that left off close to the bad parts of Mizudafu. One stop before his own. He did a quick check on the news sites. Hawks managed to save 35 people from a collapsing building. Over in America, Captain Celebrity just lost his license in California, Oregon, Washington, Cascadia, Alabama, Mississippi, and Baikal after someone with a hidden camera recorded him ignoring a villain attacking a hospital, bringing the total amount of states he was banned into 53, and may spell the doom for him being a pro-hero. Maybe he should write the hero's name in the death note. Ignoring villains attacking a hospital was bad business. The train stopped at his stop, and he got off. He looked around at the station, noticing the little things. The dirty corners, the odd bit of trash on the ground, things people wouldn't notice unless they look. It brought him back to Dagoba Beach, where the garbage had been all piled up, and it had taken him 7 months to get rid of it. He should actually check back on the beach. He had seen trash cans there. Dagoba Beach was pretty close to his apartment, so he should check it out again to see if the beach is still clean, and maybe he could pick up some of the trash. He made a quick stop at his home, changing out of his UA school uniform and into shorts and a t-shirt, just something that he can run in. It was a 5-minute easy jog to Dagoba Beach, passing by some of the nicer buildings on the way. The beach was pretty clean, but there was still some bottles or wrappers, and a piece of metal. So he walked down onto the sand and started picking up some of the trash. As he was walking over to put the trash in the garbage can, he heard someone clearing their throat behind him. He threw the trash away and turned to see who had done that. It was an older-looking man with white hair and a silvery white cane with a flat bottom. He also had no lips, so his teeth were fully exposed. Pardon my intrusion, young man, but were you the one that cleaned or helped clean up this beach? The guy asked, his voice slow and scratchy, as if it took him a lot of effort to speak. I am, sir. He replied. I did it as part of my training for UA Hero course. The old man asked. Yes. Well, my grandson's in the Hero course. Maybe he's in your class. You're in 1B? No, 1A. Well, his name's Hananuki Juzu, so if you ever meet him, try to make friends with him. That name sounded familiar. Where had he heard it before? Oh, yeah, I recognized the name from the recommendation exam. He had that softening quirk, right? Yup, that's him. Well, keep up the good work. Midoriya, sir. Keep being a hero, Midoriya. And with that the old man left. When he got back to his apartment, he put his main phone down on the table and then walked to his room and pulled out his burner phone. There was a text message from Kurojiri on it. Portal B for Itoschool, meeting still on, please get here by So Shigaraki was still planning to host the meeting even though he got hurt pretty badly by Snipe. A testament to his determination, perhaps. It was 4 right now, so he had about 6 hours until he had to be at the bar. He'll eat a quick dinner, take the 7:10 train which went to the closest stop to the bar, and spend the remaining 2.5 hours just waiting. Turned out that the league had someone on their side that was a pretty good healer, or a doctor or something like that, because when he knocked on the door, in full Seishin costume, Shigaraki opened the door. When he picked it up from the guy that made it for him, apparently the guy said he wanted to make some changes, thankfully free of charge, because it was changes he thought looked good. The costume actually had color now. The hard armor pieces had golden-colored patterns on them, and there was a gold and black collapsible staff on his back, as well as sheaths for 3 knives. The guy apparently really liked costume design, and threw several ideas at him about designs for his Seishin costume. Whoa! Toga said when he walked in. You got a pretty snazzy costume, Seishin. Where'd you get such a cool costume from? Dabi asked. I mean, people can track that sheet, you know. I've thought about that, don't worry. He replied. Anyway, is everyone here? A portal opened in the middle of the bar, and two people stepped out, the people that Shiggy said were their moles in Yua. Everyone's here now. Let's get started with this meeting. Shigaraki said. The first thing that he noticed when stepping out of the portal was that Seishin had a changed costume, and definitely had the best costume there. It almost looked like a hero costume. So, I'm sure you're all aware of our little announcement to the world. Shigaraki said. That's only the start. From what I saw, the USJ incident was a pretty big failure. You lost over 90 subordinates, plus your elite Nomu, all for an announcement to the world? Now the school is toughening security and you're down quite a bit in terms of numbers, including a few elite fighters. What's your plan for the future? The voice of Seishin spoke, voice given a mechanical twang, probably from what looked like a filter assembly around his mouth. We have to wait, Seishin. Shigaraki replied. There will be an opportunity for action in the future. Stain, would you be opposed to going to Hosu and hunting fake heroes there? I was planning on going there over the next week or so anyways, so I'll go there. Stain replied. Why, do you have a plan in Hosu? Yes. There aren't really that many heroes based in Hosu, and there's a lot of local villains over there. Plus, it's just the next ward over, so it's pretty close by. Shigaraki explained. I'll see if I can integrate some of those groups into the league. Are you sure that's wise? Dabi asked. I lived in Hosu for about 6 years. The villains are all druggies and Yakuza wannabes. I don't think you want that sort of trash in your league. Dabi's right. Spinner said. Hosu's not a place to recruit villains. Still, Jiren said there was someone in Hosu that we could recruit to our side. Shigaraki explained. Anyway, if you guys have anything to mention, now's the time. So you don't have any plans for the future, Shigaraki? Seishin asked. I mean, surely you have at least something planned. A chance to strike back. Shigaraki threw a glass at Seishin, who dodged the glass expertly. Shut the F up, Seishin. You haven't done shit at all. You prance around in that fancy costume, but that's all you are. He looked as the rest of Stain's group drew weapons, Dabi lighting a fire in his palms. I've done plenty, Shigaraki, I just don't tell you. Seishin said beneath his helmet. I don't want to fight, but stop throwing things. Shigaraki simply grumbled, and then walked over his way. His nerves spiked at that point because Shigaraki walking his way was never a good sign. Try to get some information out of Seishin. Shigaraki whispered in his ear. He seems about your age, so you should be able to get information from him. I don't like that I don't know much about him. Well, his plan had been to try to reach out to Seishin in the first place, so this was the perfect opportunity. Is there something specific you want to get from him? What he's been up to, any important crimes and stuff like that? Don't worry, Shigaraki. I got it. He replied. Hey, Seishin. What is it? Seishin asked from where he had been talking. I think Shigaraki called you Crafter? Could you come with me? I'd like to talk to you. He then opened a door that led into some of the other rooms of the bar. And after checking that Seishin was following him, he went up to where his room was. It was drastically different from his dorm room, sparsely decorated save for weapons. But the main reason why he was leading Seishin to his room was because his room had no bugs or microphones, and he swept his room for these nearly every day. When he went into his room again, he searched around his room again for bugs. When Seishin went in, he also searched around for bugs. After the two of them did a thorough search, Seishin sat down at the desk chair, and he sat on his bed. I suspect that you aren't here just to get information on me. Seishin said. How did you hear that? He asked. He thought he had been pretty quiet with his whispering. I've always had pretty good hearing. Seishin said. And nobody searches a room for bugs unless they don't want to be heard. Well then, all right. He took a breath. Well, the thing is, ever since I actually started attending UA, I really don't want to be a traitor anymore. I want to try to escape. He said in a low voice. So, can you help me? He tugged at the edges of his mask nervously. Seishin passed him a burner phone. There's 2 numbers saved on that phone, the one starting with 7 is my official number, you can give that to Shigaraki, as well as the fact that I haven't done much to fulfill the will of Stain yet. The number starting with 4 is the second number I use. Keep that for yourself. I'll see what I can do to help you. You may have to wait until All for One is defeated before we start. Yeah, I was worried about that. Well, thanks anyway, Seishin. I'm glad to have someone in my corner on this. I'm always happy to help. Anyways, we should get going. I think we've been here long enough. Seishin said. You're right. Well, let's go. Hopefully this will work out for him. Seishin doesn't seem like the type to go back on his word. Technically, grabbing onto the end of a train was illegal, but it wasn't something that many heroes really looked for, because stopping train hoppers wasn't that much publicity. Maybe Eraserhead or some other underground hero, like X-Max or Terralfin, might stop him, although he's probably not that high a priority. Still, it's a bit nerve-wracking holding onto a train going about 200 kilometers an hour, primarily because of the fact there wasn't really a handhold. He had to carefully grab onto something. It looked like a hatch. In order to throw off potential pursuit, he'd go one stop over from where he needs to be at the Kirin Street stop, change in an abandoned warehouse that he took a roundabout route to get to, and then take the train legitimately back to Mizudafu. The warehouse had been one of his best discoveries he had made. It was on the outskirts of Mizudafu, out of the way of all the major roads. He had replaced the locks to the place, moved things he found in the other warehouses nearby, patched up some of the holes in the roof, and made some rooms on the inside. It was his secret lair, in a way. Hell, there was even an old computer and a page of the Death Note in one of the rooms, just in case it was needed, for example if he was away from the dorms and his house for an extended period of time. When would that ever happen? It would be a rare occasion, but it was worth the risk of keeping a page of the Death Note here. He quickly changed out of his Seishin costume and hung up the pieces in order to make sure that it didn't get wrinkles, and got into some civilian clothes, along with a medical mask and sunglasses. He slipped out of the warehouse, taking a roundabout route to the train station, discarding his mask and sunglasses about halfway along the way in a hidden compartment he found between two houses. It's surprising how many secret things you can find when you look. Secret doors, hidden hidey holes, false floors, and anything else he couldn't think of. Over time, he had developed a sixth sense, where he could sense any sort of pursuer or danger. He hadn't detected anyone in his entire trip, but this extra trip was just to get into the routine. Maybe he could ask Kurogyari to drop him off at a location nearby. The next day found him on a train to Honruncal. It would be several hours before he got to his destination, so he pulled out his phone and turned on some stupid mobile game. It was called Gem Crusade, or something similarly stupid. But it was enjoyable and a time killer. Over the course of the next 6.5 hours he alternated between playing Gem Crusade, resting and looking at the news, also going to the bathroom once or twice. Damn it, why did the villains have to be this far away? Now he could have done this remotely, in fact that had been his plan A, but there were several ways that it could go wrong, namely 27's villain co-workers finding out that Kantiyama Tsukioda was betraying them. So that's why he was going to do this in person. He had planned out everything in advance, and he had already written down Kantiyama's name in the Death Note. But situations could occur, things he hadn't foreseen. He had tried to use the Death Note to indirectly control the actions of others, but it didn't work. There had been a fake hero, Ayami Kenji, who he had tried to write down killed by the hero killer Stain, but that didn't work, so being present was critical to his plan. Deku was hiding a secret. How did he know? It was FING obvious. They had barely spoken for 10 months, and then he sees Demon Deku sitting smugly in a chair, having apparently gotten a recommendation from Kamui Woods. Apparently somewhere along the line Demon Deku learned how to fight. Oh yeah, he also got a FING quirk. Where the f did that come from? And it was a pretty powerful quirk. Not as powerful as his own, but still, why did Deku FING hide a quirk from him? It had only gotten more suspicious when he heard that Deku was going home for the weekend. Why? He heard from the old hag that Auntie Inko was going to see you until Tuesday, and Deku knew that, so why was he headed home instead of staying at UA? There were other things he noticed, but all in all something big happened to Deku over the past 10 months, and he needs to find what the F it is, so he can put Deku back in his FING place. So what's the first step? Well, he had to convince the old hag to head over to Deku's place, which was actually pretty easy. He had convinced her that he would invite Deku over for dinner because one of her soft spots was food. More specifically, her own cooking. So now all he had to do was head over to Deku's place and invite him over, and maybe get some answers out of the DMN nerd. Only when he went over, there were no lights on in the apartment, which meant that either Deku was doing something in the dark, or he wasn't there. He's not going to look FING stupid by ringing the doorbell, so he sent a text message Deku's way. Keiba Kugo 1649, where the F are you DMN nerd? It took only a couple of seconds for Deku to respond, meaning that the DMN nerd was on his phone. Deku 1649, why do you care? Fucker. It was shit like this that got him said. The F. Did Deku think he was doing responding to him like this? Well, time to confront the DMN nerd. Keiba Kugo 1649, you're not at your DMN apartment. Where the f are you? Deku 1650, oh. There's this shop up in Hokkaido that's selling a special All Might figure. From what I can tell, it has his costume from his debut. I had to pick it up. That did sound like something Deku would do. And Hokkaido was several hours away by train. Keiba Kugo 1650, does Auntie Inko know? Deku 1650, I told her in advance, yes she knows. Keiba Kugo 1650, don't FNG get shanked or some shit like that. He hadn't heard about that figurine, but Deku was FNG obsessed with All Might, so it made sense at least. He's still FNG suspicious, and he's sure that Deku's hiding something, and he needs to find it out. Midoriya closed the text chat, and breathed a massive sigh of relief. He had managed to get Bakugo off of his back, but the very fact that Bakugo was suspicious was something bad. The lie about the figurine was pretty easy, he had brought that very same figurine with him. He had so much All Might merchandise that even he had trouble sorting through all of it. It wasn't a perfect alibi by any means, but it was good enough. He had 1 more hour until he arrived at the station, and a little over 2 hours before his meeting with Kantiyama Tsukiyoda, which gave him enough time to pop over to the little hostel he would be staying the night in, as he didn't want to ride the train back. It was 3 p.m. already, it would be past midnight by the time he was done, so his mom recommended this one place for him. The room was a nice little place, a single room plus a bathroom, was definitely not a place for long-term staying. Sure, there were some suspicious sounds coming from another room and the person behind the desk didn't give him a second glance, but whatever. The room was on the first floor, so the window had direct access to an alleyway. He had gone around and gone through it before, there weren't any security cameras in the alleyway or nearby, meaning his disguise would work perfectly. He hadn't anticipated acting as Kira would mean using so many disguises. But then again, it really had spiraled out of control. So he changed out of the clothes he had arrived in and assembled his disguise. It was pretty simple, nothing that would stand out, it was just clothes that were far out of what he usually wore. Tight-fitting dark jeans, a red t-shirt with characters from Yokia Adventura on the front and some quotes from the anime on the back, and then a white Adidas hoodie. And for his next trick, he grabbed a box out of his backpack. He had gotten weird looks from the lady at the shop when he purchased these items, but he explained it away as a gift for his girlfriend for her birthday. A hair straightener and concealer for his specific skin tone. He later bought colored contacts at a different shop. He also had curlers back at home in case his hair didn't recover, either that or he'll just get it cut. So he's ready for the recovery. He checked his phone. 46 minutes until Kantiyama Tsukiyoda, also known as 27, would be in position. 9 minutes to get from where he needed to go from here, give an extra 3 just to be safe, leaves him with 34 minutes to do what he needs to do. First step, straightening his hair as much as he could. He thought he knew how bad it was to do anything with his hair, but this was on another level. When he had 5 minutes left before he had to leave, he decided to just mentally say, it, and leave it like it was a half spiky, half curly mess, but it did look different, and it brought out the green in his hair, making it look a different color. He put in his colored contacts, which changed the color of his eyes from green to black, wrangled himself into the jeans, got a clear rubber glove on and grabbed a file folder that contained everything he needed, and leapt out of the window a minute behind schedule. Which was fine, he gave himself 3 minutes of time for a reason. He made his way down to the mall where Kantiyama Tsukiyoda was waiting for him, although the villain didn't know who he was meeting. "Hey dude!" A male teen's voice called out to him. Immediately he felt a knot in his chest. The voice sounded familiar. He turned around to see some random guy with a spiky dark blue mohawk. Wait, no, that's a fin dash, sea green eyes, pale green-blue skin, and the occasional cluster of scales. As in, nobody he knew or even seen before. "Like your style. What's your name?" He always tried to be friendly, and hell, this guy seemed nice. "Name is Adekani Mikumo." A fake name he had thought up. It seemed like it fit him somehow. "What about you?" "I'm Ayakayo Kiboji. Nice to meet you." The fish guy, Ayakayo, replied. "You going anywhere?" "Yeah, actually I am." He replied. "Well, if I could catch up with you later that'd be cool. Could I get your number?" He grabbed some scrap paper from his pocket and scrawled the number for his burner phone, also the phone currently on him at the time, and handed it to him. "Nice to meet you, Ayakayo, but I've got somewhere to be." "Well, have a good one, Adekani." "Same to you, Ayakayo," he said as he walked towards the mall. "Cool dude, Ayakayo." He ended up finding Kantiyama after around 6 minutes, looking intently at the map in his hand. "Perfect." He walked up behind Kantiyama, just enough that it didn't look suspicious, and whispered into Kantiyama's ear. "Hello, 27. Kantiyama visibly tensed up, meaning that he had double and triple checked the information he had, and he was DMing sure that Kantiyama was the villain, but the confirmation was nice. "I could burn you from the inside." Kantiyama whispered back. "It'll take me less than a minute to kill you. So I suggest backing off. It'll take me far less time to do the same." He replied, his heart pounding in his throat. Hopefully his plan would work. "What's your quirk, buddy boy?" the guy asked, confidence filling his voice. "I'll give you one better, I am Kira." It felt so good to just say it out loud to someone, even a stranger that's going to die. It feels silly, but it made him feel relieved in a way. He could see Kantiyama tense up even more, and was even seeming to waver. "Prove it," Kantiyama said, the confidence in the villain's voice replaced by a false confidence, a bravado that he probably didn't feel inside. "Very well then. I'll prove it to you." He snapped his fingers, and one of the people cleaning the store in front of them, a coffee shop, collapsed to the ground. Matsuke Aishi, serial SXL assault. Sexually abused his wife and kids, as well as his niece and nephew. Gaslit the people he abused into thinking they wanted it, coached his victims into lying to the police. Not enough evidence to convict him, the courts threw out the case. A garbage human being that deserved to die. His mind went to what he had written in the death note. Matsuke Aishi is present at the Heikyo breakfast shop in the Kajin Mall by 4:48 p.m. at the latest. Dies of a heart attack the moment someone snaps their fingers once when Kantiyama Tsukiyoda is present in the Kajin Mall. He had thought about some more complicated plan, but a more complicated plan was prone to failure. That's where a lot of so-called geniuses fail. They make these overcomplicated plots with 1,000 variables, and because of their ridiculously complicated plan they call themselves geniuses. Then their plan inevitably results in failure. There's an old quote that he remembers, he even has it on a postcard. A designer knows he has achieved perfection not when there is nothing left to add, but when there is nothing left to take away. A quote from Antoine de Saint-Exupéry, a French novelist from pre-Quirk times. His plans were as simple as he could make them. That's a coincidence," the guy said, clearly frightened and not believing what he was saying. "Well then, I'll just have to show you again." He snapped his fingers again, and a second person dropped to the ground. Isegai Miyako. She ran a BRL which sold out underage girls with animal mutation quirks to anyone who could pay enough money. Disgusting garbage. Her entry in the death note was very similar to Matsuke's. Isegai Miyako is present near the Heikyo breakfast shop in the Kajin Mall by 4:50 p.m. at the latest. Dies of heart attack the moment someone snaps their fingers twice when Kantiyama Tsukiyoda is present in the Kajin Mall. "So, what are you going to do with me now?" Kantiyama asked nervously. "Hold out your hand, I'm going to hand you something," he said, and then subtly moved the file he was holding into Kantiyama's hand, which he took without complaint. "What do I do now?" he asked, still very nervous. "There's a park in the center of the mall. Head over there. If there's an empty bench, sit down. If there's not, wait until there is. Inside of the envelope there's an earpiece. Put it on, I'll be able to hear you and give instructions." He grabbed the second earpiece from his pocket and slipped it on his ear. Kaneyama walked into the park and he followed until he got to a window so he could see the villain, who had put in the earpiece as requested and was sitting on an empty bench. "Okay, Kira, what do I do now?" "There's a clipboard in the folder. Take it out and write down the names of everyone in the organization you are a part of." "I'm not going to do that, Kira. I'm a high-ranked person in my organization. 10 will kill me if I reveal the real names of everyone in the organization. And you're a criminal, and I kill criminals. If you refuse this, you're going to die regardless, so you might as well give the names." "Very well." He heard a sigh from the other side of the earpiece. "You're in luck, Kira. I happen to know the names of everyone in the organization because I'm a naturally curious person." It didn't take that long for him to write down the names, as well as quirk descriptions, appearance details, as well as their identities within the organization. All the information he needed. You know, even 10 is just a pawn in the hands of All for One. "You'll never kill him," Kantiyama said. "I know," he whispered back. "This is the beginning of taking down All for One. Knock out the pawns and rooks before checkmate. Anyway, I'm done. What should I do now?" "Put everything back in the folder, throw it in the only trash can in the park, and you are free to leave the mall." 27. "Not gonna kill me, Kira? Just leave." 27. Kaneyama did as ordered, putting everything back into the folder, threw the folder into the trash can, and walked out of the mall. He waited about 30 seconds, and then ran to the trash can, pulling out the folder. He said something under his breath about a diamond thief stealing his folder, and threw it in the trash, the fucker. Just loud enough that people overheard what he was saying. Now all he needed was to write this information in his own handwriting and present it to Principal Nizu. Kantiyama Tsukiyoda finds out as much as he can about his villainous compatriots without acting suspiciously, then is present in the Kajin Mall near the Heikyo breakfast shop at 5:02 p.m. at the latest. Once approached by the person he understands as Kira, he will never turn his face to see the person he thinks is Kira's identity, and will not resist any commands given by who he thinks is Kira. Writes down all the information he knows about his villainous compatriots, and then leaves Kajin Mall. Returns 4 hours later to Kajin Mall to burn the security tapes in a way it's obvious he did it. Does not reveal his betrayal to anyone, escapes Japan on a boat but gets caught in a storm and drowns. A pretty lengthy entry in the Death Note, but this was the main part of his plan after all. He had reviewed everything in advance, and his plan was waterproof. He had the information he needed, the security tapes would be wiped, and 27 would be blamed for it. His plan was foolproof. His phone rang in his pocket. He pulled it out immediately, because it could be an important message from Stain or Dabi. Akiboji 323, "Hey Atakani. This is you, right?" Amikumo 323, "Yeah, this is, what's up?" Ayakayo messaged him. Well, he did seem like a friendly guy, so it made sense. Akiboji 323, "So me and a couple of friends were gonna hang out at Tierns at about. You wanna go?" He thought about that for a moment. He would probably have to modify his disguise a bit, but he could make it work. He'd probably need to go shopping for some temporary clothing. It might be wrong to take money from villains, but he made sure to only take from villains with nobody they need to support. So a different pair of jeans, most likely. The shirt was fine, he had worn the hoodie over it, so he could just wear that. He knew enough about Yokia Adventura to talk about it if he needed to. Picking up random bits and pieces of information seemed to be useful. You never know when you'll need some random fact. So he put on a hat that hid his hair, took out his contacts, and changed into something he would normally wear, eventually. Demon, those jeans were tight. And snuck out the window again. Could never be too careful. He had seen a clothes store on the way. "Hey, Atakani, why are you dressed differently?" Ayakayo asked as he approached Tierns. "Well, I spilled some soda on myself, so I had to change because the cup was nearly full," he explained. "Good. A guy with bright hair that looked like fire and red-orange eyes yelled out. You watch Yokia Adventura too? Oh yeah, he still had this shirt. I mean, I haven't seen it in a while, but I did watch it before. Well, you might want to get back into it, the Aegis arc is one of the best. Oh, I'm Kai-8 by the way. I'll be sure to do so. He replied. So who's the rest of you? A guy with a single, curved, golden-colored horn, rust-red hair, and black eyes spoke up at that point. I'm Kai-8. The last guy, who had metallic blue hair and eyes, spoke up. I'm Tadakiya. Well, you ever been to Tyrns? Ayakayo asked him. Nope, I'm only visiting Hanrun-Cal, and I'll be leaving tomorrow. Well, I hope you'll come up to Hanrun-Cal sometime in the future, so we can hang out again. Maybe. So what is Tyrns? Turns out that Tyrns was a very strange place. It's one of those shops you wonder how they stay in business, and what illegal shit they're doing to stay afloat. There's crappy food, strange games, and seating in weird places. Place was packed, though, so that explains things. He picked up the numbers of the rest of Ayakayo's friends somewhere along the way. When he got back to the room, he saw a notification on his main phone. Yuachako has added Emizuku to Class 1A group chat. -2 hours ago. A group chat? He'll probably just lurk. Yuachako 603. Anyone have Bakugo's contact info? Huh, looks like Bakugo didn't give his contact information. Well, good luck for everyone else that he has Bakugo's contact information. Emizuku has added Bikatsuki to Class 1A group chat. He'll probably just check in every so often to make sure Bakugo's still in the group chat and hasn't left. He was on the train back to UA. It was 10 a.m. on Sunday. His Kira disguise burned up, reduced to ash, and the ashes themselves in a sewer dropped off when he swapped trains in some train stop in the middle of nowhere. The curlers were mostly successful, but he ended up cutting it off just to be sure. Every lead was plugged. He even changed his plan and bought the All Might figurine he said he was going up for, and it was even a local shop, so that's that. Only 3 hours left until he arrived at Mizudafu, and 3.5 hours until he was back at UA. He wouldn't share the information he got immediately. He'd wait 3 days before sharing the information with Principal Nizu, so he could double-check the information and maybe scrounge up anything else he could find. There was the Royal Hero Agency in Hanrun-Cal. Maybe the Pro-Hero Royal Eminence had some information on the group he dubbed the Numbers. His thoughts drifted into how he would possibly do this without the Death Note. It would probably involve a lot more computer work, and a lot more trawling through the quirk registry, checking notes, maybe even a trip to Hanrun-Cal or two. It'd probably take at least a month. But he'll be able to present the information to Principal Nizu a week after being assigned the task. Getting this information was pretty easy. Most likely the Numbers were grossly overconfident. They likely felt pressured to action by the weight of Kira and Stain, who he noticed had started killing criminals as well, and were either overconfident or sloppy. Either way, it doesn't matter. By next week's end, all of the Numbers will be on trial at the very least. Except 27, Kentiyama Tsukiyota, who will be drowning at sea. And then maybe Principal Nizu will assign him another goal. He knows very little about All for One. They only had a particularly brief conversation when he was acting as Seishin. It was a tiny bit funny that All for One was speaking to a holder of One for All and he didn't know. But from what he could read of the supervillain, he was the type to have all sorts of roots spread throughout the world. So Izuku was DMN sure that the Numbers wasn't the only one of his organizations, even in Japan, even though All Might spent the most time in Japan. All Might's been capturing pieces for decades now, and All for One had been in check once before, so checkmate was fast approaching. Most likely, looking at what he's seen, and the way All for One and Shigaraki were talking, it'll be before the next year's end. His phone rang at that point. Not his burner phone, his actual phone, which was unusual. It was an unknown number. Who could it possibly be? And it was a scam call. Something about hero damages insurance. He heard about these companies. They prey on vulnerable people and charge ridiculous rates. Also, a combination of the hero agencies and the government pays for property damage from hero damages, so these insurance companies didn't sell a necessary service. On his final train back to Mizudafu, 2 stops before getting to UA, Kaminari walked on the train, looking pretty tired. What had he done over the weekend? Hey Kaminari, he called out. How was your weekend? Rough. Kaminari replied, sounding uncharacteristically beaten down. Family was loud the entire weekend, so I didn't get that much sleep. What about you? What did you do? Over the weekend? Oh, he replied, pulling out the new All Might figurine he got. I went up to Hokkaido to get this. I know that's far, but this is All Might's debut costume. Sounds like a better time than me being with my family. Kaminari said, almost sounding defeated, but he did sit down right beside Izuku. Sorry if you don't want to hear all of this. I can stop if you want. Nah, you can go on. He replied. If I can help, I will. There's not much to it, just, my mother told me yesterday I couldn't be a hero. Said my quirk would fry my brain before I'd graduate. Kaminari said, after a pause. Nonsense. You're gonna be a great hero. He said. Your quirk doesn't do too well at range, so maybe you could have something for that? That's what costumes are for, reducing the weak points of your quirk and fighting style and increasing your strong points. Anyways, how's your quirkless combat skill? Not good. Kaminari admitted. Well, I can help with that. I only got my quirk about 3 months ago, so, yeah. You got your quirk 3 months ago? And you can already use it like that? That's amazing, Midoriya. Well, yes. But anyways, I'd be happy to help with whatever you need. Thanks, Midoriya. I'll definitely take you up on that offer sometime soon. Maybe before the sports festival. You still think it's going to happen? He asked. I mean, the school did just get attacked pretty recently. There's going to be 100,000 people in attendance, including thousands of pro heroes. It would be suicide to attack the sports festival. Yeah, you're right. T, are you there? I found out something. Midoriya Izuku spoke up. Please, share your observations, Mrs. Midoriya. T said from his laptop. Well, for the past 6 days, Kira's been killing criminals exclusively within Japan. 21 criminals in total. You're quite correct. I noticed that as well. My theory is that Kira isn't trying to hide the fact that he's Japanese and in Japan. In fact, I don't think that Kira has left Japan in the past 3 months. That goes along with what we established, that Kira is relatively young. Kamui Woods spoke up. So now that we're sure Kira is Japanese, what are we going to do? We need to pull Kira out of hiding. The unique difficulty in this is that Kira as a symbol is that Kira can operate in the shadows in perpetuity. But Kira is only capable of doing this because of the more public figure of Stain. If we arrest Stain, then Kira will probably be more in the open. Are you sure that's going to work? Kageyama Tsuji spoke up. Her voice was quiet, yet the moment she started speaking, everyone else went silent. From my experience, if a person becomes a symbol, killing them will only intensify their message, especially if that message is perceived as counterculture. We can't just not arrest Stain. Death Arms said. But I get what you're saying, arresting him would be dangerous. But leaving him around is even more dangerous. Stain's message is already out. T said. So arresting the hero killer would be less dangerous. The pro-heroes Endeavor and Hawks should team up and head to Hosu. I have intelligence that Stain is present in Hosu, and he recently arrived. Which means he should be in Hosu for 2 weeks at the very least. Tamiji, call the Hero Commission Assistant Director Sukatake. Midoriya Izuku yelled. Tell him what T said about assigning Hawks and Endeavor to Hosu. A guy with a single curved silver horn ran out of the room. Why those two and not All Might? Otodoragon asked. I mean, they are 2 of the top 3 heroes in all, but wouldn't All Might be better? In the video, Stain said that the only hero who he would allow to kill him was All Might. It's very possible that Stain will intentionally get himself killed by All Might, which is what he wants. Anyway, I sent a message to the Hero Commission, so that combined with Tamiji's call should be enough to convince them. Anyway, Stain isn't our main focus, we're here to catch Kira. I do have concerns, though. One of the police detectives said. It's a major possibility that Kira is underage, am I correct, T? There's at least a 37% chance of that being correct, Detective Ikari. What of it? Legislation around minors is a pretty murky territory. Detective Ikari replied. Especially because I've been thinking that Kira could have been manipulated to some degree. Kira's an international supervillain, Detective Ikari. Even if Kira is a minor, it should be barely an inconvenience to try them as an adult. In fact, the reverse would be extremely difficult. And there's only a 0.2% chance that Kira is being forced or coerced into killing. T replied. I know it sounds distasteful, but you still need to understand that Kira is probably one of the most prolific serial killers of all time. If you can't handle arresting a minor, then I suggest you leave. Two of the detectives stood up at that point and walked up to Midoriya. I'm sorry, Mrs. Midoriya, but I don't think I can arrest a minor in good faith. The first one said, bowing. I myself have a daughter who's 14 right now. I couldn't imagine someone her age being Kira. I apologize for wasting your time. The second detective said, also bowing. There's no dishonor in knowing your limits, Detective Tadashi, Detective Sadakama. Your work on this case has been invaluable, but I understand. Especially you, Detective Sadakama. I have a 15-year-old myself. She replied. I'll provide you stellar recommendations in your future jobs. You were both very helpful. Thank you. The two detectives said, bowing again, and then walking out, suitcases in hand. So now there's only 12 people left. Death Arms said, Is this enough? That's more than enough, Death Arms. T replied. I think we should postpone our next meeting until a week after Stain is arrested, giving us time for Kira's reaction. I don't think we'll find anything major until then. Any disagreement? There were sounds of agreement from everyone. Very well then. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, we will find Kira. With those parting statements, the laptop T was using turned off, and Watari grabbed the laptop and left. T looked down at the papers scattered in front of him. This case certainly was one of the most difficult he had worked on in quite some time. Maybe even ever. The amount of information he had was little to nothing. Kira could kill at range, only needing a name and face, could control his victims before he killed them, and could most likely, 86% chance, control the time of his victims' deaths as well. Meaning all Kira needed was less than a minute of spare time per day, and someone would be dead. He had tried to use tracking services to find if someone was searching about fake heroes, but at this point thousands, if not tens of thousands, of people were doing the same thing, searching through public, and sometimes not so public, information on fake heroes and villains. He had also tried to shut down the forums where people shared information on potential victims for Kira, comparing notes and similar, but whenever one was shut down, two more took its place, like the mythical Hydra. Shutting down these forums was now the primary task of the IIRC, International Internet Regulation Committee, which shut down about 36 every single day. A needle in the haystack to the thousands that are floating around in the deep web. It was public support that was the problem. Exposing rotten systems to the air was irresistible to many people, and now that it had spread internationally, it was going to be almost impossible to stop. Keyword, almost. That was what was interesting about this case, not only the lack of information presented to him, but the fact that public support was behind this supervillain. There had been an anonymous poll recently, and 29% of people polled supported Kira and Stain in some way, primarily younger people, which was even more worrying. Odds are some of the Hero Corps students at UA and the other hero schools were supportive of Kira and Stain in some way, even if they wouldn't admit it out loud. Not like that was 100% a bad thing. The system badly needed reform. The HPSC was more focused on maintaining a status quo than any sort of quality control. But this was far from the right way. He'd probably have Dr. Shinso interview Kira. An aspect of Mind Palace was mind reading, which Dr. Shinso used to tear apart the ideology of villains, and Dr. Shinso loved a challenge as much as he did. Now, to create a plan to force Kira's hand. The problem was that even if Kira was a student at a hero school, there's 47 hero schools in Japan, and a total of about 5,040 Hero Corps students. Sure, he has some theories about specifics, but Kira could be at some local hero high school. That's what he would do if he was Kira anyways. So forcing Kira's hand would most certainly be a difficult task. He had this theory that Kira had access to the investigation's report somehow. How he accomplished this feat he had no idea, but it's a possibility that Kira was either a member of Kamui Wood's agency or a relative. He clicked a button on his communicator. It was special access to Watari for situations like this. Watari, this is T. I have a theory. What is it, T? Watari asked from the communicator. I think Kira has access to information from the investigation. I want to create a plant to try and prove this point. Why don't you just update the security for Kamui Wood's agency? That sounds like a much better idea. I've looked over the agency's security software. It's the same security you'll find almost anywhere. Decades of software piled on top of each other to the point it would take years to sort through everything. Our security software was built from the ground up, and it's not a system we can implement easily. Planting the information is the only way. Ah, that makes sense. What sort of information are you planning to plant? That Kira is a high school student, this we have confirmed. I estimate an 84% chance this is the case. I want to know what Kira's going to do with that. Well, good luck with your plan, T. Luck's not a part of this, Watari. It's skill that's the main thing. Principal Nizu looked at the security camera footage in front of him. Someone or something had tampered with the footage when the media entered the school. That, combined with the disintegrated door of the UA barrier, and the fact the class schedule was messed with, leads to only one conclusion. There's a mole in the school. He hates the idea of a mole, someone who was in their school working for the League of Villains, and most likely all for one. But looking at the information, it was the only theory that made sense. The warp quirk user left traces of his quirk up to 7 hours afterwards. They checked and no trace. So the warp quirk user was out of the picture. Although, he was hopeful that Midoriya would finish the investigation into the Numbers Guild. Principal Nizu. A voice came from the other side of his door. I have an important message for you. Come on in, Yagi. He replied. The door opened, and the thin frame of Yagi Tashinori, also known as All Might, walked through. What is it, Yagi? He asked, folding his paws together, and then hopping off of his chair. I have tea if you want it. He pointed to the tea he had just recently made sitting on the table. Yagi grabbed a cup. Thanks, Principal Nizu. He grabbed 2 sugar cubes, and plopped them in one after the other. It's about Nomu. They did testing on it, and they determined that while it did have several people's DNA in it, most quirks don't work that way. So that means the mysterious message we got is most likely true. All for One really is back. I really didn't want to believe it, to be honest. I know, it's not something I'd like to believe as well, but it seems like we have to acknowledge that he really has returned. And because of his involvement with Nomu, it's most likely that he's sided with the League. We need to get ready. UA needs to be ready. Right. Yagi said. Anyway, I have to go, there's a class I have to plan for. Have a great day, Yagi. He said as the hero left. As much as he didn't want to acknowledge it, the age of the symbol of peace was waning fast. New, massively powerful villain organizations are sprouting up. People are getting more critical of heroes every passing moment. Hopefully the changes he made to the sports festival would help assuage the fears of the population. Does Kira know what he is doing? Do you think Tadiki-sensei is going to be returning? Ashido asked from her chair. No way. Izuku said in response. I saw how injured he was at USJ. He should be out for like a week. But you never know, he seems like the stubborn type. My older brother said that. Tadiki-sensei is still in the hospital. Ida said. Although I suspect that he might leave earlier. Well, now Ida admitted he knew Aizawa before their class. He can most certainly use this. Wait. He spoke up. You knew Tadiki-sensei before UA? A little bit. Ida admitted. My older brother and him are friends, so I've seen him around our house sometimes. So cool. Hagakure exclaimed. Can you tell us any juicy details about him? Spreading rumors about teachers is unbecoming of a student of UA. Ida replied. I won't spread rumors about any of our teachers. Any? Ashido asked, eyes wiggling. That means that you know rumors about the other teachers. Absolutely not. Ida yelled out. I don't have any so-called tea on our teachers. And Ida saying tea was the highlight of his day. He couldn't help but start laughing, and quite a few of his classmates were also laughing. I don't understand what I said that's funny. Ida said, confused. I never expected you to say tea. He said. Where did you even learn what tea is? I learned it from my older brother. Ida explained. I know more current terms than you'd expect. At that point the door opened, revealing Aizawa-sensei. Although he looked more like a mummy with black hair. Hello everyone. Aizawa-sensei said from beneath his bandages. I'm still here. Are you sure you should be here? You look like a mummy. Shiro said. There's nothing wrong with taking a few days off. Even beings of darkness need restorative time. Tokoyami said. Quiet. Aizawa said, and they all were silent. I have an announcement for you all. The sports festival is going to get moved up. So you have 12 days to be ready for the sports festival, which is happening next Saturday. Is that wise? Ida asked. I mean, there was a villain attack at the school recently. There will be triple the amount of security, and even normally, there are thousands of heroes present during the sports festival stadium directly, and even more attend as civilians. In addition to all of that, we have Mahakala, Cementos and Akamul building the facilities from the ground up. Now that that's taken care of, it's time for another special lesson. The class was silent at that point, him included. What could this lesson be about? Something relating to the sports festival most likely. What could it be? Maybe they were going to learn something special for the sports festival? Head back to the USJ for actual rescue training this time? What could they be doing? We'll be picking out hero names. Aizawa announced. That seemed to break the dam, his classmates yelling out what they wanted their hero name to be. But he was thinking. He had devoted pretty much all of his mental energy to his work as Kira, so he hadn't really thought about a hero name. What sort of hero did he want to be? Well, at least, the hero he wanted to portray as his public image. Easy, he wanted to be a hero that saved as many people as he could. He didn't want to be a symbol of peace, like All Might. Peace is a weak word, a passive word. It implied stagnation and return to the status quo. He wanted to be a different symbol, a symbol of change. The world was a broken place. It didn't need a symbol of peace, in fact that's the last thing the world needed. It needed a symbol of revolution, first and foremost, but that would be fulfilled by him under the guise of Kira. As a hero, he would be the symbol of change, to make sure the world that's upheaved by Kira is changed into a better world. Now what would be a good name for a symbol of change? Make sure to choose a good hero name. Aizawa started saying. Or else you'll know true hell. The door burst open, and Midnight strode in. The hero names you choose here may be the ones you'll keep for the rest of your life. So choose wisely. Midnight here will help with choosing your hero names. Aizawa said, slipping back into the yellow sleeping bag he seemed to always carry with him. Izuku faintly heard Aizawa say, I'm no good at that. Children. Midnight announced, cracking her whip. Think about what type of hero you wanted to be. What you want to do in the future. Use this as a basis for your hero name. Be creative. You don't have to base your hero name around your quirk. He was handed a marker and a whiteboard. He knew what he wanted to be, a symbol of change. How does he make this into a hero name? He definitely wants something cool. Short yet memorable. Something that involves breaking something and building it anew. He looked up to see that Aoyama walked up to the platform, ready to announce his hero name. The shining hero, I cannot stop twinkling. Meaning, you can't stop my sparkles. A sentence? Aoyama chose a sentence as his hero name? His sentiments were shared by the rest of the class. I'd be better if you chose something a bit more positive, got it? Midnight asked. Oui, mademoiselle. Aoyama announced, erasing his board and writing something else. The shining hero, I will eternally sparkle. Maybe take out the I will, and then alter the grammar to fit. Midnight suggested. And then Aoyama announced his new hero name, Eternally Sparkling. One by one, his classmates chose hero names. Ashido ended up with Pinky, after her first name, Alien Queen, was rejected. Tsu ended up with Froppy. Tokoyami with Tsukuyami, Siro with Tape Man, Sato with Sugarman, Hagakure with Invisible Girl, Uraraka with Uravity. All good hero names. Kaminari's hero name was a surprise. He chose the hero name Revolt. A very clever pun indeed. Kirishima's was a homage to the famous ex-hero Krymzynn Riot, with hero name of Red Riot. And then it came to his own hero name. He rejected all of the names that were derived from All Might's hero name. His first plan had been to go with Deku as a name of spite, but choosing a hero name out of spite was pathetic. He needed a name that people would feel safe standing behind, both literally and figuratively. He had it. The name that embodies what it means to be a hero, what he wants to be as a hero. This was it, the name that would represent him for the foreseeable future. A virtue all true heroes should hold. He grabbed his whiteboard and wrote down his hero name. Yaoyorozu had just presented her own name, Kryati. He looked to make sure that nobody else was walking up, waiting a half second, and then he got up. He showed his whiteboard to the class. I am the fearless hero, Dauntless. After he presented his hero name, there were only a few people left. Ida, Todoroki, and Bakugo. Bakugo's first hero name idea, King Explosion Murder, definitely wasn't heroic by any means. He could tell why Midnight rejected it. But Todoroki was a surprise, not choosing a hero name and instead going by his given name, and Ida did the same thing, saying something about not being worthy of the Ingenium title. Maybe he can help Todoroki and Ida make a hero name. It was something important that would most likely affect them for the rest of their hero career. Still, there were 12 days until the sports festival, so there's plenty of time if a change is wanted to change his hero name. But he's not changing his hero name. He's pretty surprised it wasn't taken before, but hero names based on virtues are shockingly rare, at least in Japan. There's only a single hero currently in Japan with a virtue-based name, Serenity. So there was nothing stopping him from using the hero name Dauntless. Hey Ida, why didn't you choose a hero name yet? He asked during lunch. Aizawa told them they were going to have some pretty intense hero training today. So he made sure to pile on some extra food for himself. He was always hungry recently. I don't know, I asked my older brother about it, and he said I should forge my own path. I don't know what that means. Ida explained. Well, what sort of hero do you want to be? He asked. I chose my hero name based on the sort of hero I wanted to be. One that charges forward, ready for any sort of situation. So what do you want to be as a hero? What inspired you to act heroically? That would be my older brother, Tensei. I always looked up to him. And I became a hero so I could honor him. Maybe you could base your hero name off of the name Ingenium, similar to what Kirishima did with Krymzynn Riot. Uraraka spoke up. That'd be so cool. I guess. Ida replied. Thanks Uraraka. I'll see what I can do about that. What about you, Todoroki? Azui asked. You also didn't choose a hero name. I'll think of something later. Todoroki replied. You all make it sound like a big deal. I haven't decided yet. We have 12 days at the very least. Well, Todoroki's logic did make sense. Anyway, how was your guys' weekends? Uraraka asked. I didn't do much. What about you guys? I got to spend my time with my brother. Ida replied. I certainly did enjoy being able to hang out with him. Oh! Uraraka exclaimed. Do you guys have any siblings? I'm an only child myself. I only have my older brother. Ida replied. I have a younger sister and a younger brother. Eitsuyu added. What was he going to say? He knew he had at least one half-sibling out there, but he didn't really interact with them at all. Hell, he didn't even know if he had an older half-brother or older half-sister. So he pretty much was an only child. I'm also an only child. Yaoyorozu added as well. Same here. He said, the lie slipping easily from his lips. He was becoming better at lying by the week. In a way it was a good thing, because he had so many secrets that would be very dangerous to himself or others if they ever were revealed. They all looked over at Todoroki, who hadn't replied yet. I have an older brother and an older sister. Todoroki replied after a bit. Anyways, I also didn't do too much over the weekend. I went up to Hokkaido to get an All Might figurine. He said, Hey, Before you judge, it had All Might's debut costume. Those are pretty rare at this point. I hope you were safe. Kira killed 2 criminals up in Hokkaido over the weekend. Yaoyorozu said, looking up from her phone. Hopefully you weren't too close to the villain. He rubbed the back of his head. I didn't hear about any of that, so I wasn't that close. He lied again. He hated lying, and he hated how good at lying he had gotten. But it was necessary. Also, apparently nobody else had done anything interesting over the weekend. Yaoyorozu, Azui, and Uraraka all stayed at UA for that time. Alright, today we're training your reaction times. Aizawa announced, and then immediately threw a baseball into the group of their class. It slammed into Kirishima, who had hardened his skin in reaction, so the baseball didn't do much of anything. You should have dodged that, Aizawa said without a change in tone. Izuku decided then and there that Aizawa is the best teacher he could ask for. It was clearly obvious that UA took its freestyle education idea seriously, which was a good thing. He'd hate if Principal Nizu was a hypocrite. Having a good reaction time is essential to being a hero. Being able to make a split-second decision or several split-second decisions in a row is something you will make every day as a pro hero. Even for those of you with powerful quirks, villains also have powerful quirks, and you'll end up in a fight that you are struggling in. Aizawa explained. So that's why I'm here, to teach you the hero things that All Might really can't. Firstly, reaction times. Their teacher pressed a button, opening up a nearby gym they hadn't really looked at before, an obstacle course inside. You better thank Cementos and Akamul for building this in short order. This obstacle course looks simple, but the second and third years of the support course were allowed to get creative in their designs for the course. He saw a sort of doomed look in Aizawa's face when the support classes were mentioned. What the hell is up with the support class? First group, Midoriya, Shiro, Kirishima, Tokoyami, and Aoyama. Go! Aizawa announced. Great, he was in the first group. That meant that he didn't have the opportunity to observe the obstacle course. But he didn't choose the hero name, Dauntless, for nothing. Diving forward into battle. The 5 of them went into the gym, and the large doors closed behind them. So that way the other groups didn't get an advantage. The obstacle course consisted of 6 very thick pillars. Pillars? Platforms? What's the right word? The platform they were standing on, and a platform on the other side. There was water in the pit beneath them. The pillar platform things were about 2 meters square, and separated from each other by an additional 2 meters. It looks easy. Keyword is looks. From Aizawa's expression when he mentioned this being designed by the support course second and third years, this was too easy. Absolutely too easy. That was proven when the platform they were standing on began retracting into the wall behind them, while the platform split into 3 parts, the corner parts going into the walls diagonally, making a growing put. Quick! Everyone jump! He yelled out, then took a running leap for the first platform. A foam-covered bar jutted out from a hidden compartment on the platform, missing him by inches. He landed on the platform, but the area he had been landed in was coated in oil? Whatever it was, it made the ground really slick, so he started sliding towards the edge. The platform was also pretty smooth, but with 10% 1 for all slamming into the ground, he created small divots in the ground with his reinforced boots. He managed to stop himself just before falling off. The next thing he did was roll over once or twice until he didn't feel the oily stuff anymore. He'd need to wash his gym uniform after this. He got a look back to see that Dark Shadow was grabbing onto the platform with 2 dark hands. The quirk's obsidian claws were digging into whatever material this was made out of, dug in about 10 centimeters or so. There were bits of Shiro's tape scattered around the platform, and Kirishima was also grabbing onto the platform, hardened hands digging into the surface just like Dark Shadow's claws. Alright, he'll get Kirishima first, then Tokoyami. He carefully walked over to where Kirishima was holding on, the dim lighting hiding the almost imperceptible seams in the platform. He had to dodge 2 traps, a pit and a net, before getting to where Kirishima was. Take my hand, Kirishima, he called out, reaching out with his hand. Kirishima looked up and grabbed his hand. He still had 1 for all flowing through him, so he managed to pull Kirishima up pretty easily. When the two of them were fully on the platform, Izuku couldn't help but look where Kirishima was hanging. A foam-covered fist went out about a meter with a grinding sound of metal against metal. And then there was a jerking sound, and the entire platform shook. Kirishima, go grab Tokoyami. I'll be on the lookout for Shiro. Another piece of tape rushed by, grabbing onto the bar, but it slipped off. He ran over to where the tape was, and wrapped it around his arm before grabbing the bar structure. It was a bit tough, but he managed to get Shiro on the platform. He looked over and Kirishima had managed to get Tokoyami up on the platform. Shiro, did you see what happened to Aoyama? He asked. He hadn't seen Aoyama since the platform retracted. Aoyama fell into the water trying to jump to the platform. Kirishima explained, and then the platform shook. Well, I think we should get to the second platform, if this one is unstable. The platform shook a third time, then there was the sound of metal scraping against metal, and the platform started to lean. Run! He called out. Get to the other side as fast as you can. New plan, get to the other side as fast as he could. Leaping from one platform to the next, taking only a second on each platform. On the fifth platform, he hit a foam wall that appeared out of nowhere. He got the breath knocked out of him, but he summoned enough energy to push off of the wall and land on the fourth platform, but of course that wasn't the end, and where he had landed was actually some sort of hologram, and he fell about 3 feet down. He was thankful for his gloves and boots, because otherwise his hands and feet would be torn and bloody. He somehow managed to get out of the hole. How he did it, well, it's a mystery to even him. And was immediately knocked in the face with a foam ball. He managed to maneuver his way into a position where he didn't fall into the hole again with some unique poses. Of course that ball wasn't the only one, it was followed up closely after by dozens of the foam ball flying his way. He ducked down low to the ground in a crouching position, the ball bouncing off of his back. Of course this was nowhere near the end of it, as there was a powerful gust of wind that came out of nowhere. The only safe place was the hole, so he laid down, body facing in the direction of the wind, hands grabbing onto the rim of the hole. After about 15 seconds, the wind relented, and he clambered up and looked at the wall. It was about 3 meters tall, about a half meter thick, and foam-covered. There weren't any handholds or footholds on the foam. Well, the only solution at this point was to just jump the wall. There wasn't really that much room to get a running start, but he used whatever he had, taking a few strides and leapt. He jumped over the barrier and landed on the other side. Straight into jello that only looked like it was the same material as the rest of the platform. He managed to climb his way out of the gelatin and he crawled on it. But that wasn't the only trap, because of course not. One of the areas was a hologram, and he had to scramble to get out, sending large chunks of gelatin falling into the hole. Then the gelatin started to liquefy, because of course it would. He scrambled to get to a place where he could jump to the final platform, and he just barely managed to do so, landing on the final platform. He stood up, but immediately felt dizzy. What is this? How did they even make this? He managed to crouch on the ground like he had done before. The dizziness subsided after an indeterminate amount of time, but his vision cleared, and he noticed there were a ton of seams in the surface of the platform. It was obvious there were quite a few traps. He saw the exit on the other side, an open door. He suspected the traps were weight-activated, but there was always the possibility that they weren't, that there was some other activation mechanism. There had to be something that he had on him that would work. All he had at this point was his gym uniform and the gloves and boots from his hero costume. Sort of, they were spares from his hero costume, which was what he was allowed. So he grabbed one of his gloves, balled it up, and tossed it onto the platform. Several traps, covered in padding, tried to catch the glove. But all 7 of them failed and the glove started drifting down into the water below. Just to be sure, he tossed his second glove. Even more traps were activated by the second glove. As soon as the second glove went off of the platform, he ran and then jumped. No more traps were activated. He landed on the end platform. But of course there were most certainly even more traps involved. And it was proven by the fact the end platform began to tilt. Or at least the part he was standing on. It didn't matter because he took one leap and made it to the end of the doorway. He stumbled out of the doorway to see Aizawa talking to Mahakala, and then turned to him. The first platform apparently had some structural problems, so head back to the dorms. The rest of the class will join you soon. So the metal noises weren't on purpose? Well, that made the entire adventure a little bit scarier. It ended up being that everyone in his group except for Aoyama got through the obstacle course. Although it was apparently a close call for Kirishima. The obstacle course yesterday was dangerous. I don't think Tadiki-sensei should have let the support classes have free rein over the obstacles. Ida said, there could have been safer ways to test our skills. He looked up from the news report he was reading. Today was the day he'd hand Principal Nizu the report. There weren't any main hero classes today, so he'd be able to give his information to the principal earlier in the afternoon. Danger is how we learn, Ida. Did you hear what Tadiki-sensei said about what villain fights are like? And this was pretty safe. Pretty much everything was padded or covered in foam. Water, gelatin, and pretty much everything was as safe as possible. He replied. Despite how creative some of the traps were, I thought it was all pretty safe. Yaoyorozu added. It was clear the support class knew what they were doing. So how'd you guys do? He asked. I know that our teacher showed our times, but that's only a surface-level observation. I'm curious about what it was like for you. I just made a temporary ice bridge. Todoroki said. It was pretty easy. I threw up because I made myself weightless. Uraraka added. But I won anyway. Soon the conversation drifted into the traps, which he didn't really care about, so he took out his phone and checked the news. The first two news items were pretty normal. Another copycat Stain Kira-inspired killer was caught, and Season 7 of Yokia Adventura was delayed because of some drama between the voice actor for Yokia Tokolia and one of the main writers for the story. Nothing really important. Until, he saw a report from Feel Good Media. Kira kills 458 criminals in one day. Psychology expert Shiade Imawane gives her shocking psychological profile. So you had the gelatin as well? How, sir? Hey Midoriya, are you okay? Yaoyorozu asked, and his shock must be showing. He knew he hadn't written that many names in the notebook last night. Forever. What did this mean then? Was there a second death note in the world? Instead of replying, he showed Yaoyorozu and the rest of his friends the article. Why hasn't T been able to catch this villain? Uraraka asked. I mean, he's caught every villain he's investigated within a month or two. It's been 3 months now. Remember the broadcast, Uraraka? Tsuyu replied. T proved that Kira can kill from a distance, meaning he can probably have a pretty good alibi if questioned. Maybe he had been underestimating Tsuyu's intelligence. She was very shrewd at observations, and she wasn't afraid to speak her mind. He should ask her some questions about what she thinks about Kira in the future. But I do think T is making progress, he said. Which was true. T hadn't put pressure on him lately, but he felt like the other shoe was going to drop any day now, and he was going to have to take drastic action in order to avoid being caught as Kira. Of course he is. Yaoyorozu replied. I don't think there's a villain alive that can evade T. Let's hope that's not the case. For his and the world's sake. Indeed. Ida added. History has shown that in the end, justice will always prevail, and those who are good will triumph over those who are evil. Exactly. The world is broken, a house built on shifting sand. The evil people have convinced the world that they are good, and that those who try to stop them from gaining ever more power are evil. It'll take a while, but people are waking up already. Eventually, the world will become a better place, where people don't need to be villains, just because they're discriminated against. Justice will eventually come to the wicked. He replied. A neutral statement with many meanings depending on who's talking and who's listening. Even though all his information was accurate, he felt nervous walking to Principal Nizu's office, the folder with all the information about the numbers inside. Everything was completely different from the folder he had when he confronted everything was accurate, and he had double-checked everything involved. And in case the principal wanted an explanation of how he got this information, he added a fake way of how he got the information. Before opening, he took a moment to press his ear to the door of the office, to see if he could hear anything. Silence. He knocked on the door of the principal's office twice. He heard a come in, so he opened the door. Principal Nizu was sitting on the couch in his office, a tea set on the table before him. Midoriya, would you care to have some tea? You came just on time, so the tea is still pretty hot. Principal Nizu said to him. I would, thank you. He replied. Many people would be surprised by this, but he really didn't like any sugar or cream in his tea or coffee. He has a sensitivity to sugar, so eating or drinking anything sweet tastes sickeningly sweet. Any sugar or cream? Principal Nizu asked, putting in 2 spoonfuls of sugar in his own tea. No thank you, I have a sensitivity to sugar. He replied, taking his tea and sipping it. Principal Nizu did know how to make tea. This one had a pretty delicate balance of flavors, if a bit bitter. I know, you listed it on your application. Principal Nizu said. Anyway, you said that you had found out information about the organization I requested? Yes, I do. He handed the principal the folder, nervousness in his gut and his heart pounding in his throat. This was the moment of truth. If all of the information he had done was worth it, if he had concealed his actions as Kira well enough. The UA principal read through the report, flipping through the pages every so often, having the occasional slight reaction. After a few more minutes, he set the report down. This is very good, Midoriya. I think with your information local heroes can move in within the week. One more thing. I'm sure you heard of the recent news about the Kira killings drastically changing. What do you make of it? Nizu asked him. This was feeling like a test. What did the principal want him to say? It was obvious something had changed. Pretty much everyone with a brain could see that. Would bringing up a second Kira make him look more suspicious? No, with such a drastic change it would be obvious. I think there's a possibility that someone else has acquired the power of Kira somehow, and is using it the same way Kira does. He said. I thought the same thing, that's why I want you to join the Kira task force. You're a part of the Kira task force? He couldn't help but ask. Hadn't seen the principal's name on the list of members, but it could just be that he provides occasional advice, working on the task informally or something similar. Not directly, I'm more of an advisor, but I have enough of a pull that you should be able to help. And this? The principal lifted the folder. Is excellent analysis. I think with your help, we'll be able to catch Kira within the year. I definitely think we can do that. He said. Anyway, I presume I'm going to keep this a secret from everyone, including All Might? You presume right, Midoriya? Nizu replied. I trust you can make up an excuse for why you're in my office? Yes, I think I can. Well then, unless you have something else to add, you are free to go. He'd been searching for his SPRM donor in the crime registry, hoping that they'd bag him for something. He knew the man was into all sorts of illegal shit, had probably never made an honest day's work in his life. But he never expected to actually see the man. He refused to call the man his father, staring back at him, red eyes and bushy black hair staring back at him. His SPRM donor's list of aliases were listed right beside his profile, alongside his real name, Akashi Kuroto. There were 6 names in total, in addition to his real name. He looked at them, recording them in his memory. Midoriya Hisashi, Takahashi Ichiro, Hideki Tenkito, Kazumi Haruto, Yamashi Abrams Richard. The last one was an American-sounding name, so that was probably out. One by one, he eliminated the names until only one remained. Midoriya Hisashi. This is how he'll find his half-brother. Hiro Nereus. He called out and said. Hiro looked up. Your crimes are multiple, including altering your patrol route to protect villains, and you accept bribes to ignore certain crimes. The look of shock on the hero's face showed his evidence was right. It was worrying exactly how many heroes were corrupt. Hosu only has about 50 heroes protecting it, and already 3 were proving to be fakes. The entire system was broken. You're staying. The fake hero called out, summoning water from his fingertips. I'll show you what it means to be a true hero. Strands of water rushed towards him. Predictable. He knew how this guy worked. Nereus' quirk relied on the water being connected. He drew a katana he got specifically to fight Nereus. It was waterproofed and made from stainless steel, and sliced the tendrils. The water behind him falls to the ground. Turns out Nereus was better at combat than he let on, dodging his initial slice, and sending a burst of water his way, larger than all the tendrils combined. But he evaded it and sliced it apart. Nereus leapt backwards, sending more tendrils of water his way. Maybe he should retract his previous statement, "This guy doesn't know how to fight." Well, maybe he does, but not well. His victory is assured. Nereus sent a tendril of water at him again while dodging behind a wall. Another slice, and then he pursued the fake hero. They ended up in an alleyway. It was obvious that Nereus hadn't looked where he was going, because the alleyway was a dead end. The fake hero had noticed as well, but the guy seemed to be running with it, using tendrils of water to climb up the face of a building, while sending more water his way, which he again sliced through easily. He saw a fire escape parallel to where the fake hero was climbing up the building, not caring about the property damage he was doing. Well, that seems to be a common theme among heroes. He got to the top a second before the fake hero and used the time to close the distance between himself and the fake hero. All he needed was a single nick on the fake, which he managed to snag when the fake went around a corner. He snagged a tiny cut with the very tip of his katana. Perfect. He liked the blood he got from the hero, a few drops, that's all, and the fake collapsed to the ground. Nereus, you clearly are a fake, and you deserve to die. It was a quick execution, and he disposed of the body in a nearby dumpster. Another fake down. Now it's time to do the boring part, researching information into fakes. That's when his phone started vibrating in his pocket. There were very few people that had his number, so it must be something important. Hey Stain, you're well aware of how many supporters you have, although are you sure exactly how many? The voice of Dabi came through the phone. I don't really care about all that. He replied, jumping from rooftop to rooftop. I'll stay in Hosu for a month longer, then move on. No, you don't get it. Seishin and I advertised a time and place on one of the more well-known Kira forums, and by our count, over 1,000 people showed up. That's proof that we have influence. Dabi said, I was thinking we could do something big. You're neglecting one thing. Ever since Kira massively stepped up his killings, public support has dropped significantly. He replied. He had been monitoring the forums for a while, and now that it was the second day of over 400 killings a day, it was falling further. Why had Kira changed his pattern? Someone else has the power of Kira, isn't that obvious? Dabi said, sounding annoyed. And because of this, because Kira's power is not unique, which means someone is giving away the power of Kira. Oh, that makes a lot of sense in that case. And he also noticed something else. The first Kira still has his power, based on the fact that there's still specific targets dying about once a day. You know, Sheet. Dabi replied. So I think our best case scenario is to try to find this second Kira so we can get his power. I think the second Kira will be easier to find than the first. They're in Japan, and most likely work in the justice system, based on the sheer volume of killings in such a short amount of time. He said in response. Besides that, I don't have much of anything. We don't have the resources that someone like All for One or T has, so we need to play this cleverly. I'll ask Spinner, Seishin, and Toga if they can trawl the forums for information. I'm expecting Seishin to find the most, because I've seen the guy like 4 times in total. Oh yeah, Seishin. One of their most mysterious allies. Very knowledgeable, has one of the best costumes he's seen, and has expert-level combat skills. Yet he rarely sees the guy, probably because he's just a kid. 14 at the oldest. Probably goes to school, has homework, and stuff like that. He tried to convince Seishin not to go through joining, and gave him every opportunity to. Well, that's all he can do, and he doesn't want to reveal Seishin's true age to All for One or Shigaraki, so he feels stuck. Well, you know as well as I do that Seishin is pretty young. Anything else, Dabi? Nope. Good hunting, Stain. And then Dabi hung up. The guy was pretty rude sometimes. Whatever. He put his phone away. Another time. Of course that's when he heard a scream. Damn it. He had to help at this point. Ever since Kira showed up, he had fallen back to somewhere in the middle ground of Stendhal and Stain, so he was still doing vigilante acts. He was still standing on the rooftop, and he saw a kid who looked homeless and had an old, rusty knife, and a surprisingly good stance, facing off against 4 villains. He recognized who that villain group was. Well, looks like it's time to intervene. There was a fire escape nearby, so he used that to descend within only a few seconds, and finished off the trash villains in less than a minute. He turned around and saw the kid, standing there shaking with his rusty knife. He grabbed one of his survival knives, it had serrations near the handle, and some basic supplies in the handle, and handed it to the kid. Here, take this. It'll help you out. It was just a knife, and he could get another one easier enough. Actually, the balance on this knife was a bit off, so he might want a slightly better one. It's only going to be a small improvement, but he knows that slight advantages are the difference between victory and defeat. And he can never afford to lose. Group 473 has all been arrested. Sensei said from his computer screen. Tamura, I want you to check on Group 185, they're one of the only groups left. Damn it. He thought that he could use T trying to find Kira to protect more of Sensei's groups, but it looks like that didn't stop him. You think you can make a new group? He asked. I mean, you have to have a second game plan. I have something going on, although it's not going to bear fruit for a couple months. We may have to castle sometime in the future to avoid checkmate, as we just lost one of our knights. Kira is a wild card in this game, but they're slated generally against us at this point. I still haven't found anything about either Kira that T hasn't, but I haven't found much of anything. Making a new piece takes time, Tamura. Months and years, which is why it's annoying that everything I've built for over 200 years is being torn down. Yes, I have a plan in Hosu, he replied. Do you have any Nomu? There's 4 ready, of course none of them are on the level of the Nomu you had at the USJ, but they're still pretty powerful. That's fine. I'll use these mobs to benefit the gameplay. He replied. What about Stain's group? Have you heard anything about what they're doing? I know they're a tenuous ally at best, but surely you know something. I know a little, but I'm going to have a meeting with Stain after the sports festival. We'll see how Stain feels about our game strategy. He's a fellow PC that has a different alignment, so working together is difficult. Work well, Tamura. I hope your game plan is successful. I won't disappoint you, Sensei. I think there's a second Kira. Tfuyu said when they were eating dinner, fresh from lunch rush, because this time Aoyama tried to make something sparkly and somehow melted a pot to the stove. What do you think, Midoriya? I think that makes sense. He replied. He knew there was a second Kira, and he was currently hunting him down for the purpose of relieving him of his death note. With the sudden glut of murders. I think it's despicable. Ida spoke up. Some of those killed are already in prison, so they shouldn't get killed. It's scary to think that at any time you could get cut down by a supervillain. Uraraka said. It's frightening. What do you think about it, Todoroki? UA is protecting us, so I think we'll be fine. Todoroki said. And plus, I don't think Kira would kill you, if you have a good reason to be a hero anyways. He saw Uraraka tense up a bit. I sorta became a hero for the money. She admitted. Out of all people, he didn't expect Uraraka to be a hero for the money. But he waited, maybe he had an explanation. Well, my parents own a construction company, but several of the largest construction companies have been pushing my parents out of business, so we're pretty poor. I want to become a hero so I can support them if they decide to retire. He was glad he waited before making an opinion, because Uraraka actually had a pretty good reason to be a hero. There is nothing unheroic about providing for your family. Ida exclaimed. There's nothing more heroic about helping someone else. He had to agree with Ida on this. Uraraka definitely was a hero for the right reasons. Well, not entirely, but it was more than black and white. She's considering the practical aspects of heroism, something a lot of people, himself included, haven't thought about. Ida's right. He said, after swallowing the food that had been in his mouth. If you work hard, you can most certainly provide for your parents. Thanks, guys. Uraraka said aloud. I was worried for a bit. Anyways, why did all of you guys want to be a hero? I wanted to be a hero just like my older brother. Ida replied almost immediately. Someone who is effective in saving a lot of people. Of course he had a reason to be a hero. He was going to become the symbol of change, overturning how the world once was, and replacing it with something new, a better and more just world. There would be no dissuading him from the task he assigned himself. It'd be something he sees to the very end. But he couldn't express this out loud. As much as he hated it, people hated change, they wanted the world to stay the same. It was convenient, ignoring the fact they weren't as pure, just, and as good a person as they think they are. A problem that needs fixing. He wants people to feel uncomfortable with the status quo, he wants people to get off of their buttes and do something. He hated that people think dodging the truth and posting on social media about how virtuous they are when they ignore problems staring them in the FING face. Breathe Izuku in and out. In and out. My parents run a support equipment company. One of the things they make is prosthetics. I want to be a hero to prevent people from getting hurt in the first place. Won't that put your parents out of business? He asked out of curiosity. I'm not worried, they do all sorts of things. She replied. I heard from them that they intentionally don't make a profit on the prosthetics because they dislike having to make them, so I'm doing what they want. That's good then. It makes sense after all. I wanted to be a hero because I wanted to save people. Caro. So you said, I've always been good at helping people out. Alrighty, he'll go next. I wanted to be a hero just like All Might. Saving everyone with a smile. He said. For some reason, Todoroki's eyes narrowed at him almost imperceptibly. Strange. What about you, Todoroki? I want to become the #1 hero. Was all Todoroki said, before getting up and putting his bowl into the dishwasher. At first, he thought Todoroki was just like Bakugo, but he felt something was off about him. A crucial piece of the puzzle he was missing. Just what exactly was he missing? Hujindao Zian walked into a room, where 6 people in suits were sitting in a semicircle. They knew what this was about, after all they read the report given to them. It was supposedly a performance evaluation, but most likely it was another attempt to push them out of being a hero. Still, they were wearing their best suit, their favorite red tie, and a stern expression. Hello, sirs and madams. They said, sitting down in the chair on the straight side of the semicircle, noting the fact there were 3 women and 3 men. What are we talking about this performance evaluation? There's been calls lately for your retirement. One of the women, the oldest looking one, streaks of gray in her hair, and piercing red eyes. You know how much of a controversial hero you are. Indeed I do. They replied. I've been used to this controversy ever since I became a hero at 18. The older woman grabbed a folder and looked through the papers. People have been posting online lists of Chinese heroes, villains, and civilians you should eliminate. You can see why this is worrying to the government, as some of them are government officials. The government officials should be scared, maybe they'd actually stop this DMN civil war. We're with the federal army. An older man spoke up. He had short gray-white hair, and 2 goat's horns on either side of his ears, and a thicker forehead. We want you to retire being a pro-hero and sign on with the federal army. We're willing to pay 3.5 billion yuan as a sign-on bonus, and an additional 100 million yen every year for you to join the federal army. Oh, it was this type of meeting. They get offers from each side in the civil war for over a decade now. They hate it. They have a response they've made for this situation. I respectfully have to decline your offer. I assure you I never check any of those lists, and I wish to continue being a hero. Thank you for the offer. And they accompanied it with a bow. They gave the 6 a second look, just to be sure, and then left. Diamen, they hated politics. Izuku looked at his phone. The sports festival was tomorrow, and he should really get some sleep. But here he was, on his computer, hunting for information on the second Kira. 456 criminals died every day all around the world, many of them for only minor offenses, such as robbers. He needed to relive this Kira of his death note as soon as he could possibly do so. Hey Ryuk, a Shinigami must have brought a death note to the human world. Who do you think it could be? He asked. Ryuk had a lot of knowledge of the Shinigami realm, so maybe he knew who had brought the note down. Fingal. Ryuk replied immediately. His 624-year ban from taking a notebook and bringing it to the human world expired just before the first wave of death. So yeah, it's probably Fingal, the guy's obsessed with the human world. Well, I'm not so sure about the ideal, but I'll still be able to find the second Kira without it. He brought up a police report, showing the times of death. This Kira is pretty careless. Actually, I shouldn't really call him Kira. But I'm not good at names, and the world thinks this is Kira, so Kira it is. All the deaths occur between the times of 1857 and meaning that after he eats dinner, Kira takes an hour a day to write down 456 names. There's many things that can be deduced from this. The second Kira is very regimented, as he's held this pattern for 4 days. Also, this Kira's writing down an average of 7.6 names a minute, meaning this Kira most likely has access to a list of criminals, meaning he has a job in the justice system. Most of the names are Japanese, so the second Kira is in Japan. Whoa, Izuku, you're pretty good at this, Ryuk said. Anything else? As of now, I can't find out any more based on the information I have. I have some theories about which region the second Kira is in, but nothing concrete. I'll have to work alongside Principal Nizu and the rest of the investigative staff. Maybe I'll find tea this way. He heard Ryuk laughing. The Shinigami knew something he didn't, and he knew Ryuk well enough that the Shinigami wouldn't tell him. Diamen that Shinigami. You know Izuku. The Shinigami said. When you have the Shinigami eyes, you won't be able to see someone who is in possession of a Death Note's lifespan. So if you accept the ideal, you'll be able to find the second Kira. No, he said, raising his voice slightly. I don't need your Diamen Shinigami eyes. Never remind me of their existence again. Everyone else, as far as he knew, was asleep, but he wanted to keep his voice as level as possible. Plus, he didn't want to give Ryuk the pleasure of riling him up. And he'd rejected the ideal out of spite. Since when has he done things easily? His life had been one long struggle his entire life. His only resource was his brain. But now he has the strength of All Might, and a notebook with immense power to boot. He has enough power to change the world, and anyone in his place should do the same. To not to was irresponsible, no, it was criminal. And this new Kira was wasting the powers of the Death Note. I'm going to find someone worthy of the Death Note, Ryuk. I don't know who that is yet, but I'll find someone worthy. Maybe Dabi. Although he'd probably only give Dabi a page if that. I should probably get to bed. It's pretty late. He told the Shinigami, before passing out on his bed. I have a task for you, Shigaraki said from the other line, as soon as she picked up the phone. That single line scared her. She had done so much for him. Kill people, blackmail, steal, lie, everything. Hell, she had even done drags 2 years ago to get an in with an underground organization. What is it, Shigaraki? There's not really much I can do. I'm stuck at UA for the foreseeable future. Don't worry about that. All you need to worry about is finding information about the quirks of your classmates by watching the sports festival. Make a few discreet observations, you know the deal. Shigaraki said. I'm relying on you, you know. Yes, I'm well aware of that, thank you. She replied. Anything else for me, Shigaraki? Not for now. Just make sure Crafter's still loyal. I think he's questioning if staying with us is really worth the effort. I'm seeing some of the same things. Don't worry, I'm sure he'll stay loyal because I know he's watching. Shigaraki hung up after that. She can make discreet observations no problem. It comes easy when you're invisible. What's the whole point of the whole sports festival? Ryuk asked him as he woke up in the morning. I mean, it doesn't make much sense to me. Well, the sports festival is important for 2 reasons. The first is that it partially replaced the Olympics, and millions of people all around Japan watch the sports festival. He brought up an article showing a graph of recent viewing. There's also a second purpose. This is my chance to get noticed by major hero agencies, and as a result of that, progress further as a pro hero. UA is special in this regard. I don't get why you would do this, sounds boring. Ryuk replied. Apples sound better. Well, of course you'd say that. It's pretty important to me though. People will hear the name of the hero Dauntless. He explained. Anyways, it's almost time for me to have breakfast. I don't get why you're doing all of this. Doesn't make sense. Ryuk said. You'd have more time to find criminals if you stop, you know. Kira is only part of my grand strategy, Ryuk, working as a great deterrent to criminals in the shadows. As the hero Dauntless, I'll be able to prevent villains before they begin. This is a broken world, Ryuk, but I have to believe that it can be fixed. Oh, he just remembered he always did a morning run and then a shower before breakfast, so he got changed into running clothes. Downstairs, it was unsurprising to see Ida there, drinking a glass of orange juice. Going for a morning run, Midoriya? Ida asked when he looked up. Yeah, it'll hopefully help calm my nerves before the sports festival begins. He replied. Hey, did you want to run together? Maybe that'll help. Sure. Just give me a couple of minutes. You know the red route? Ida asked, finishing up his orange juice and putting the glass into the dishwasher. I do. Is that where you wanted to go? He asked. The red route was a bit short, barely over half a mile. But they did need to save energy for the upcoming sports festival, which was in about an hour. Yes. I think it's the perfect route for this morning. And we should take it easy. I've seen you during training, Midoriya. Ida said. Alright. He's surrounded by hero students, who are going to be trained to be good at observations, and some of his classmates are already really observant and perceptive. It's going to be hard as hell to get through 3 years of school with the secrets he held. But since when had he done things the easy way? Hard as hell was his way of life, a constant uphill battle he had fought since the age of 4. Okay, fine. He admitted. Without quirks? Just naturally run it. An excellent idea, Midoriya. Are you ready to go? Yeah. The red route was one of the easier routes through the facilities of UA, which was a city in its own right, pretty much, marked off with pristine red ticks, a half-mile route. He completed it alongside Ida in a few minutes. He wasn't even sweating, but it really did calm his overactive brain. He didn't even try to touch UA's security. He'd been on a fair few hacking threads on some of the larger Kira forums, and he's heard tales of what happens to those who try to break in, so all the information he had about the events in the sports festival was the previous events. The third event was always a tournament-style one-on-one matchup. The pattern had been maintained for the past 47 years, but who knows? Nizu's the type of person to change stuff up. However, the first 2 rounds can vary wildly. The first round was mainly for trimming down the fat, as it were. Ways to eliminate large amounts of people for the next round. Capture the flag, obstacle courses, fighting robots, all sorts of things. The second event is usually some sort of team event, probably showing how well people work when they have to team up, or it would be an event that builds on the first event, but putting a twist on the rules as it were. Although maybe he should expect something different this time. He heard rumors from other students, casually walking by the teacher's lounge. Apparently the Japanese government allocated UA a larger budget for the sports festival, and the events are going to reflect what it means to be a true hero. So the reform was starting already, it seemed. He would have expected it to take years for the change to start, putting pressure on the HSPC and other agencies to reform, but there's a potential for there being change after only a few months. Maybe the world isn't as broken as he thought it was. Unfortunately, we did a consumer review and determined you're not a good fit for the company, so we're letting you go. I apologize for the inconvenience. His boss announced, not looking at all sorry. Of course, I am willing to provide you with a recommendation for any future employment. Which was the polite, clinical way of saying your ugly FNG face is scaring away customers. Even though you can't control your scars, we're firing your ugly butt. Dabi really wished people were more FNG honest. A better world like Stain and Kira wanted to create. And since he had to be polite, he didn't go off on this guy, demanding to be swapped into the kitchen. Instead he gave a slight bow, gave a copy-pasted reply he could rattle off without thinking at this point. This hadn't been the first time he'd been fired for his appearance. This was number and he couldn't FNG complain about it because he gave a fake name and the people that hired him knew that sheet. At least this guy was polite about it. Maybe he'd even get his last paycheck. He walked out of the crappy fast food store, stomach gurgling. It was only 7 a.m. He had woken up bright FANG early just to be fired. And he needed some cash stat. Of course he'd be looking for yet another job, but he needed some FING money now. Well, back to mugging. People it is. The area of town they were in was definitely not the best, and he had been here for quite some time, a month or two, so he could tell locals from outsiders. After about an hour, he saw what might be the perfect target. It was an older man, probably a little older than middle age, neatly combed black hair, pretty fancy suit. What was this guy doing in this area? Well, that's not a problem for him. He had to make a guess as to this guy's route, taking a couple of lefts down the block, which resulted in him now heading the opposite direction of his mark. He casually bumped into the guy, nimble fingers reaching into the pocket where he saw the outline of a wallet, grabbing the wallet and then pulling his hand away. His hand was stopped by something. He looked down and saw a blood-red hand coming out of this guy's thigh, grabbing his hand. The guy turned around, and he could get a better look at him. He did look a bit old, but like he knew what he was doing in this situation. F-. Do you really want to do this? The guy asked in a surprisingly deep voice. F-. Saying something would make it worse. So he said nothing. Do you really want to do this? The guy repeated. No way he's saying anything. But at this point, not talking would make things worse. Sure, he could bag this guy for illegal quirk use, but who are the police going to believe? No. Nobody's ever believed him before when he said sheet. Instead of saying a verbal response, he shook his head. You need a job, I presume? He nodded his head this time. Well, I'm not about to hire a stranger on the spot, but Kataya's on the intersection of 47th and Takagi is hiring cooks. A second head nod. The guy then resumed his walking, although the hand was still holding him, extending out of this guy's thigh until it was 5 or 6 meters in length, and then snapping back into this guy's thigh. Then a human-looking face extended out of the back of this guy's suit jacket, looking at him with narrowed yellow eyes. He was rooted in place, even though the hand that was holding his wrist was gone now. The F. Was this guy's quirk? Some sort of eldritch horror? He'd seen some crazy quirks out on the streets, people who had been through sheet, their lives dragged through the mud just because of how villainous their quirks are. What made this guy so different from all the other people, where he got to enjoy a good life while other people got thrown out in the street? Probably money. That's the main reason he supports Stain and Kira. They're going to change the world for the better. What did you want me to do during the sports festival? He asked, arms and legs trembling. Every time Shigaraki called, he was expecting the villain to call him out on wanting to get away. Why was it easier to be a traitor than escaping? Well, the solution is simple, easy. He feared Shigaraki more than he felt protected at UA. Nothing much, just make sure to not do too well. We don't want you to be suspicious. I'm going to be watching the festival, you can just give me the names of the people I ask for. The voice of Shigaraki came through the phone, with his perpetually slightly annoyed tone. Sensei told me to do my own observations, and I want my in with him. Any luck with your friend? I think so. He might be the in you need. Shigaraki wanted to undermine Stain's group and fold them into the league. That was his master plan anyways. Or that was his interpretation. Well, he's pretty flaky, so who knows the next time you'll have a chance to talk. Maybe I can get him to talk to you over the phone. He seems like the type of guy to do that sort of thing. Are there any people of interest? The meat of their conversation. I mean, I'm demon sure that Midoriya's hiding something. Who's that? Fluffy green hair, kinda short, strength enhancement quirk that creates lightning around him. Yeah, that's Midoriya. I've taken note of him as well. Likes to intervene in problems. Well, don't fucking die, I guess. Thanks, a-hole. Shigaraki hung up. Like he said, a-hole. Sure, he's a villain, but that doesn't excuse being an a-hole. Well, he might as well head downstairs, grab some coffee, and not fing die. You shouldn't drink coffee before such an important event. Ida yelled out. You should try something healthier. The coffee machine had seen quite a bit of use, as several of his classmates have already made use of it, and everyone wasn't even up yet. Ida, I drink coffee every day. He replied, taking another sip of the life-giving drink. It's fine. Ida seemed to give up at that point. He'll take this little victory. At that point the group chat decided to ping with a notification, meaning two things, either Bakugo left, for the 37th time, or someone had ed him. But Hido0735 at Emizuku, who do you think is going to win the sports festival? So it was the latter. Usually he didn't interact with the class group chat. He had sent 3 messages total over the past week, but this was something he was thinking about for a while. Was he going to win? Hell no. Not a chance. Well, maybe a small chance, but unlikely. Izuku 0736. I think it's most likely either Todoroki or Bakugo are going to win, but who knows, maybe the events will get changed up and someone else will win. That's what I like about the sports festival. It's full of surprises. And there's his only message for the day, most likely for several days. But that's fine, he has more important things to do than sending messages. He has a sports festival to win? Maybe. Unlikely. But he'll do his best. Who knows what will come of the festival, especially with the likely possibility of increased funding. He had just left the locker rooms. In order to protect their identities, UA gave them masks that apparently covered their faces enough. So yeah, that's cool enough. They're in a waiting room right now, about to head into the main arena where they would compete. He was sitting up against a wall, just casually sitting there, until Todoroki got up and walked up to him. Midoriya. You're pretty strong, right? That's fine, I'll still beat you. You can call this a declaration of war, if you like. Todoroki said in his usual deadpan tone, and then walked back to his seat. He blinked. Once, then twice, then he bit his tongue. Nope, this was real. What had triggered this sudden declaration from Todoroki? Oi! Bakugo yelled out. Get away from that weakling. If you're looking for a challenge, you should really be looking at me. And then Bakugo started chasing Todoroki around, yelling and popping explosions from his hands. Eventually they left the waiting room and went to another room, to wait. A person came out and handed him a mask. It was perfectly molded to his facial features. How exactly they got this information was beyond him. It's a bit scary. It made him think about how well he really was hiding himself as Kira, but beyond that, it was pretty simplistic. A modified domino mask, extending down his cheeks a little bit, but mostly being centered on the area around his eyes. It was primarily dark green, with a few stripes of navy blue and black. So basically the colors of his hero costume, which he did want to revisit sometime in the future, consulting designers on the specific colors of his costume. Sure, darker colors were cool for underground heroes, but for public heroes it was a different story, but that's a thought for after the sports festival. He was standing in a well-lit hallway, a large doorway closed with two large white automatic doors. But even here, he could hear the crowds of people cheering. He couldn't really compare the sounds of crowds to anything else. It was a unique sound, he could hear it even from here. Once again, he felt his nerves spike. But he's not going to let that stop him. A conversation he had with All Might a few days ago. I'm sort of worried about the sports festival. It's going to affect my hero career for the remainder of this year, or maybe more. He said, sitting back in the comfy chair. I'm worried about my performance. Don't be, young Midoriya. All Might, or Yagi in this form, said, putting an emaciated hand on his shoulder. It was surprisingly warm, but felt fragile, like it would snap with the lightest push of effort. You'll do well, I know that whatever you do, you'll do your best. Me, Gran, and everyone else have helped you. And I think you're ready to tell the world, I am here. You can become the new symbol of peace, I know you can. Except the problem is that he doesn't want to be a symbol of peace. He wants to be a symbol of change in the world, a rock in the swirling storm that would be created, already in the start of being created, by Kira. But he held his tongue. He could play the game of being a symbol of peace. He looked at All Might, and he knew there was a determined look on his face, eyes narrowed, a grin on his face that's almost villainous. I can do it, All Might. Hello everyone. Present Mix announcer voice was loud, even from where he was. It's time to introduce the classes for the sports festival. Our first class, who's already gone through an encounter with real villains, Class 1A. The doors opened at that point, revealing the crowd, who cheered even more when they walked out. He couldn't help but feel nervous. This was a large crowd. Like a really large crowd. 100K plus. Don't worry about them, Izuku. You have your own worries to take care of. And the other hero course, Class 1B. Another set of doors opened, and the other hero class was revealed. Although, their entrances were a bit biased. And the general education classes, 1C, D, and E. The support classes, 1F, G, H. The business classes, 1I, J, K. And finally, the management classes, 1L, M, N. And those introductions were even worse. He knew the ugly truth about the sports festival. Aside from the occasional support or general studies classes, and maybe one from the business or management classes, they can choose whether or not to compete, or use this as an opportunity to learn. All of the people that move on to the second round were entirely the 2 hero course classes. He looked up onto the stage in the center of the arena. And to his surprise, there was Midnight. Whose idea was it to have Midnight run the first year's stage? He trusted her not to be rated R with the first years, but still it's definitely not his first choice. Maybe someone like Snipe. Yeah, that'd be cool. Do you really think that Midnight should really be like this in front of teenagers? He heard Tokoyami ask from somewhere behind him. Anyway, the loud voice of Present Mike came from the box he was in. Every student is equipped with a mask to protect their identity. In this new world, you can't really be too safe. Also, assisting me in hosting this festival is the hero Eraserhead. Say something, come on. Let's get this started. I might say something and I might not. Came the tired voice of Eraserhead. And introducing our host for this event, our very own host, Midnight. Present Mike continued, nonplussed with Eraserhead's tired dismissal. Midnight strode from one side of the stage to the other. Whoa. Another new batch of hopefuls, each and every single one of you thinking you can win. Well, the truth is, only one of you can win. Well, that's why we're going to send you through 3 excruciating tasks. Midnight accompanied that with a crack of her whip, which of course made Midoriya think. Was this a persona she acted on, or her real self? Maybe he'll ask her later. But before all of that, it's time for the athlete's oath, presented by the victor of the entrance exam, our very own explosive hero, Flashpoint. This was the first time he had heard Bakugo's hero name. At least it wasn't King Explosion Murder. So what about Todoroki and Ida? Did they choose a hero name as well? Well, he'll find out sometime in the future. He watched as Bakugo walked up to the stage and then to the mic. I'm going to say this right now. I'm going to win. There were various expressions of shock and surprise, save for himself. Of course Bakugo would say something like that. But it wasn't something that Bakugo would say if he knew he was going to win, it was to hype himself up. So the competition is on then, isn't it, Bakugo? You all are going to make good stepping stones on my path to victory. Bakugo added, walking off the stage. Silence. Absolute silence followed Bakugo's short speech. Not surprising, really. He didn't really know what to say himself. Well, after that rousing speech, it's time for us to start off our great adventure with the first event. Midnight called out, and then spun a giant virtual wheel. Eventually, it landed on obstacle course. Your first task is going to be an obstacle course. Midnight exclaimed. The obstacle course, yelled out Present Mike. A 10-kilometer specially built route around the stadium. All sorts of barriers and traps await the students. You're free to do anything you want on the route. Just remember this is a race, not a deathmatch, so keep the attacking. People to a minimum, okay? There was a loud clicking noise as sections of wall folded and twisted back, revealing a far too narrow entrance gate. So the very first obstacle would be the entrance itself. One of the easiest ways to create an obstacle, a narrowing. What else is going to be down the path? Is it going to be just like the recommendation practical? Or is there going to be something completely different? There was a light on the other side, most likely daylight, and the rest of the tunnel was dark. They would be starting at any moment, probably without a countdown. He reached inside to the core within his body, where One for All was stored. He released 9% of One for All, letting it flow through his limbs, viridian electricity sparking around him. It wasn't really electricity, it was more like extra energy spilling out. It happened whenever he activated One for All at above 2.5%, a fact he kept to himself. Match start. Present Mike yelled out. He jumped forward. Turns out that jumping forward was the right idea. As he landed and then took a second running leap, he saw ice creeping along the ground. Todoroki's work most likely. And with a single move, ice shot freezes over most of the competition. An excellent start to the first year's sports festival. The loud voice of Present Mike announced, And yes, he could still hear the voice hero from here. Most people watch the second or third years, but something is telling me that watching the first years is going to be a great show. He turned his head to see that he wasn't the only one to escape the ice. Yaoyorozu had created a metal pole, Tsu did the same thing he did, and some of his other classmates and friends managed to escape the ice. Not surprising, although this was far from Todoroki's maximum output. He probably has some sort of limit, which is why the ice was more limited. One for All didn't really have a limit as far as he was aware. It was a massive pool of power, a great lake he could only bring a trickle out at a time, so he wasn't really worried about quirk exhaustion. Still, he should be wary of everyone else. Looks like several people have escaped Ice Shot's initial attack. A lot of them from Class 1A. What do you make of this Eraserhead? True to present Mick's announcement, even more of his classmates escaped the initial ice trap. Ojiro, Tokoyami, Ida, Bakugo, Ishido and Uraraka all managed to escape, and that's just what he saw in the couple of glances he took back. Todoroki was still in the front, and he needed to catch up. It's easy. My class learned not to hesitate. They've seen real villains, and know how dangerous the world really is. The tired voice of Aizawa came from the speakers. How Present Mike managed to get Aizawa into this was beyond him. Well, that's for later. Now he needs to run the rest of the obstacle course. Robots started appearing with labels of 1, 2, and 3 on them. These must be the robots from the normal entrance exam. These should be easy to take out with 10% one for all. Bouncing from 3-bot to 3-bot, while Todoroki just blasted them with ice. After a while there was a large rumbling sound, and over a dozen robots the size of buildings appeared. Our first obstacle. Robo Inferno! Yelled out Present Mike. This'll separate the men from the boys, as the saying goes. How will our contestants handle these massive robots? Well, in his case, he'll just dodge around them. It took him 3 leaps in a row to get on top of the head robot, and then jump from robot to robot. And look at that, Dauntless takes the lead. Going between the massive robots in a deadly dance. That's the sports festival for you all. Okay, that's a slight exaggeration, Present Mike. It's not a deadly dance, just slightly dangerous. One for All gave him enhanced durability, so a fall of 10 to 15 meters wouldn't be that bad. He felt the air pick up from behind him and get colder as well. Todoroki's ice. There was one robot left, so he evaded a slowly moving arm and landed on the other side, just as about half of the robots became covered in ice. Demon was Todoroki's quirk powerful. Exactly how much ice could Todoroki produce? He'd have to ask later. And Ice Shot takes down all the robots with a glacial attack. Impressive. When he turned his head, he could see from here that the robots had been frozen in unstable positions, so they would fall pretty soon. There was a loud sound that was most likely metal grinding against metal, and then a crashing noise. That was the robots falling. Hopefully people noticed the falling robots, and either weren't in the way or had durability quirks like Kirishima. And the robots were frozen in unstable positions, so they all fell down. How cold? Well, Present Mike was right. The robots were most likely a makeshift wall of twisted metal and shards of ice. It might be interesting to see how the other people handle the barrier, but he's still got most of the race ahead of him. No time to waste. At least the empty grounds of the race were pretty easy to use his quirk for. That was until he encountered what looked like several city blocks, right on the middle of the track. Our second trap, the city maze. There are dozens of paths through this urban jungle, but only a single right one. Navigation of this metropolitan sprawl will be difficult and time-consuming. This'll give some of the stragglers time to catch up, but don't count out the people in front. Present Mike yelled out. And the city is also full of traps to waste your time even more. He saw the city closer up now. It was less of a city and more of a multi-level, 3-dimensional labyrinth, although based on how it was described by Present Mike, it's a maze, not a labyrinth. Well, he might as well do this the same way he evaded the robots. The city was about 10 stories tall, which converted to 2 or 3 leaps with one for all. First leap, a ledge leading to a dark hallway, about 5.5 storied up. He leapt into the sky, aiming for the ledge he saw. Of course he underestimated the jump, and didn't land on the platform exactly, but he did manage to catch the ledge. He let out a grunt of pain as his arms pulled in his sockets. But he pulled himself up and landed on the ledge. A second leap, this time to a platform about 3.5 meters up from his position. He didn't have a running leap this time, so it was a bit more of a struggle. Still, he successfully managed to get himself on the next platform. Now that he was 9 meters up, getting to the top was a piece of cake. He didn't even have to use one for all to get himself up to the platform, climbing up the remaining brickwork. The top of the city maze looked exactly like the wall he saw before. His danger sense went off, and he jumped to the side. A foam-covered fist, just like the ones during the platform training, shot out. Was this all? Of course it wasn't, because his danger sense went off again, and he leapt back again, so now he was beside the fist. There was a leg trap that came out of the ground. Well, looks like whoever designed this put a ton of traps on the roof. Well, he can hopefully outrun these traps. Keyword is hopefully. So he took off running, dodging around the holes in the rooftop, the sounds of traps and other things going off behind him. Well, at least it's behind him now. This is actually pretty boring. Of course, at that point Karma decided to target him specifically, and he landed on a false platform that deposited him somewhere in the middle of the city maze. Well, he only has about 30 or so meters of the city maze left. He ran forward, it was still dark enough to see, but the way forward was blocked by a wall. Rather than going from left to right, he smashed through the wall in front of him. Well, it wasn't an All Might style smash, he actually kicked the wall. He had really good shoes, so he didn't feel a thing. He had to blink once or twice from the bright light on the other side, but he went into a mock-up living room and exited through a window. He had to give it to the designers of the city maze, they did a really good job on this. And Dauntless goes up and through the city maze like it's nothing. Can anything stop this kid? Dauntless has a super strength quirk, increasing his physical abilities many times over. A perfectly balanced quirk that can be used in almost every scenario. Let's see how this all pans out. However, this obstacle course will test everything it means to be a hero on the job, and it's still pretty early on, so anything can still happen. And Ice Shot follows quickly in Dauntless' wake. Present Mike called out, and Izuku felt the cold air that came with Todoroki's ice, so he did have to watch out. Ice Shot can create massive amounts of ice just with the swipe of his hand. He's Endeavor's son as well, so his skills are all top-notch. However, everyone, Flashpoint, Ingenian, and Froppy are following close behind. All in all, it's a pretty close race, folks. Let's see what happens on the next obstacle. Izuku felt a small amount of tiredness inside of him. Well, that's to be expected, he hadn't really used one for all for so long before. But UA's motto is plus ultra after all, right? So he might as well fight through how he felt and win this thing. Until he saw an area that expanded out, and 4 towers that looked pretty strange. As he approached, the towers activated, and there was a red wall in front of him that went far, far into the sky. If he had to guess, about 20 meters, and there was a small gap a mere 3 meters tall. The towers had turrets on top of them. The first part of this trap, the anti-jump system. This patented laser wall isn't lethal, but it doesn't feel all good when you hit it. So far, Dauntless has been able to pass through the 2 barriers by jumping over them, but not this time. And if anyone tries to jump over, these turrets fire nets to entrap them. They're heat and impact resistant nets as well. All in all, amazing work. What the hell? Since when did UA have the budget for a laser wall of all things? Well, looks like he's not going to jump anymore, it seems. And there's most certainly traps in the zone. Pitfalls and the like, most likely. Still, he ran into the no-jump zone without hesitation. Whatever traps are here, he can handle them. The earth moved and twisted beneath him, and creatures of rock and earth appeared in front of him. The next trap is courtesy of the pro-hero Earth Mover, cousin to one of the wild pussycats, Pixie Bob. Golems of stone and earth to make some trouble. How will the contestants in the lead handle this task? Let's find out. Earth Mover? Of course. Hero Analysis Book 14 had information on heroes with elemental quirks, so of course he studied Earth Mover. Real name Tsuchikawa Kayam, and as Present Mike mentioned was Pixie Bob's cousin. Earth Mover was more of an underground hero, who scoured the mountains looking for villain hideouts. So he has to face down these golems then? That's fine. He can handle that. One of the only things they allowed from his hero costume were his boots, which were reinforced and made with high-strength materials. They were designed to reduce the shock to his knees and ankles, alongside the rest of his costume. But he didn't have the rest of his costume, so he had to still be careful. The first golem was 2.5 meters tall and vaguely humanoid. 4 arms, no neck, and its head set back into the torso, a featureless plane without nose, eyes, mouth or ears making its face. Its legs were digitigrade, and it ran at him with this loping, almost unnatural gait, a 3-meter tail whipping around, shifting from left to right as this creature ran forward at him. It reached out its arms, and the hands morphed and twisted to form makeshift swords and axes, made out of more stone and rock than the primarily dirt body of the rest of the golem. So Earthmaker is even making these golems replicate quirks? Well, this is certainly going to be more interesting than he intended. Since his hands were unprotected but his feet were not, he ran forth, getting in close. This golem was in his way. It was moving fast enough that he couldn't get around it fast enough, and other golems were already forming from the ground to engage the other frontrunners. He dodged the swords from 2 of the arms and landed 4 quick kicks on each of the earth rock golem's arms. There was a weird crunching noise, and the golem took steps back, its arms swinging by its sides. Okay, that looked a little bit unsettling, like it's actually hurt. But the golem was still able to use its quirk, and sent swords down its arm instead of up, shards of stone twisting into the ruined limbs. And at this moment Izuku was incredibly thankful that it was a golem made of stone and dirt and rocks, rather than being made of flesh and blood and bone, because if that was the case, this would be far more terrifying and certainly not sports festival friendly, making them stiffened and able to move once again. This, in particular, is why someone who can't feel pain is terrifying. Still, the golem seemed to be unfocused, so he grabbed the head of the golem and slammed it into the ground. The golem was soon absorbed into the ground, which allowed him to run forward in the no-jump zone. Of course, this wasn't the end, and there was another golem that raised in front of him just as he was about to leave. Of course this was the case. He felt like Earthmover loved this sort of thing. This second golem was more human-looking than the first, but that made it all the more terrifying. The androgynous, hairless, without eyes or ears or a mouth or nose, human rushed forward at him, a similarly unnatural gait like the first golem, but it was all the more creepy seeing this human-looking earth being lurching forward at him. Because of the Ui golem's unnatural gait, it was slower than him when he was running, especially with the power of One for All, he was able to evade the creepy humanoid. He had seen so many things in his time as either Seishin, Kira, or any of the other names or code names he wrapped around himself like a cloak of shadows, and this still made him feel a little unsettled. Well, at least he was out of the no-jump zone now, meaning he could move freely at this point. He had to give it to Earthmover for experimenting with such unusual creations. Definitely creepy. There's about 22% of the race left, so there's most likely one more event left in this obstacle course and race combination. Hopefully it's not anything completely outrageous. He comes to a simple bulge in the racetrack, with what looked like a bunch of things have been buried, in what looked like a completely random pattern. He heard noises of explosions and ice behind him, so Bakugo and Todoroki were following close by. It's the minefield. A treacherous path awaits our eager contestants. Now these mines aren't the ones buried underground in China or Peru, everyone. They're not made to be lethal. Although you might get quite the shock and might need a change of underwear after going through the area. Present Mike yelled out. So the buried things in the ground are landmines. Alright Izuku, you need to make your way through a minefield. And even in something that appears completely random, there's a pattern of limited predictability. Also, the reality of making something this repetitive, there's going to be patterns. It's one of 4 events in the first stage of the sports festival. Whoever made this was going to get lazy, most likely. Surely the start of the minefield is going to be pretty random, most likely, and maybe the end, but the middle is likely to be sloppy. And the safe zones were pretty large, so progressing in the minefield was pretty easy. That was until he heard explosions from beside him, and saw Bakugo flying past, pink and orange explosions following in his wake. Stupid Deku, I'll show you who's really on top, Mysterious fucking quirk or no? Bakugo yelled out as he got past. At the final event, really? This is what happens to him? And Flashpoint is passed by Dauntless. A last-minute plot twist. This is why you all watch the sports festival. Not helping, present Mike. But wait, here's the point he was looking for. The landmines were more scattered at this point, and in a loose pattern. Perfect. Exactly as he had predicted. This was his chance to catch up. He launched himself forward, taking a running leap forward. In his experience, jumping was faster than running, although that didn't really make sense at first. It had to do with the super strength from One for All. Whatever it was, he made progress towards the exit. He just cleared the landmine area when he felt cold air. A warning before the inevitable ice attack. He dodged to the side before a miniature glacier scored its way past right where he had been standing. A second ice, something slammed into Bakugo's back, making him collapse to the ground. He's so close to the end, he just needs to get Bakugo to fight Todoroki. Although it looks like he didn't need to do much of that, as the explosions and ice from behind him increased in intensity. So he managed to finish the obstacle course, running out into the main stadium in first place. A miraculous finish from our very own hero Dauntless. After taking the lead for most of the race, his position was stolen for a brief while, but he managed to complete the obstacle course first. Let's see how everyone else finishes. Bakugo ended up in third, just behind Todoroki, and everyone else slowly started to file in. Now, what's the second event going to be? Usually it's a team event, but who knows? It took about half an hour for 42 people to finish the event. Everyone from Class 1A and 1B, a support corps student, and 2 general studies students made it to the third round. Midnight strode up to the stage and spun the wheel. Our second task will be Cavalry Battle. Hawks hates these twice-monthly meetings with the Hero Commission. All of these conference rooms with fancy wooden tables and people in smartly dressed suits breathing down his neck about every sort of action he took as a hero over the past 2 weeks. Some of the people in the Hero Commission are pretty nice, like Mrs. Kayumi or Mr. Dayato, at least privately. Most of the people on the commission are sheep for the commission chair, Nikiyo Masako, and her chief advisor, Haruto Kurisuka. More than one time he'd been tempted to send their names and faces to one of the larger Kira forums, perhaps blacklightofkira.net, currently the largest Kira forum that hasn't been shut down yet. The news made a big deal of the fact that whoever Kira actually is, they were active on some of the larger sites. Probably not posting but lurking and writing down targets for future use. Still, he resisted, because that's not what a hero does. He'll just grin and bear it until he can pry his way out of the commission's claws. Relying on a villain to solve his problems wasn't the way to do things at all. He was wearing his hero costume, also known as the fanciest thing he owned, and what he spent the most of the time wearing. The commission officers didn't seem to care. Or maybe they did and they talked about his unprofessionalism behind his back, but hey, it's hard to find suits made for people with wings. In terms of mutation quirks, wings are pretty rare, fully functional wings even less so, and he doesn't like how they feel anyways. Come in, Hawks. The cold female voice of Nikiyo Masako spoke from the other side of the door. He pushed open the door. It was a different one each time. The Hero Commission offices was a lot larger than many people think, especially the underground where he currently was, and walked inside. It was a large stone-walled room, with a raised platform on the opposite side where the dozen or so officers were sitting in a slight crescent. This setup looked less like an office meeting and more like a criminal trial. It made him slightly nervous, especially because of the amount of power these people held over his life. Welcome, Hawks. Nikiyo Masako, dressed as always in her formal suit, some papers in front of her, spoke at first. I'd like you to give a report on the past 2 weeks of your hero work. Please summarize your experiences quickly. At least this part of the meeting was normal. It made him feel a bit better in his current state. I arrested 17 villains and saved 124 civilians over the past 2 weeks. My largest takedown was assisting in Yoroi Mush's takedown of the Akidio villain organization following Kira murdering their leader. He secretly liked seeing the commission officers tense whenever Kira's name was mentioned, which was why he tried to slip the villain's name in his reports as much as possible. Also, I did a joint interview with Maruko 6 days ago on new rising heroes. I think my popularity is still going well. If the numbers are correct, I'll be the number 2 hero in a decade. He said. A scary thought, he didn't want to be any higher than he was right now. Hell, if he had his way, he would probably not be in the top 10. He continued on, listing other things he did, and then concluded with, I have nothing further to report. Very well, Hawks. Concerning the upcoming sports festival and upcoming internships, you will be allowed 2 interns from UA. Nikio said after he had finished. Of course, this is not required of you. Which was code for, I highly recommend you get 2 interns to improve your image and there will be consequences for not getting at least 1, but I can't legally say that because you're legally a hero and legally not under our direct control. I understand. He replied. Is there anything else you would like to mention? Actually, there is one more thing. Nikio replied. I want your patrols to include Hosu. The hero killer Stain is in that area as of right now and is going to stay there for quite some time, as determined by T's analysis. T also says that arresting Stain and removing the majority of his global influence will force Kira to make larger and bolder moves to keep up the pace of ideological change. I understand. I'll alter my patrol to include the Hosu area post-haste. He replied. It made sense in a way. Especially because there's a copycat killer that decided that Kira only killing 1 or 2 people in a day was not the way to go. It was the 9th straight day of the second Kira operating. 4104 criminals, many who only committed minor crimes. Is that all? He asked. Yes. You are free to go. We have other matters to discuss. He left as soon as he was free to go. He would have to adjust his patrol schedule so he could head to Hosu as soon as possible. As much as he didn't trust T, as someone he didn't know that well, the mysterious detective's logic was sound. Stain was one half of the dyad that was shaking the world and inspiring copycat killers all around Japan and the wider world. Although Japan is the nexus of this problem, over the past 3 months, he's arrested almost a dozen copycat killers, all but 1 were ordinary civilians. However, people seemed more attracted to Stain, who actually physically goes out and kills people, while Kira, well, nobody even actually knows how Kira kills people. He's been able to access some of the reports on the people the original Kira killed, and there wasn't a determined quirk that caused it. Which was sort of terrifying. Still, the logic from T was sound, and forcing Kira to become more public would make it far easier for T to catch Kira. He had to wait until he exited the commission office building and took off in flight before calling his agency, as service in the building was spotty at best. Hey Akari, I need you to adjust my patrol schedule. I'm heading to Hosu to catch Stain by request of the Hero Commission. He was forced to say it was by request, because officially heroes didn't take orders from the commission. Don't worry about it, Hawks. Akari responded immediately. I already suspected that you would go to Hosu within the month, so I already started work on an altered schedule for you. I should have it ready by the time you're accepting interns. Thank you, Akari. I don't know what I'd do if I didn't have you helping me out. He commented, and it was true. He couldn't do most, if not all, of the work that Akari helped him out with. Suffer probably. Akari joked. But seriously, you should be all good. I wish you well in catching the hero killer. He's a tough cookie to take down. There had been a meeting of many of the top 10 heroes where they discussed good matchups against what they know of the hero killer's combat style. His name was mentioned as one of the ones who would have a good matchup against Stain, primarily because of his flight ability and mainly fighting at longer range compared to the hero killer's close-range ambush-style tactics. But that doesn't mean he shouldn't be careful and cautious in hunting down the hero killer. Mechanicus 6 Malawian Quatches proved that. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Akari. I'll be back at the agency soon. All right, Hawks, but you do know not to fly the entire way back, right? Yes, of course. I'll be careful. Akari had become quite a bit of his impulse control over the past 3 years since he hired the man to manage his agency. Of course, that wasn't the only phone call he got, because as soon as he landed, his phone started ringing again. He checked the caller ID. It was Kayumi Hisakome, one of the 2 nicer people on the Hero Commission. What is it, Kayumi? Isn't calling me dangerous? Technically, she wasn't his official handler, so she shouldn't really be calling him for any reason. Not really. I have security measures in place, and to be honest, the other people on the council, even the other person on your court, aren't really that smart. She paused, shuffling papers around. Anyway, I overheard that Endeavor was also heading out to Hosu for the same reason you are, catching the hero killer. A chance to work with his favorite hero? Of course he appreciated the opportunity. Thanks for telling me, Kiyomi. I think the hero killer is going to go down in Hosu. Don't get cocky, Hawks. Kiyomi admonished. Mechanicus 6 Malawian Quatches was a rising star in the hero field, and he thought the very same thing. And T told me there was a 2% chance that Kira would kill the person that captured Stain. I thought it would be less than that. It seems really out of character. At least for the first Kira. You know there's 2 Kiras? Kiyomi asked. I was in a monthly security briefing for the top 10 heroes about Kira the other day, and that's where I was informed about the second Kira. To be honest, I suspected it on the first seemed so much out of character because before it was only 1 to 3 a day, save for the very beginning. Have a great day, Hawks. What are we going to do about the sports festival, T? The voice of one of the civilian detectives on the case asked. Sure, we have increased security for the sports festival, but Kira's proven that he can get around security measures. Are we sure that the security measures that have been put in place are sufficient? There are no security measures that are guaranteed to work all of the time, Detective Adachi. He replied. But considering the extremely limited knowledge of Kira we currently have, it's the best we can do. We have to wait until Stain is arrested, because then Kira will be forced to make bolder moves to keep up the ideological force that's currency spreading around the world. Kira was one of the strongest villains he's ever faced, potentially even stronger than All for One, and that's primarily because of how personally strong the villain is, as well as multitudes of people picking up the cause. There's even a copycat killer who achieved the same power as Kira somehow. The more this case goes on, the harder it gets. But that's not a problem for him, as this is the most challenging case he's worked on, and this'll prove that no villain can stand in his way. His opponent, a supervillain who can kill anyone in the world with some method that's not a quirk that's untraceable. Are you sure arresting Stain is the correct choice? A historian that was temporarily brought on as an expert advisor spoke up. Past history has shown that revolutionary figures only gain popularity when imprisoned. You're correct, Professor Imahara. However, I don't think that'll be the case when it comes to Stain. Many of the examples of revolutionary figures gaining popularity are the non-violent kind, showing how the government disrespects those who protest without violence. People like Stain tend to dramatically decrease in popularity when imprisoned. To aid in our cause, I have people in the media which will spin this in the best light possible. That's all well and good, T, but as genius of a detective you are, you can't control what the populace of Japan and the wider world believe. The historian replied. Frankly, I think the lion's share of the blame for this entire incident can be levied at Mechanicus 6 Malawian Quatches, although I do not wish to speak ill of the dead. Believe me, Professor Imahara, Yoshito is very regretful of what he's done. He thought he could nip this in the bud before it started. Are you sure about this, Kageyama? I know you're able to sense spirits, but I don't think Yoshito would want to communicate when he's dead. He's still a hero, dear, and he's still going to help us no matter what. I think we're going on a tangent here. The stern voice of Midoriya Izuku came through, silencing everyone. T, would you give us a percentage chance for the odds of you succeeding in limiting the influence of Stain? Thank you, Midoriya Izuku. Bringing the conversation back to basics and giving him something to work with at the same time, no wonder her son is so smart he probably gets it from her. He had already calculated the numbers beforehand, so it was pretty simple. There's a 99.67% chance that the influence of Stain will decrease somewhat, a 87.37% chance that his influence will decrease by around half, and a 70.33% chance it will decrease by more than half. Thank you, T. I think we should trust T in this, he's been right so far. Midoriya concluded. Although, I think we should be focusing on catching what T refers to as the second Kira, who seems to be more indiscriminate with his killings. Yes, I agree. I don't think the 2 Kiras have any contact with each other, I don't think the original Kira would allow for this second Kira to kill as indiscriminately as he does. And I think that the two Kiras will try to make contact, and that's when we will strike. You don't think the first Kira will try to avoid the second Kira? Death Arms spoke. I don't think so. Kira will try to contact S Kira, what I'm calling the second Kira, because S Kira is ruining Kira's image. We may have figured out that someone else gained the power of Kira, but the general public won't see it. As much as I hate to do this, we have limited moves. I understand T. Death Arms replied. Anything else we should do for now? Unfortunately no. We'll be able to do more once Kira starts making moves. Until our next meeting everyone. He closed the connection. It was inevitable that he would catch this latest villain, as he had caught all the other so-called uncatchable villains. Cavalry battle? Is he going to have to ride a horse? He's never ridden a horse before, but who knows? He'll adapt. Probably. Horses aren't that difficult to control. But thankfully Midnight continued on with her explanation, and showed that the horses were actually other people. Okay, that's good. There wasn't a big chance that UA would have horses, but UA could always pull something crazy. You'll create teams of up to 4 people and your points will be added up together. Midnight announced, showing a diagram of present Mike, herself, and 13 carrying All Might. An impressive feat, because he knew that All Might's muscle form was heavy. And the top 4 teams will advance to the 3rd round. Now, how are points determined? The person in last place will get 25 points, and the point value will increase 25 points each place higher you are. As for teams, the team's points are totaled up and put on a bandana worn on the head. Additional bandanas are worn around the neck. Midnight announced with a swish of her whip. Okay, so according to those rules, he would have 1050 points. Quite a lot to be sure, but not a game changer. He'll just build a team from some of the other top tiers, and then just hoard points. Maybe steal a spare bandana or 2, just to be sure in his position. However, the exception to this is the person in first place. Also known as himself. The point total is 10 million points. He didn't see it entirely, but he felt everyone staring at him. 10 million points was a guarantee for anyone who wanted an opportunity to get a very easy first place. All they had to do was steal his bandana and keep it, and they would win. Nobody would want to be on his team, because he'd be a target for every single other team. Dimon, this is bad. All of his plans are ruined now. Breathe Izuku. In and out, in and out. It was inevitable his plans would fail. No plan was 100% foolproof, no matter how simple it is. He can adapt. Surely there are people who'd want to be on his team. He tried to approach several people, but none of the people he asked wanted to be on his team. He even asked Ida, who surprisingly refused. I'm sorry Midoriya, but Todoroki's not the only one who wants to challenge you. I need to prove myself as well. So I will have to refuse. That seemed out of character for Ida, but the sports festival brought out parts of people kept hidden, like Uraraka's determination. What are you going to do, Izuku? Ryuk asked from beside him, floating in midair beside him. You need a team to go on to the next round, but it looks like Midnight painted a big target on your back. He shot a short glare at Ryuk. Your opinions are not appreciated. He whispered. I'll be on your team. A familiar girl's voice called out. He looked up to see Uraraka standing there, looking as cheerful as ever. She has a gravity negation quirk, right? He could use a teammate like her. Sure, why not? He said, faking a slight nervousness. It's not like I've got any other options. 10 million. Another girl's voice, one he didn't recognize, came from behind him. He turned around to see the support corps student that made it through, looking at him with a gaze he couldn't really describe. Because you have 10 million points, all the cameras are going to be focused on your team, and that means more chances to show off my babies. Izuku paled for a moment, but she then gestured to her inventions. For support corps students, the sports festival is a chance to show off our inventions to the wider world. This is going to be my debut. All right. He replied. What's your name, by the way? Hatsume. She replied. Now let's get going. 10 million. He wanted to speak up in his defense, but he already knew she wasn't going to budge, and it's far from a hill worth dying on. All I need is one more teammate, he said. Who will it be? He had ended up going with Tokoyami. Not exactly the person he was intending to be on his team, but Tokoyami was a pretty powerful all-around fighter thanks to Dark Shadow. He had ended up letting Tokoyami be the rider, and he joined Uraraka and Hatsum as the horses. 6 minutes to plan now that he's got a team together. All right, Hatsum, do you have anything for us? He asked. In terms of resources, she has the most diverse range of items, her support equipment. Propulsion equipment, perhaps? Of course. Hatsum said with a grin, and pulled off something from her back. This is a jetpack, and I also have some hover boots. Surely that should be good. Perfect. 10. He took a quick glance at the headband on Tokoyami's head. 10,002,050. Everything except the 10 million points doesn't really matter. A total of less than 1% change in the total score on the headband. Every single team will be gunning for their headband, because the 10 million points are an easy win. 7. That's fine, he's used to being alone, and everyone trying to take him down. And planning is his strong suit. So what was his plan? 5. Simple, he looked at the strengths and quirks of everyone else on his team. Uraraka could make things weightless, Tokoyami had Dark Shadow, and Hatsum's quirk wasn't that impressive, but she had support equipment. 3. And he had one for all. A team of powerful quirks. 2. Well then he'll just try the best he can. 1. Ryuk, thankfully, was quiet. 0. Let the games begin. As predicted, everyone charged forward in his direction. Uraraka now. He felt a tap on his back, and soon had that weird feeling of weightlessness. Alright. Step 2, engage. He crouched down and jumped off with 7% of one for all at the same time. Tokoyami pushed off of the ground with Dark Shadow, and Hatsum activated the jetpack and hover boots, pushing them all into the air. And Team Dauntless flies into the sky, evading everyone on the ground. The voice of Present Mike yelled out ecstatically. Maybe teams are determined by who scored highest? Irrelevant. What else will happen? The competition's only been going on for seconds. He had to stop himself from laughing at all of the teams that were just looking up at them bemused. Alright, let's scout out a safe landing spot. Hatsum, if you could. He knew her quirk, zoom, could be used as a telescope and a microscope, sort of. He didn't have enough time to ask for specifics, because she launched into descriptions of her support equipment before he could ask. But he's glad she did, as she spotted a safe landing spot. Found one. She called out. Keep that spot in mind. I want to spend as long as possible in the air, because we're far less likely to be targeted in the air. Tokoyami, have Dark Shadow cover our weak points, I'll look out in front to look at our competition. They ended up being able to stay in the air for only a couple more minutes, before needing to go to the ground. It was pretty easy to avoid the other teams, given the fact that despite how cobbled together his team was, they had a really good specialty for mobility. Zero gravity reduced weight, which decreases the amount of force necessary to move them at the same velocity. Hatsum didn't directly aid in mobility, but her support equipment had mobility aspects to it. His own quirk made him faster, of course, and then Dark Shadow could aid in mobility. Evading other teams was a piece of cake. That was until Todoroki decided to make good on his challenge, creating a mini arena out of ice, pinning his team inside a smaller area. A much smaller area. With a quick glance at the area in bounds, Todoroki pinned them in about a sixth of the total arena. A smaller area means their mobility advantage is lessened. A mobility advantage they may not even have because of how Todoroki chose his team. Unlike what he had to deal with, taking what people wanted to be on his team, Todoroki had the options of choice, most likely picking and choosing his team members. He'd seen people crowding around Bakugo asking to be on his team, so it was probably the same way for Todoroki. So I guess you're making good on your challenge? He asked Todoroki, who was the rider for his team of Kaminari, Yaoyorozu, and Ida. Oh, so that's who Ida ended up teaming up with. Of course, I will be getting those 10 million points, Midoriya. It's halfway through the second round, he's trapped in a small area, and Todoroki took a lot of other teams' headbands as well as keeping his own. He's outmatched, hemmed in, and with too much time left. He knows how to deal with these types of scenarios. Sure, he could break through the ice wall, it's not too thick, and combining Dark Shadow and himself, breaking through shouldn't take more than a second. But Todoroki challenged him, and like hell he's going to give up anytime soon. Alright team, here's what we're going to do. Todoroki can produce a lot of ice. There's a limit, possibly, but the limit is so far away that at this point it's far enough away that it's not part of his plans. But there is something about Todoroki's ice he can exploit. Todoroki can only produce ice from his right side, which means that we can maneuver ourselves to stay out of the range of his ice side. He can't shoot his ice without getting his teammates instead. Also, Kaminari is on that side. That way we will only have to face down Yaoyorozu and Ida. And he'll be on the defensive, granting him an advantage. Why not just break through the ice? He heard Uraraka ask. We need an opening, Uraraka. It will take us too long to break through the ice. We need a bigger opening. Todoroki, of course, sent ice his way, but he shifted his team into position so the ice didn't reach them. They repeated this pattern several more times, neither of them getting the advantage. Team Dauntless was surrounded in ice by Team Ice Shot, and their defeat was assured. Or that's what I would have said 6 minutes ago. Yet it's 1 minute left and Team Dauntless still had their headband. It's surprising. Present Mike announced. Alright. 1 minute left. All he has to do now is break the ice barrier, and he'll be out. After some careful movements, he managed to get himself into a position where he could break the ice wall. But the disadvantage was that he was facing away from Team Todoroki, even if it was only for a second, maybe 2 at most. He had full cowl at 13% right now, and the ice wall was relatively thin, as the thickness of the ice wall didn't seem to be concerned in Todoroki's mind. A quick series of 13% punches of his followed up by attacks from Dark Shadow created a large hole. But he seemed to have underestimated Todoroki's team, because a split second later, he saw that Todoroki's team was on the other side of them, and Todoroki was holding a headband. I'm sorry I hid this ability from you, Midoriya. Ida said. My Recipro Burst ability stalls the engines in my legs, but I can use it to gain incredible speed for a short amount of time. Thank you for giving me the opportunity for advancement, Midoriya. There's no way he's going to not advance to the 3rd round. Alright team, now we're going to go on the offensive. We have 45 seconds to claim as many headbands as possible. Including Todoroki's original headband, there's a total of 5 headbands in Todoroki's possession. Tokoyami had apparently grabbed a headband with around 500 points on it. When Todoroki grabbed this headband, he had no clue. Ida said the engines in his legs were stalled, meaning his team can't move, meaning this is a perfect scenario for us to reclaim our headband. Sure, they can rotate and move with Ida's normal speed, but we still have the speed advantage. Uraraka, reduce everyone's gravity except my own. Hatsum, figure out how to get the 3 of you to fit on my back somehow. Tokoyami, get Dark Shadow ready to steal headbands. Got it? Of course, Midokuen. Let's show off, 10 million. We march into shadows. That was probably a yes from Tokoyami. 35 seconds left. This is his last chance to retrieve the points he needs to go on to the 3rd round. He ran forward at Team Todoroki, full cowl raging at full strength like he wasn't unencumbered with the weight of 3 people. He could probably pull this off even if Uraraka didn't negate the gravity of everyone on his back, it would probably just be more awkward. He ran circles around Todoroki's group until he blocked Yaoyorozu's staff attack with one hand, yanking the staff out of its former wielder's hand, and then used the staff to deflect the shield Yaoyorozu created. He reached with his free hand towards Todoroki's headband, on the top of his head. He couldn't see the numbers on the headbands, so it was likely Todoroki had swapped them around. The only way for him to be guaranteed enough points was to grab the one headband he knew the numbers of. Todoroki's. He reached out, his hand inches from the headband. Fire burst out, a sudden yellow-orange flare right in front of his hand. But the funny thing about sticking your hand in fire is that if you pull it out really quickly, you won't get burnt. Adding on the durability bonus from One for All, and that means he was able to get Todoroki's headband. Todoroki can have the 10 million points, All he needs to do was to pass to the next round. Time's up. The voice of Present Mike announced. Do you think we got enough points, everyone? He asked, as his team restored their gravity and landed on the ground. I'm sure we did, Midoriya. We should be able to pass to the next round easily. Tokoyami replied. The shadows were on our side. What makes you say that, Tokoyami? I'm still not sure if we got enough points. Dark Shadow appeared at that point, holding 3 headbands, 1 in each hand, and the third in his beak. I didn't manage to snag the 10 million, but I suppose the rest of the points Todoroki accumulated would be enough. That's amazing, Tokoyami. We will definitely go to the next round. Turns out that, because of Tokoyami's actions, they had gotten enough points to pass to the third round. Ojiro and someone from Class 1B dropped out. Apparently they didn't remember the entire competition. What sort of quirk did that? Whatever quirk did that most likely wasn't from Class 1A. Maybe Class 1B? It's possible. A quirk that alters memories is an exceptionally powerful quirk. He should try to find the person whose quirk this is. A potential ally, perhaps? He'd have to step carefully and take his time. He already had too many plans going on, but hey, what's one? What? He can handle it. Maybe. The third round was usually some sort of tournament-style match. It could be anything. Last year, there was a fencing match with foam swords. The year before, they had this person that could drastically multiply the force of gravity in an area, something like 7 or 8 times, and then there were duels like that. Every year it was something different. And for our next and final round, a tournament fight. No special tricks, no gimmicks, just a straight-up fight. Recovery Girl will be on scene, so feel free to get nasty with each other. He looked over at Bakugo while Midnight was speaking. He did not like that grin. However, don't go overboard. You are heroes after all. Now, as for the matches, here they are. Midnight pressed a button, and a tournament bracket appeared. He looked for where his name was, and who he was matched up against. His first matchup was Shinso. He didn't recognize who that was, probably someone that never made an impression. If he wins, who knows what kind of quirk that Shinso possesses, he's most likely going to end up fighting Todoroki in the semifinals. Could he face Todoroki? It depends. It could go either way. He can't really shatter a lot of the ice without breaking something, but he's fast enough to dodge ice blasts. Hopefully. There was an hour break before the third round, enough for him to grab a quick bite to eat, and some time to think of his next moves. Hosu's swarming with heroes, more than double the normal. And it's not just small-time heroes. From what he heard, both Endeavor and Hawks were spotted in Hosu. Stain's going to be arrested soon, it's inevitable at this point. So what is his next move? Well, he needs to find the second Kira. He hates the term. Whoever has the death note currently is a mass-murdering madman. Slightly over 8,000 deaths so far, many of them minor criminals that don't deserve to die, as soon as possible. All the killings happen between 6:46 and 7:46, like clockwork. Accounting for the 40-second rule in the note, the times range from 6:45 to 7:45 most likely. Same hour every day. It's almost scary, like there's a robot with the note, methodical actions. That sparked a connection in his mind. If this man is methodical in using the note, then they could be methodical in their daily, weekly, and monthly lives. Add that to the list of things he knows about the false Kira. So what does he know about this person with the note? They're Japanese, as a little over 2/3 of the murders were in Japan. They have a very black and white sense of justice, beyond even what someone would consider a strong sense of justice. And then this final point, very methodical. He can use this. It'll take a little bit more time before. Midoriya. A low voice spoke. I need to talk to you. He turned around to see Todoroki standing there. What is it, Todoroki? Could you follow me? I have something to tell you, and I'd like to do it privately. All right. Sure. He replied, following Todoroki through the stadium to somewhere that's really out of the way. What did Todoroki want to tell him? It had to be something important, for sure. What is it, Todoroki? He repeated. Are you All Might's secret love child? Todoroki asked, like that was a normal question to ask. How does he respond to that? He knows All Might is not his father, although All Might would most certainly be a better father than his own. But how did Todoroki get to that conclusion? Well, the only thing to do was to ask. How did you make that assumption? He asked. I felt the power of your quirk up close for the first time. It's similar to All Might's power, and you both have the same determined will. Todoroki, strength enhancement quirks are some of the most common quirks out there. We even have another person with a strength enhancement quirk in our class. And we all have the same determined will, because we all are going to be heroes. Todoroki fell silent after his explanation. It looked like the other teen wanted to say something else, so he waited. It took a couple of seconds, but Todoroki spoke up again. I broke an oath I made to myself. Todoroki said, lifting his left hand. Last round you saw it, right? You made fire? What's the deal with your fire? It's nothing too bad. He lifted his own left hand, the one he's used to grab the headband. See, there's no burns on me. So if you're worried about it, don't. I'm fine. No, Todoroki shook his head. I swore that I would never use my father's fire. He got a vague sense of unease in his stomach. Something wasn't right here, a puzzle that he didn't have the pieces for. But did he want the pieces? No, he had to face the uncomfortable truth. I swore I would become a hero while only using my mother's power. Todoroki continued, seemingly not noticing what Izuku was thinking. Why? He asked simply. Why would you limit yourself like this? He saw Todoroki steal his expression, and suddenly Izuku felt his stomach drop. Whatever was going to come out of Todoroki's mouth, it wasn't going to be anything good. Have you ever heard of quirk marriages? This is definitely not good. They are relics from an old time, back when regulations weren't as strict. Powerful people bought wives and husbands with strong quirks they could use to produce children with even stronger quirks. Although they were banned about 80 years ago. Why do you ask? He hoped against hope that Todoroki was only curious about quirk marriages for some reason. But that's probably not the case. I am a product of a quirk marriage. My father, Endeavor, wanted to be number one, the strongest hero. But try as he might, he could never surpass All Might when the hero returned back to Japan. So he got a plan. He found someone willing to sell their daughter, my mother, who had a powerful ice quirk. The more Todoroki went on to explain everything his father did, the more he wanted to run back to his locker, whip out the scrap of the death note he had hidden in the case of his phone, and write down, Todoroki NG, as soon as he could. But something stayed his hand. Killing the hero will do nothing for Todoroki right now. What Todoroki needed was friends, people helping him out and showing him everything he missed. And there's also the thing about how his father's death would affect him. It's not going to be anything good, that's for sure. And then there's the third reason, something that was only in the corner of his mind, hardly in concern. It was this being traced back to him. Being Kira. Because something like this is private, probably only known to a few, and if he killed Endeavor with the death note, well anyway, it would make him on the top of the suspect list. So for a mix of reasons, some for Todoroki's sake and some for his own, he'll stay his hand. But that doesn't mean he's not going to do anything. He'll do what he can to help Todoroki. I'll make sure to help however I can. He replied, as Todoroki walked away like he hadn't just dumped a massive secret on someone. Well, he still has to get some food. Probably nothing big, just a snack to hold him over for a short while. He saw a snack stand somewhere along the way, maybe he should check it out. His quick little trip was cut short when Endeavor walked past a corner and faced him. Something in Izuku's gut told him the flame hero wanted to talk to him for some reason. But did Endeavor hear his son's confession? Would the hero demand his silence, or else? Or was it something else? The hero probably didn't even want to talk to him, it was probably his brain just assuming that everything was about him just because he was currently the world's most wanted, last time he checked. That's something he'll have to address. Midoriya Izuku. The flame hero said in a surprisingly cold voice. This was a challenge play, something that T would do, although with a lot more tact and skill. Well, two people can play that game. Todoroki NG. He replied, mimicking the cold tone of the hero he was speaking to. Technically, the pro hero shouldn't know his name, but the reverse is also true, he shouldn't know Endeavor's real name. Don't take that tone of voice with me, the hero demanded. Anyway, I'm here to talk about you. You're most likely going to face off against my son in the 3rd round. You're going to be good training practice for my masterpiece. Don't mess this up for him. It's his destiny to become the #1 hero, and now 2-bit nobody who somehow got the eye of All Might on him will ruin those plans for me. He's not a person that gets angry easily, but oh boy, the past 10 or so minutes have been making his blood boil and red creep along the edge of his vision. To view your own children as masterpieces? Like they're automatons, not fully human? He sees why Dabi hates Endeavor now. He might even have to surpass the burnt villain on the list, he'll have to see. But he can't react like he so wanted to, so he held off on what he so wanted to yell at the flame hero. The slightly more diplomatic approach it is, then. I'm not All Might Dash, he started. I know that. Endeavor said, interrupting him. And Todoroki isn't you. He finished, slightly enjoying how the hero had a slightly shocked expression. He's his own person. He walked off at that point. He was really tempted to write the hero's name in the note, but the reasons why he didn't swirled to the front of his mind. He'll just vent to Dabi then. The guy always seemed to like stories about people hating Endeavor. Dabi looked around at the warehouse he found himself in. It was dirty, wet, moldy, there were holes in the roof and in the walls, but he managed to find a room that was probably an office, and create something of a home base there. It wasn't much, but hey, it worked. At least he didn't have to pay rent, an expense he doesn't have to worry about. He works a shitty part-time job for technically less than minimum wage and under-the-table money, but hey, it's enough to live off of. Well, not really, but he pretends like it's the case. And it's not like anyone would hire him anyways. His phone buzzed in his pocket. Stain had given him a smartphone that had like a dozen apps with Cyrillic text that were apparently the best security in the world. He never questioned how Stain got it, probably stealing the money or maybe bounty hunting, who knows, but it's been useful for organizing things in their little group. He'd gotten a text from Seishin. A rarity, that's for sure. The teen, and it was a teenager, he knew that for sure, was sort of like the cryptid of their little group, knowing things he had no business knowing, an expensive costume he most likely didn't pay for, and even though Dabi couldn't see Seishin's face, the guy radiated, "Do not F with energy." Cryptid Stain 1227. I may need to take your place as the top hater of Endeavor. Dabi had to cover his mouth to prevent himself from laughing. The F did Endeavor do to Seishin? Probably something far smaller than what his father Endeavor did to him. Still, he can't say too much. Left in the oven too long 1233, I may have to fight you on that point, but the F did Endeavor do to you? To his immense surprise, the 3 dots that indicated Seishin was typing out a response. Responding so quickly? Cryptid Stain 1233. I did some digging and found out some shit. I really want to post his name on one of the larger Kira discussion boards. Cryptid Stain 1234. Something like Blacklight of Kira or Third Eye of Justice. Left in the oven too long 1234. Save him for me, will you? I don't want either Kira getting at him first. It was no secret that both Kiras scoured the larger forum sites. They probably never posted anything, just lurked around the forums gathering information. A tree in a forest that nobody would notice. But there was no way he was letting Kira take Endeavor out. Cryptid Stain 1235. Got it crusty. Left in the oven too long 1235. Shut it, brat. He closed the chat at that point. Unlike Seishin, he's got shit to do. Texting Dabi out in the open was risky, but then again it wasn't really out in the open, being in the locker room, and he was hiding this phone anyways. He just needed to tell someone, anyone. Even if it wasn't anything specific, it was still good to tell someone. Anyway, he'd had quite the experience over the past half hour. He needs to get to the semi-finals so he can convince Todoroki to use his fire. He had a plan to do it, he just needs to get to the semi-finals. First target, Shinso. He'd figured out that Shinso was the one student from the general studies classes that passed through the first round, and made his way into the final 16 of the 3rd round by getting through the 2nd round. He didn't see Shinso during the 2nd round, and based on what he'd heard about the entrance exam, Shinso must have a more subtle quirk. Maybe he was the one with the quirk that affected memory somehow. There were a few fun-style games in between the 2nd and the 3rd round. He watched them, just so he can enjoy something fun before his upcoming fights. One of the games was some sort of object-finding game. He noticed that Kendo picked up Monoma as an annoying person, which based on his limited knowledge of the 1B student, seemed pretty accurate. He was approached by Ojiro just before his match with Shinso. Apparently Ojiro was affected by Shinso's quirk. Whatever you do, don't respond to Shinso's questions. If you do, it will allow him to control your body, and you'll be unable to think on your own. Ojiro warned him. That's good to know, Ojiro. Thanks for that. He replied. A body control quirk? No wonder he didn't pass the entrance exam with a quirk that only worked on other humans. Still, he had a goal. He's going to beat Shinso. Introducing one of the top performers in both the first and second rounds, smashing into victory with great power, it's Dauntless from the hero course. Present Mike announced as he walked onto the tournament stage. The crowd was cheering for him, so apparently he had gotten pretty popular during the first and second rounds. Versus, the only student from general studies to get this far, but otherwise he's not done anything impressive. It's Siren. Present Mike announced as Shinso walked out, to much more scattered applause. Alright, match start. Alright, match start. Present Mike announced. All he knew was that Shinso had a body control quirk that was activated when he responded to a question that Shinso asked. So all he had to do was not respond to any questions and then he'll win. It must be good to have an amazing quirk. Shinso said the moment after Present Mike finished his announcement. Everyone probably told you that you had an amazing quirk, told you that you'd be the perfect hero. Shinso knew how to rile him up at least. He'd almost responded angrily. How dare Shinso insinuate he's had an easy life? His entire life was one constant struggle to be someone. He's changing the world and the media calls him a villain. How much he just wants to yell this out to Shinso, make him see that he only got his quirk a couple of months ago. But he held his tongue and ran for him. No way he's going to lose to someone who hasn't done any training. I bet you've looked down on those with quirks people call villainous. Ignored them, pretended like they never existed. Maybe even joined in the bullying. Shinso added. As much as he wanted to yell out a response, he stayed his tongue and stopped himself from speaking. This Shinso was definitely trying to anger him. You know how people with flashy quirks are praised? Well, it's the opposite for people with quirks people would call a curse. You don't know what it's like to suffer at all. Shinso almost spat out. How dare you dash, he yelled out, realizing his mistake as he slipped under Shinso's control. It wasn't body control exactly, nor was it exactly mind control. He didn't have all of his perceptions, and many of his thoughts were dispersed. It was like being in a massive pool, except it's for his mind. A mental pool for his mind, slowing his thoughts and emotions. Shinso caught him. How is he going to get out of this? He can't move his arms, legs, or anything. Turn around and walk out of the arena. Shinso spoke, and then his body moved without his action. It was a mix of mind and body control, but mostly body control, but his brain felt weird. How to break out of this? A shock to the brain could dislodge the influence, most likely. The only thing he could think of that he could do right now is pain. He felt one for all within him, a pool of energy that he still had control over. 100% in one finger, all he has to do is flick it, move it a small amount, enough to break his finger. He swore he wouldn't do this again, but it was only a finger. Recovery girl should be okay with that. The more of one for all he pushed into his finger, the more he felt he could move it, but no matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't work. He saw Yagi in the entrance, gesturing wildly, probably yelling something about not going over there. Well, if he could actually do it, he would. One step before the boundary, he stopped. He looked over and saw 8 pairs of glowing eyes staring back at him. The 8 previous holders of One for All. That's when he felt his body jolt, and he was standing somewhere. It was a very dark place, to the point where he couldn't see more than 5 feet in front of him. He saw a giant rib bone though, and the ground was covered in shadows save for the occasional bone or skull or iron bar or some other oddity. Ryuk was also here, with him for some reason, even though the Shinigami had been in the stands before. Ryuk, do you know where this is? He asked. Because this sort of looks like a place you'd hang out. At first I thought this was the Shinigami realm. Ryuk replied. But it's different. There's way more shadows than the last time I was up there. And plus humans can never enter the Shinigami realm, although I don't know exactly how much you're here. He looked down at that point, to see most of his body covered in the same shadow. What exactly was happening here? He needed to get back to the tournament. Well, this is unexpected. A man wreathed in translucent yellow-blue fire spoke aloud. This has never happened before. Where exactly are we, and who are you? The last question was directed at Ryuk. I don't remember you as a past holder. I'm a Shinigami. My name is Ryuk. Ryuk replied. I have as much of a clue of where we are as you people seem to have. I've never seen this place before. It's so interesting. A god of death? Why does the ninth have a god of death close by him? Are you going to kill him? The man wreathed in fire said. Eventually. But it's part of an agreement Izuku and I signed. It's all part of using the Death Note. He sent a glare at Ryuk. Although according to All Might, all of these people are dead, so... The Death Note? I've never heard of that. I'm using it to eliminate villains even All Might can't reach. It allows me to kill anyone in the world as long as I know their name and face. He said, and the 8 figures he could see wore shocked expressions. You're using this notebook, ninth? A guy with longish white hair and 2 large scars that started at his forehead and going down past his mouth. I presume at least you're picky about the criminals you're killing? That's not the reaction he was expecting, but modern hero society is much younger than people thought, so this guy probably had more flexible morals. Of course. He replied. The media may call me a villain, but the general public thinks of Kira, the name they gave to the mysterious killer of villains around the world. Well, you seem to have a strong sense of justice, so you might trigger my meta ability sometime soon. The man with the scars replied. What do you mean by triggering your meta ability? He asked. I've only ever seen All Might using the raw strength of One for All, not any other quirk like you seem to be mentioning. All Might was able to invoke our power, but not our flames. There's something different about you, where there's the flame inside you, and you might invoke our powers soon. The scarred guy replied. Now get back and fight in the sports festival. S stopped moving. Is he free from Siren's control? The announcement from Present Mike was the first thing he heard when he was suddenly jolted back into his body. That meant that very little, if any, time has passed. And returning to his body after, whatever just happened was enough for him to release himself from Shinso's control, without having to break anything. This was a fluke, so he needs to be even better at sealing his lips and not responding. How did you break out of my control? Shinso asked, looking shocked at it. It's never happened before. He simply grabbed Shinso and threw him out of the arena. He felt a little bad about it, but he'll talk to him after the match ends. Match ends with Siren out of bounds, Dauntless wins. He approached Shinso after the match, because he actually thinks Shinso could be in the hero course if he put more effort into it. Hey! He called out when he saw Shinso. What do you want? Shinso asked. How did you break my control? That was a fluke, honestly. He replied. I don't know exactly what happened either. I think it's something to do with my quirk. Of course your quirk allows you to free yourself from mine. It's the perfect quirk for being a hero, unlike mine. That's not true, Shinso. He said, causing Shinso to turn around in surprise. All you need to do is have villains respond to a question you ask, and you've captured them with no property damage. It may not be flashy or openly heroic, but it's effective. Maybe you can become an underground hero like Eraserhead or Black Ice. That seemed to get Shinso thinking at least. Thanks Midoriya, maybe I judged you a bit too early. Shinso said as he went to the general education areas where he would presumably watch the other matches. That certainly was something interesting. Ryuk said. That wasn't the Shinigami realm exactly, but it did have some elements from the Shinigami realm. Like I've said before, it's certainly very interesting. I don't get why you were in the vision though with the past holders. Maybe there's some sort of supernatural connection? Tokoyami did mention that Dark Shadow could send spirits, so maybe it's something like that? There's literally nobody I could talk to about this, so I'm just going to call it a fluke unless it happens again. You may want to look into this supernatural stuff. It might be important in the future. Ryuk said. Also, it will make things more interesting in the future. Is that all you care about, Ryuk? Alleviating your boredom? I still have to get through the sports festival. Maybe once I catch this fake Kira, I'll hand you off to someone who's as bored as you and wants to alleviate it. My life is plenty exciting as is with the repeated villain attacks, Ryuk. Your world is interesting enough, Izuku, and there's so much more that you don't know about. The Shinigami replied, and then laughed. Of course the Shinigami knew things he didn't. From the evidence he's gathered, the Shinigami has been alive for thousands, if not much longer, so the Shinigami probably knew much more than he was letting on. That's fine, he was expecting this ever since the Death God first introduced himself. A quote from Ryuk himself was that the Death God wasn't his ally or his enemy, just an observer. A very vocal observer, who likes to make snarky comments and spread lies all the time. He'd thought about the ideal, but like hell he's going to give any extra lives to Ryuk? He went back up to the area where the rest of his class was seated. I think Shinso could make a good hero. He said to no one in particular. Sure, he's a bit rude, but I think all he needs is some focus. What happened to you out there? Uraraka asked. You were just standing there for like a dozen seconds or so. It would be too complicated to explain what happened, and it would reveal far too much about himself. I don't know, he said. I'll have to think about it. Maybe my quirk is more complicated than I thought it was. I still don't know how I escaped Shinso's control. Which was the truth. How the vision with the past wielders happened he had no clue, and apparently Ryuk had some place in it. Well, if you figure it out, maybe replicate it. It seemed to work pretty well. Uraraka replied. Yeah, sure, he said, although he was hesitant to try that again. Who knew what would happen if he tried that again? How would he do that again? Meditation? He could try it out, especially if there's some sort of metaphysical or supernatural thing at play. Or he could just be insane and it could be a hallucination. But down that route lies craziness. He has to assume that those visions were real and that they reflected the truth, and then plan accordingly. Namely, if what the scarred man was saying was true, then he'd be getting multiple quirks. Of course this guy could be lying, although that's unlikely. He'll have to communicate with them later. Anyways, Hatsum's the only other person not from the hero course to make it to the third round. I wonder how she's going to fare fighting against Ida. He said. He needed to get his mind off of whatever happened to him in that shadowy space. Introducing the Estuawa? Present might cut himself off. Izuku looked down at the tournament stage to see what was off. Ida was also wearing some equipment. This certainly was unusual. Is this allowed? Present Mike asked. It is allowed if both contestants agree with it. It's a little used rule, but it's still on the books, so it's allowed. The perpetually tired voice of Aizawa rang through the stadium. Ida had something on his back, as well as something else on his legs. But whatever. As soon as Ida started running, it definitely did look a bit faster. Light on your feet, Ida? It's because of my water cooling system, allowing your engines to function easier while they are being used. Hatsum announced. But poles came off from her backpack-like thing, allowing her to almost effortlessly dodge Ida. But dodging is effortless for me with my hydraulic attachment bars. For 5 minutes she continued on, demonstrating the functionality of her equipment while dodging and evading Ida, which was no mean feat. Eventually she just walked out of bounds, ending the match with Ida technically winning. He looked over and saw that Uraraka was barely restraining herself from laughing. I can't believe that Ida got schooled like that. Although why did she walk out of bounds? The support course students have a different goal for the sports festival, to advertise their creations. He explained. Hatsum seemed to do a good job of doing that, and she doesn't have anything else to advertise. Oh, Uraraka said. That's different. The next match was Todoroki versus Zero. He could barely see it from here, but he saw that Todoroki had a look of anger. Endeavor must have talked to him, probably yelling about not disappointing him and using his fire or whatever. Did he make the right decision? Or was he making a mistake? No, he made the right decision. As soon as midnight declared, match start, Siro wasted no time to hook tape on Todoroki and attempt to swing him out of the arena. A split second later, he felt the temperature drop in the air drastically before a massive glacier formed out of where Todoroki's right foot was on the ground. It covered half the stadium, stretching up into the sky, translucent spires stretching skyward. Siro was immobilized by the attack, obviously, and even Midnight had some ice on her. Todoroki obviously had some pent-up anger that he needed to release. A figure covered entirely in black cloth emerged from a hole in the cement that Cementos created and held out his hands. Various colors of green stretching from almost white to almost black came from their hands, with clocks dispersed through the energy, some rotating, some static. The energy swirled over the ice, removing it as quickly as it was formed. And the massive glacier ice shot created was easily reduced by Mahakala, our resident janitor. Present Mike exclaimed. Usually he's out cleaning up combat sites, but we got him here for the Krymzynn tournaments. Everyone give him a shout for his hard work. He yelled out in appreciation of this guy. He had a really cool quirk. And most of the audience seemed to agree, because there was shouting and hollering. Present Mike certainly did know how to inspire a crowd. The next match was Aoyama versus Mina. Ever since they teamed up during the Heroes versus Villains training exercise, they seemed to be rather friendly together, their dramatic personalities meshing together well. As he watched Mina, he realized how fast and light on her feet she was. Well, she had mentioned that she had been taking dance classes, so it made sense that she was light on her feet and relatively quick, dodging and dancing around the laser blasts from Aoyama. Eventually Mina got in range enough to throw some acid at Aoyama's laser focusing belt, and then ended the fight with a surprisingly strong uppercut, knocking Aoyama to the ground. He watched each and every fight of the first match. A girl from 1B with a vine quirk easily defeating Kaminari, who said that his fight would be a piece of cake. Tokoyami taking down Yaoyorozu in well under a minute was also surprising. He would have expected Yaoyorozu to win. All she had to do was create a bright light, a powerful flashlight, and then Tokoyami would be defeated. But it was obvious she was under pressure from Dark Shadow, and maybe she didn't have the time. The fight between Kirishima and his metal equivalent from 1B ended up in a tie. Surprisingly, there were rules for this scenario, and the competition moved on. To the next fight. Uraraka versus Bakugo. He had tried to give her some advice, a method of defeating Bakugo with her quirk, but she refused, saying she had her own plan. He trusted her. Despite her stubbornness, he trusted her intuition and skill. Introducing the girl who can negate gravity with a touch, but she's as grounded as anyone else you'll meet, it's Yura Avity. Present Mike exclaimed, as enthusiastic as ever. He'd mentioned it before, but Present Mike was at home when everyone could hear his voice, having his own radio show, appearing constantly on other shows, and interviewing countless heroes. He knew exactly what to say to a crowd. And her competitor, a boy with a quirk as explosive as his temper, it's Flashpoint. Present Mike yelled out. Now, let the match begin. The moment that Midnight called out the match to start, Uraraka charged forward, but she was blasted away. She tried this again, taking off her outer shirt to function as a distraction in the smoke and dust from Bakugo's explosions. Again and again she tried, and again she was pushed back. Sometimes she was only inches from touching him. He's missing something big. Uraraka would never attack over and over again, failing each time unless she has a plan. She had a plan for sure. There was a clear area where the smoke and dust cleared. He was expecting there to be rubble. Sure, there was a few stones and pebbles, but nothing larger. Compared to the holes the rubble created, there's a massive discontinuity. So where have all the rocks gone? Uraraka's quirk allows her to remove gravity from an object, so once she did that, all she needed to do was toss it, and it would go full force into the air. He looked up. The missing rubble was there, floating in the air. So her plan was a meteor shower? Even he hadn't thought of that. He'll have to meet Uraraka later after the competition to congratulate her for her genius strategy. Although it sort of makes sense, she'd been using her quirk her entire life. Figuring out new ways to use it was second nature. But he couldn't congratulate Uraraka yet. He has to face off against Ida. He heard a hero boo from the stands, yelling something he couldn't perceive, but other people started yelling about how Bakugo was beating up a girl. Were these people idiots? Villains wouldn't go easy on her because she's a girl. For Bakugo, it was a mark of respect. He saw Uraraka as an actual challenge. To that one hero that yelled out. Aizawa said, "I don't know how you ever became a hero, because of how much of an idiot you are. She's a hero just as much as you are. Would you tell that to Miruko or Ryukyu or Azazel?" Izuku detected some anger in Aizawa's voice. She's a hero in training fully. Aware of how dangerous the job is. I suggest you find another profession if you're going to act like it. At that point, more and more people started to notice the rubble, but Bakugo still didn't notice, until Uraraka called, "Release," and pushed her fingers together. All the rubble came falling down. Bakugo readied his hands and shot out the largest explosion yet, decimating the entire meteor shower in one attack. That seemed to be all that Uraraka had in her, and she fell over. Uravity loses, Flashpoint advances on to the next round. Present Mike said after a pause. Of course he didn't see that announcement, as he was heading to the match tournament where he would face off against Ida. Kirishima and Tetsutetsu ended up doing a tiebreaker, an arm wrestling competition. Kirishima eked out a victory, advancing to the next round and facing off against Bakugo. One side, a hero in training that's been breezing through the competition, Dauntless. He walked into the arena to present Mick's announcement. And on the other side, someone equally as fast, if not faster, zooming through the first 2 rounds, it's Ingenian. Match start. Midnight declared. Hesitation was a curse he couldn't have if he wanted to succeed in any of his endeavors. Ida was fast in a straight line, sure, but it was difficult for him to turn at his highest gear settings. He may be slower than Ida was, but he was more agile and able to dodge easier, advantage him. It quickly devolved into a contest of speed, where Ida was faster than he was, but he was able to evade. "I told you I would challenge you, Midoriya," Ida said. "Like everyone else, I'm here to win." "I expected nothing less, Ida," he replied, facing Ida. "I'm here to win as well." He had a new strategy at this point. He was going to throw Ida out. He maneuvered himself into a position where he was 5 meters from the boundary line. Ida charged for him, as expected, but instead of dodging, he reached out and grabbed Ida and tossed him out of the boundary line, literally throwing him over his head. Ingenian is out of bounds. Dauntless advances to the next round. Todoroki fighting Mina turned out to be just as quick. A second glacier significantly smaller than the first one. He noticed there were tiny pieces of ice on Todoroki that melted in the sun almost immediately. He'd have to face off against Todoroki next. "I don't regret being in your position, dude." Kaminari spoke up from beside him. "Facing off against Todoroki, man? I have a plan." He replied. "Don't worry about me." "All right, man." Kaminari replied, sitting back in his chair. "It's gonna be your funeral." "Nonsense." Kirishima added, having walked in at some time. "I think you got this, Midoriya." "Thanks, Kirishima. I don't know if my plan will work, but I'll do my best." Tokoyami continued his march up the standings by defeating that girl from 1B with vines for hair. Dark Shadow tore though the vines and threw her out of bounds. All in all, he managed to throw the 1B girl out of the boundaries in a little over a minute. This was an opportunity for him to see exactly how strong his classmates were, and some of them were more powerful than he was expecting. He didn't get a chance to watch Kirishima and Bakugo fight, because he was in a waiting room currently. He wasn't expecting to win, of course, but he was still feeling nervous. Even though his goal wasn't to win, it was to make Todoroki accept his fire as his own. He couldn't help feeling trepidation. What if he made things worse? What if Todoroki didn't want someone butting into his personal business? Then why did Todoroki share that deeply personal information with him in between the second and third rounds? He would have never expected it. Todoroki keeps secrets extremely well, as much if not better than himself. All Todoroki had to do was not bring it up, and it wouldn't be a problem. He took a deep breath in and another breath out. He just had to accept it. "I know that look on your face, Izuku." Ryuk spoke up. "You're planning something, and it's probably something interesting. You overheard what Todoroki told me, right?" "Of course." You're going to write down Endeavor's name in the death note, I presume. Ryuk said, sitting down in a chair. A risky play, but I support it. No, he said, with an air of finality. No. Ryuk asked, surprised. Why not? It's not going to be beneficial to anyone. It's been a battlefield inside my mind about what to do ever since I heard Todoroki's story. But I've decided to go on and take the hard path. This is a large weight Todoroki didn't intend to put on me. I'm going to help Todoroki, Ryuk. The right way. He walked out into the stadium, nerves dancing in his stomach, but determination on his features. And Uravity is knocked out after her attack, meaning that Flashpoint moves on to the next round. The noise from the old TV went into the bar. I don't get why we're watching this. A young man covered in scars said, lounging down in a booth of questionable cleanliness. Don't you have an inside man? There's better use for my time than watching TV. It's to learn their skills, strengths and weaknesses, Dabi. Another man, covered in green scales, spoke up from the barstool he was sitting on. Sure, they're heroes in training, but if they ever fall off the right path, we'll be able to set them straight. The real reason I want you to see this. The laptop in the corner switched on, and a mechanical voice broadcasted from it. Is what it represents. Violence is glorified. They fight for recommendations from pro-heroes like the gladiators of ancient Rome. Although what Spinner said is true. Tamura, make sure to watch this. It'll be useful in the future. Another young man looked up from the handheld device he was holding. I'm gaining experience for the next battle, then. I've already planned my next mission in this campaign. Good, Tamura. Spinner was watching this interaction with great interest. He'd met this all for one personally. The man had even offered to swap his quirk out for something more dramatic, in the words of the villain. He had refused, of course. He didn't want all for one to touch him, to go anywhere near him. There was something off about the villain. It could be a quirk, but it could just be that all for one is that powerful. Would Kira choose to work with this supervillain? Probably not. But he's not Kira. He can't hide in some closet killing anyone in the world. He joined a group, taking to heart the goals and ideology of Stain and Kira, trained relentlessly, because he can't kill with a thought. Or however Kira killed. Even T didn't know. He learned that from overhearing all for one talk to Shigaraki, because even the most expert among quirk analysts had found the lack of a quirk among every single death. Although I don't exactly get why we need to pay attention to the NPCs. Shigaraki spoke. All we need to do is take Kira's weapon from him, and we'll have all the tools we need to begin. Following your logic, Kira's weapon is endgame loot, and Kira is a final boss. Dabi said, standing up. You don't think that Kira has defenses, people working for him? If the information your spies gathered is accurate, especially your guesses on what happened to the numbers is true, then Kira can even control people to some degree. You think he wouldn't take control of you as you approached him? He's probably not even in Japan at this point if he has half a brain. Distances don't matter to me. I have Kurogyri. Shigaraki replied, continuing tapping away at his device. Kurogyri can move us anywhere, all we need is a location. I think you're giving this Kira too much credit, Dabi. All for one spoke from behind his computer screen. They're probably hiding in plain sight, a normal man or woman, boy or girl, save for whatever weapon they wield. You may have even met them at one point. Now that was an interesting thought, that he had met Kira at some point. The screen switched off at that point. Like always, all for one switched off his screen suddenly. Why isn't Stain here? Shigaraki asked nobody in particular. He needs to watch this as much as any of us. He's going after another fake apparently. Dabi said, slinking down further into his booth. I don't know who. You seem rather happy, Scarface. I don't know what happened, but Seishin hates Endeavor now, which is amazing. That's all you go on about, you hating Endeavor. What, did he burn you or something? Shigaraki demanded, stopping whatever game he was playing. Dabi didn't respond, instead looking up at Kurogyri. Kurogyri, could you please open a portal to my usual spot? Spinner wasn't sure, but he thought he heard a slight tremor or warble in Dabi's voice. Kurogyri's eyes narrowed, but a second later a portal did open. Seconds after Dabi left and the portal became wisps, the door burst open and Toga leaped in. "Oh, we're watching the sports festival? I wanna watch. There's so much blood and injury. Maybe I'll find a cute boy or girl I like seeing injured." He'd learned that she was all effed up because of her quirk, but still, it was unsettling to hear her talk. He needs to concentrate, to gather information on these heroes in training. Present Mike was saying something. Probably just announcements introducing him and Todoroki. That's not what he needed to pay attention to. There was only one thing he needed to pay attention to. Midnight called for the match to start. The opening strike he needed. Todoroki immediately sent a wave of ice at him. It was slower and smaller than the first two Todoroki sent out, so it was easy enough to leap to the side to avoid. He ran forward at that point, one for all pounding through his veins at 11%, his current safe limit. Another wave of ice, moving past it again. It barely missed him. Faster, faster, faster. 12%, 13%, 14%, inching up the power slowly, raising the floodgates. There was enough ice now that he could jump from mini-glacier to mini-glacier, each leap cracking the ice he pushed off of. 15% now. He could feel his muscles straining, his body struggling to contain the massive power coursing through him. Not enough. More ice this time, headed directly at him. Ice on either side, towering walls of translucent frozen water. Destruction then. A kick at 15%, slamming his foot into the ice headed his way. The impact stopped the advancing ice in its tracks, cracking and breaking it into pieces, and there were even small amounts of steam and water around. The ice heated enough from the sheer force to melt and even boil. His leg definitely wasn't fully intact though, he felt his muscles straining from the impact, but he was closer to Todoroki now. Run forward, rush forward. Closer, closer, closer. Another chunk of ice, smaller, weaker, was thrown his way. He used his other leg, powered also at 15%. It smashed through the ice easily, and the resulting windstorm caused Todoroki to put up an ice barrier behind himself to prevent him from leaving the arena. Another ice wave, then a second, then a third, each one kicked away. The muscles in his legs were screaming in pain, so when the fourth wave of ice came his way, he knit his hands together and slammed his hands together into the ice like he was holding a baseball bat. The ice shattered like it did before. This time Todoroki decided to get in close, creating a ramp of ice and then running at him, his hand coasting close to the ground, covering it in ice. "Your mobility is a great strength of yours, Midoriya. So let's reduce that." He just barely heard Todoroki say. So that's Todoroki's game plan, then? His shoes aren't really the best on ice. Sure, he wouldn't slip immediately, but he knows Todoroki's boots are more suited for moving on ice. Plus, the secondary aspects of quirks give Todoroki benefits dealing with ice. Secondary aspects he doesn't have, because One for All was a quirk artificially bestowed upon him, not naturally born from him. He'll continue, however, no matter what it will take. Todoroki wanted to make the ground slippery and unsafe? Well, that's not going to stop him. He may have shattered quite a few glaciers of ice, but there's still enough ice around for him to use as stepping stones, trying to get in closer to Todoroki. A weakness he has is that he can't use these barriers as leaping platforms forever, because jumping off of them causes the ice to crack and break when he jumped forward. Not his problem. He dodged an ice-encrusted fist from Todoroki, who continued the action, slamming it into the ground, creating a pillar of ice propelling him up back onto his feet, while at the same time emanating a cloud of small ice particles from his right foot, acting as a dazzling barrier in the sunlight. He punched the air, creating a wind force that dispersed the ice particles. He was close enough to yell out to Todoroki now, and also close enough to see that Todoroki was breathing heavily, condensation pouring out of his mouth, frost and ice appearing on his right side. The sports festival is all about giving your all, Todoroki. Why are you limiting yourself like this? He yelled out. You haven't landed a hit on me yet, and look at yourself. You're covered in ice and your quirk is at its limit. Use your fire. That only seemed to make Todoroki angrier. What? Did my old man pay you off or something? Was the only thing he heard before there was another large wave of ice directed his way. This was weak, however, and he easily slammed it apart. No amount of money could convince me to do something for him. I'm doing it for your sake. He yelled out, landing a superpowered punch on Todoroki, sending him almost out of bounds. Only a quickly built ice barrier prevented him from that fate. I already told you I wasn't going to use my father's power, Todoroki said, then sending yet another wave of ice his way. This one was pretty easy to deflect. It's not his power, it's your own. It's your power. He yelled out, leaping from the first glacier Todoroki sent out. He saw Todoroki freeze in place, as if whatever he had yelled out drew out some memory in Todoroki. Then he saw it. The fire. Orange flames generated around first the left side of Todoroki's face, and then along his entire left side. The ice on his right side melted away. You could have won, Midoriya, Todoroki said, and then launched a renewed attack of ice, which Izuku just barely managed to dodge. Are you ready to go all out, Todoroki? He yelled aloud. The only response he got was Todoroki charging up a massive amount of fire. Holy shit, this is actually going to happen. It 100%. He charged up his own attack and launched it out as Todoroki sent out an almighty blast of orange-yellow fire. The split second before the colossal energies of their attack joined, he saw Cementos make 5 cement barriers, but they barely lasted an instant against the intense fire and pure energy. He was blasted away from the force, slamming his hands into the cement of the arena to try to get purchase anywhere. But he couldn't ever get enough leverage. He was pushed back too fast and ended up flying out of bounds. Technically, it didn't count unless he touched the ground, but he didn't have any moves to maneuver in air yet, so he slammed into the ground. Dauntless is out of bounds. Ice Shot advances to the next round, although something tells me that that hero name isn't going to last for much longer after that fiery debut. Present Mike announced. It doesn't matter if he lost the match, it's just a competition. There's 2 more like it later in the year. Helping someone? Like what All Might said, interfering when you weren't really wanted was the true mark of a hero. Stain would certainly agree with him on this, most likely. He had lost the battle, the duel, sure, but he's won the war. The war against stagnation, a war against a broken society. A war that would involve both heroes and villains alike. I thought you said that you would never break your bones again. Recovery Girl said to him as he sat in her office, his arm healed up. Well, this was a special scenario, Recovery Girl. He explained. Anyway, can I go now? I want to watch the next matches. Am I all set to go? Of course you are, dearie, but please be careful in the future. I'll try my best, he said. Hey, I've definitely gotten better. He left the infirmary before she could give a surprisingly cutting remark. Recovery Girl's snarky remarks definitely made him a bit more careful in his training. He'd missed the other semifinal, where Tokoyami was eventually brought down by Bakugo. That made sense, because from what he had seen, Dark Shadow was weak against bright light. A bright midday sun, flames and pits surrounding the stage, and continuous exposure for quite some time, and Tokoyami still lasted several minutes against Bakugo. Now it was time for the final match, Todoroki versus Bakugo. Hey Midoriya, you're good at this analysis stuff, right? Azui asked from sitting beside him. Who do you think is going to win? Karo. Who did he think was going to win? Todoroki would most likely primarily use his ice, only using his fire to heat himself up. If Todoroki used his fire, then he would win. Because then Todoroki could just keep sending out ice over and over again, eventually overwhelming Bakugo. I think it's going to be a toss-up, he replied. It could go either way, although I think Todoroki has a slight edge though. I think you're right, Karo, she replied. What about you, Kaminari? Who do you think is going to win? She asked Kaminari, who just walked in. I think Bakugo's got this one. So far he's been pretty unstoppable. And it's time for the gripping finale. Present Mike announced. Flashpoint's been exploding his way through the competition, an unstoppable explosion. But will he meet his match in the equally impressive Ice Shot, who's used his ice and fire on top of that to stop even the mightiest of his opponents? Give me some killer comments, Eraserhead. These two are definitely powerful, so this will be a close fight for sure. You heard it from him, folks. Anyway, let's get started with this crazy final match. Todoroki immediately started off with a glacier that was slightly smaller than the one sent out at Zero, covering Bakugo. Everyone was talking about how Bakugo was defeated already, but there were explosions coming from inside the ice and Bakugo emerged. The fight continued on like this, Todoroki and Bakugo slugging it out with ice and explosive energy. However, Todoroki was accumulating ice on his right side, and that seemed to make Bakugo angry. Izuku could hear Bakugo yelling, wanting Todoroki to use his fire side. But for some reason, Todoroki wasn't using it. It makes sense, of course. The path to recovery isn't a straight line up. Hell, he was surprised he broke through during the fight. Todoroki ended up losing, and Bakugo didn't seem happy about that. Yelling angrily about Todoroki giving up. Despite technically being in 4th place, according to how some ranking rules worked, he got to stand on the 3rd place platform alongside Tokoyami. He looked over and saw that Bakugo had been chained to the podium. What the actual hell? Why did they think that something like that was acceptable? Who approved these restraints? For the second time today, his hands were itching to write a name in the note. He might actually end up writing several names. He was collecting a list of criminals that were on the edge, minor leaders in organizations, or murderers or RPSTS released because of lack of evidence. Or maybe he'll find out who approved this, and then they'll have a talk. All Might was the one that presented the medals, leaping from the roof of the stadium to the stadium floor in a single leap. Congratulations, young heroes, All Might announced. An excellent performance from everyone here, but especially these 4. With a swipe of his arm, All Might brought out 4 medals. 2 bronzish medals, a silver medal and a gold medal. Young Midoriya. All Might whispered into his ear after presenting him with the bronze medal. You should meet me after the end of the sports festival. All Might probably left off the part about one for all because Tokoyami was less than a meter away. Perhaps All Might sensed something within one for all. Which would be terrifying if All Might knew Ryuk existed. But that's something Izuku has to worry about in the future. All Might then went over to Tokoyami, putting the medal on his neck and whispering something to Tokoyami in turn. All Might did the same thing to Todoroki, whispering something in his ear as well while giving the silver medal to him. When it came to Bakugo, he could see immediately that Bakugo didn't want the medal, moving his head the little bit he could. From the studies of past sports festivals, refusing medals were uncommon, extremely so. He could only recall 3 or 4 times, not including this one, but there were still protocols in place, despite the last time this happened being 40 years ago. None of them included binding up the contestant like a villain. Eventually, All Might forced the medal into Bakugo's mouth. Poor All Might, the guy probably had no idea what was going on, and defaulted to doing what he knew best. All Might wasn't the problem, however. That honor belonged to someone else. He'd like to say he'd followed the sports festival intently, but that would be a lie. He'd hardly devote so much time to something that unimportant. Instead, he went on yet another patrol. 23 incidents averted in total, 12 criminals caught, 7 pets rescued, 2 villains apprehended, 2 hostage situations averted. 12 autographs, 17 selfies, 3 flyby videos. Still a drop in the bucket, compared to the crime rife in Fukuoka, in Japan, in the world. The only time he got for himself to think at all was when flying to and from different locations, which sometimes made his thoughts wander to darker solutions. For example, the S-class supervillain Kira. Objectively, not looking at the means and only looking at the ends, Kira is doing a good to the world. But Kira's means, especially the newer one, were objectionable at the very least. According to some rumors he's heard, Kira was actually a hero corps student at UA, which, if it was true, would definitely be surprising. He was currently watching the sports festival on his phone, and he'd picked up the start of the 3rd round. Some green-haired kid versus Endeavor's son. Should be a quick and easy match, but the green kid was fast, which immediately got his attention. And not only fast, but strong too. Probably some sort of strength enhancement quirk. But what was that green lightning? Probably some weird side effect of his quirk. Still, he might send an offer. That combination of speed and power is not oft. He almost dropped his phone when he saw Endeavor's son alight with fire after the green-haired teen, Present Mike called him dauntless, right? Yelled something at him. A taunt? No, that didn't seem to fit. He made sure to have a firm grasp on his phone, because something was telling him there was going to be something major happening. His intuition turned out to be correct, because there was an almighty explosion. How exactly it was caused, he had no clue. He was always shit at physics, but it ended up sending the super strength kid out of bounds with a broken arm, and Endeavor's kid was just barely in bounds, only a hastily built barrier and less than half a meter preventing him from being out of bounds in turn. This Dauntless does need to learn a few things about speed, how to effectively manage being fast, and maybe some questions about his quirk. Now for the second person. He went back to the first round, which were usually pretty quick, weeding out the weaklings that slipped through the cracks, that sort of thing. The first match was Dauntless fighting someone with a mind control quirk, which he recognized as Dr. Shinso's son. If his son's quirk worked the same way as his father's, Dauntless escaped the control, somehow, which was strange. Maybe Dr. Shinso's son didn't inherit that part of Mind Palace. He doesn't have much time, so he watched a few more fights, until he saw someone with a bird head with a living shadow as a quirk quickly defeating a girl who created shields. It was a simple matter to find the two other battles the bird-headed teen fought in. And through the entire 3 fights, he saw that Tsukuyomi could definitely learn some new tricks. Alright, that's the 2 people he'll send offers to. He tucked his phone in his pocket and went into a quick dive. Fun time's over, now it's time to get back to work. Collecting fake phone numbers from India were ridiculously easy to acquire. Anonymous collection was even easier, thanks to advances in security services. It only took him 20 minutes to get the number he needed and set it up on his burner phone that was one of his most important pieces. He didn't call Nizu's personal number, mainly because he didn't know it, but instead he called the UA principal's office number. But before he did, he double and triple checked the security measures he had, including the automated voice he was going to use. Everything was perfect. Now it's time to call the principal. It was surprising that the principal actually picked up. And when he did, he had a rush of nerves. What if he messed up somewhere? This could be the very end of his time as Kira. Was it really worth it? No hesitation. The answer is yes. He needs to do this. Good evening, Principal Nizu, he said, in a slow, scratchy voice. Even if his robotic voice failed, then hopefully he wouldn't be recognized. This was too important. I would like to have a conversation. Who are you and why are you calling me? The voice of the principal came from the other side. All calls to this number are automatically traced, so be careful. All right, Izuku, time to see if your security measures worked out. I'd prefer not to give my name, but like most people I was watching the sports festival, and I just want to know why you thought chaining up a sports festival winner was acceptable. The longer it took for Nizu to respond, the more nervous he got. Was the UA principal going to find him? There's no way. We won't be revealing our reasoning to any random person. I hope this is understandable. However, if you happen to be someone important, I could maybe reveal some details. Very clever, Nizu. But he does have a card up his sleeve. I could always find your names and throw them on the Kira forum. In fact, I'd be surprised if Kira wasn't already looking at the sports festival and thinking. You'll have to wait for the public statement, I'm afraid. You can't threaten me, random person. He hung up at that point, and Factory deleted everything. As much as he's been getting better at making bigger moves, it's still difficult for him. Ryuk found this hilarious, of course. He had nothing more to do for the rest of the night, so he fell asleep, and then began to dream. In the afternoon the next day, UA released a statement about the events of the sports festival. Apparently his call hadn't been the only one. The statement said something about it being a decision among multiple people we would like to keep private, and we'll make sure such an occurrence never happens again, and the people responsible will be reprimanded. So in essence, a non-apology. That's fine, it's no worse than what he was expecting. This is the reason society needs to change. All right. Aizawa said, activating the smart screen. Usually there's more of a spread in the rankings, but it appears that the top 2 finalists stole the stoplight. He looked at the numbers. Todoroki had the most offers, but Bakugo wasn't far behind. They both had thousands of offers. He'd gotten a respectful amount of offers himself, About 100. Maybe he'll get someone from the top 100. Even though Bakugo won, he got less offers? Zero asked. The pros probably got all scared off. Kaminari said. I mean, any pro that's scared off isn't worth my time. Bakugo yelled out in response. And I probably got most of my offers due to my father's influence. Todoroki said, in response to something Yaoyorozu said. He'd gotten 103 offers specifically, so it would be cool to see who decided to give him an offer. I'll be handing out folders for the people who got offers. Anyone who didn't get offers, there are 40 hero agencies that will accept requests for internships. Make sure to write down other options if you get the chance. Aizawa then started passing out the papers, giving him some time to think. He looked over and saw that Ida didn't look like his usual self. It looked like he was hiding something. As someone who is hiding some major secrets from his classmates, and from pretty much everyone in general, he can tell if someone's doing the same. Unless it's something someone's been hiding since the very beginning, he doesn't have anything to compare it to. His thoughts were cut off by the folder handed to him by Aizawa. Alright, he has to pick out an agency to intern at. The first name on the list surprised him when he saw it. Hawks. The number 3 hero Hawks. Hawks had sent him an internship offer. He didn't think he'd impressed the number 3 hero that much, but apparently he did, and that's most likely where he's going. He wrote down the name of Hawks' agency. The Airy. Of course he's not pretentious, so he wrote down the names of 2 other agencies. Although one of them wasn't an agency, it was the independently operating hero Synth, and the other was the agency of the pro hero Lady Victorious. But he really did want to work with Hawks. He'd been doing some casual research on heroes, and he found a quote from the current number 1 American hero Ferric Emperor during a joint interview with him and All Might. Speed is critical to the work of a hero. The faster you save someone, defeat a villain, prevent a natural disaster, the more lives you save, the more property damage you avert. And who else to teach him speed than the hero that's been called too fast by the general media? He's seen the interviews, he knows how much his laid-back persona he portrays and his actual workaholic nature are different. The other 2 heroes he applied for were also good heroes in terms of speed and power. Not as much as Hawks, of course, but they still were pretty good. And maybe part of this was his desire to learn more about Hawks. Despite being the number 3 hero, there wasn't a lot of information on Hawks. He'd even browsed through some files he really shouldn't have access to, thanks to his mother's work. If even the number 14 hero didn't have access to information about Hawks, then it was a great mystery indeed. Who are you going to be interning with? I think I'm going to go with Gunhead. Uraraka said, picking up a small piece of meat from her lunch. Gunhead? He asked. He's a brawling hero, isn't he? I thought you were going to go with a rescue hero. Well, my fight with Bakugo told me I need to gain some combat skill. She replied. I mean, I'm still going to be a rescue hero and all, but it's good to be skilled in combat, right? That makes sense. He said. Although I'm probably going to be more of an action-oriented hero, stopping villainy at the source. Of course. Ida spoke up. Whether through direct fighting or through rescuing, these heroic endeavors are all worth pursuing. I forgot, I never answered Uraraka's question. He said, if I can get it, I think I'm going to go with Hawks. He noticed that Tokoyami was looking his way. Did Tokoyami get an internship request from Hawks as well? Interesting. Well, unless Hawks is getting 2 interns, then it's good he put in a 2nd and 3rd request for agencies. Hawks? Azui asked, seemingly surprised. The number 3 hero? Karo. Yeah. He replied, rubbing the back of his neck. I mean, it was a bit surprising, but I did get to the semifinals. Maybe I can learn how to channel Hawk's legendary speed. Who are you going to go with, Azui? Ida asked. I'm going to go with Selkie. She replied. He's a pretty good ocean rescue hero. I didn't get to do water rescue training at the USJ, so going to an internship where I can do that is my best choice. Karo. He'd found out that Todoroki was going to intern with Endeavor. He'd asked about it innocently, but Todoroki made a good point. Endeavor was one of the best people that could train Todoroki with his fire. It was a step in the right direction at the very least. He still didn't know where Ida was interning with, though. Ida managed to dodge the question, Somehow. He didn't want to call Ida out on dodging the question, though. Maybe he just wanted to keep it a secret, a surprise or something. He still has 3 days to figure it out. Today in Foundational Hero Studies, they were watching a video made by the first pro hero in Japan, Akayashi Samurai. What you need to understand, heroes of the future, is that being a hero in my day is far more dangerous work. Even though I've been a hero for 5 years, there's only 6 dozen heroes in Japan, and 30 times the number of vigilantes. Izuku wasn't going to listen to the video with his full attention, just absorbing the information while thinking about his next move with the Death Note. But when Akayashi Samurai started saying that being a hero was more dangerous in his day. Sure, heroes now are more numerous and powerful, but the villains have more than made the match. Although maybe Akayashi Samurai was right. But anyway, I was getting ahead of myself. Despite all the odds against me, I fight back and I still live on. I do think the heroes of the future are going to be more numerous, but that doesn't mean that there's not going to be large villainous threats. Stand strong, heroes. The age of heroes is going to be nigh. And if it is the age of heroes, then keep going. There's always room for change and improvement. Diamin right, there's room for change and improvement. While it's an age of heroes, it's also an age of villains. He's seen the way people are ignored and thrown aside if they didn't have the right quirk. My own quirk has definitely been called villainous before. Akayashi Samurai sat back in his chair. Well, I guess I should really tell you. It's called Mind Knife, which allows me to throw out psychic knives that cause temporary intelligence loss and increased inhibitions, as well as physical pain. The video cut off there, then resumed at a completely different point. Isn't about just communication. Becoming friends with other pros is essential to your work. Trust is hard to ear. The video cut off again, then there was some glitching and static in the center. He picked up a couple of words and phrases, but they didn't make any sense without their context. Eventually the video stabilized. For me, having a network of informants and vigilantes is essential. I take many names and do many things, but having connections in the underworld is critical. In my line of work, you need to sometimes let go of a minnow to catch a catfish. So the video cut off there, and then it resumed again after a glitch noise and a black screen. And as black or white as you might think. It resumed again, in lower quality this time. There are shades of gray to this world as you'd think. Heroes aren't universal, and almost nobody thinks of themselves as a villain. What you the video cut off at that point. Aizawa shut it off a second after. This was an old interview with the first Japanese pro hero, Akayashi Samurai. The video was assembled from bits and pieces that were collected from various sources. It's amazing this much exists. Not many videos exist from this era. That was true. The further back you went in history, the less video, picture, and documentational evidence there was. Pre-quirk history? Forget it. He's done some digging and he couldn't find anything at all. Alright, now it's time to discuss this video. Aizawa said, "Does anyone have any questions?" Unsurprisingly, it was Ida that first asked a question. Tadiki-sensei, what did Akayashi Samurai mean when he said that he lets go of a minnow to catch a catfish? Ida asked, does he mean he sometimes doesn't catch villains? What you need to understand is that Akayashi Samurai comes from a different time. He was dead and buried over 100 years ago, back when only 20% of people had quirks, and there were only a small number of heroes. So sometimes he had to pick and choose who to arrest. Aizawa explained. But now it's different, there are far more heroes, so that particular concept is mostly outdated, except in specific scenarios. And now, it's time for your next ethics lesson, with Principal Nizu. Aizawa said, and then summarily shuffled out. The principal walked in not 10 seconds later. Welcome everyone, to our next lesson. The principal announced, twirling his tail. Proper amount of force. Was T giving these lesson plans to the principal? Because it seemed like these lesson plans are designed to catch him into revealing something. It's not going to work, of course, but it's still a little strange and suspicious. One part of being a hero is proper application of force. Lethal force is very rarely authorized, and often permission must be derived from the HPSC to apply lethal force. However, Sometimes decisions need to be made in a split second, and some villains are so powerful that lethal force is justified. That's the reason that the S-level threat ranking was created. Villains considered such a threat that capturing them is secondary to taking them out of the fight. So I propose to all of you a question. On paper, this seems pretty clear-cut. However, I propose to you a question. Villains sometimes use this aspect to take advantage of heroes, saving them from death to take a final strike. So what do you do in that scenario? That is the question I ask of you. Principal Nizu said. Silence followed his question. Maybe this ethics class would consist entirely of difficult decisions to be made. Although it also seemed likely that Principal Nizu would teach them other things. Now about the question Principal Nizu proposed. There's more than two answers to this question. A pocket in his costume includes a set of quirk suppressant HNDCFFS, and he can most likely use those if he can. But what would he do if he didn't have them, like many of his classmates did? Well, that would be different. Injuries were relative, and there would just be too many factors. It depends. He spoke up, breaking the silence. There's a lot of variables to consider. For example, are we in a larger fight? With heroes, villains, police and everyone else running around? Then I'd probably leave them there, depending on the state of this villain's injuries and what I've seen of their quirk. There's way too many variables here, Principal Nizu. Very correct, Midoriya. The principal replied. That's one thing you need to consider all the time when acting as a hero in any capacity, be it disaster relief, helping civilians, or taking down villains. Context matters. The principal went on to explain how to make decisions based on evidence, basic analysis of wounds, blood loss, and everything of that sort. After about 30 minutes, he finished with, in the end, it's never this simple. Heroics is a complicated job, but hopefully I can help you make the right decisions easier. Now I know you don't like homework, but I'd like you to answer some questions for me. During your internships, think of everything I taught you, and then give an example of you making a decision during the internship. If you weren't able to make one, that's fine. Tell me how your internship went. With that he left, mind swimming with new ideas. Was this T's plan? To distract and divert him? Stop his campaign? Maybe it's just Principal Nizu teaching them important critical skills, but there's no way T's not going to take advantage of this. He'd forgotten to go to All Might on the day of the sports festival to talk about One for All, so he went to All Might after class. What is it, young Midoriya? Omidi in this form, asked. Well, I wanted to have a conversation about One for All. He admitted, sitting back in the very comfortable chair that was in All Might's office. You saw what happened during my fight with Shinso, right? Yeah, you froze and broke out of young Shinso's mind control, right? Yagi asked. Okay, probably not getting it then. You didn't feel anything strange, right? He asked. All Might was many things, and one of them was obliviousness, so he asked him directly. Nothing strange, young Midoriya. Why do you ask? All Might asked, with a hint of concern in his voice. Did something wrong happen? Well, not really. He admitted. But I did have a vision. A vision? Basically, when I froze, I got a vision of some of the past users of One for All. I was in this shadowy void, and I saw and talked to many of the past users. Did you have anything like this in your life, All Might? No, I was only able to communicate with my mentor for a month or so after her death. Maybe that aspect of One for All is evolving as well? It's hard to say, young Midoriya. If something like that happens again, will you tell me? Of course, All Might. Today, he was cooking dinner alongside Uraraka, Ojiro, and Shoji. He was expecting it to be a rather bumpy ride, but surprisingly, Uraraka knew how to cook pretty well. Ojiro, while not a good cook, was a pretty good learner, and actually ended up being a great help, and Shoji ended up being surprisingly helpful in the kitchen. He wouldn't know what to do with 4 extra arms, but Shoji's probably used to dealing with them at this point. So, in record time, they managed to get out a simple meal for everyone, and he taught 2 more people how to cook. He made a secret deal with Bakugo, Ida, Yaoyorozu, Azui, and Sato, although Bakugo only went along with it because those DM extras need to FING learn to do it themselves, to have everyone become at least decent at cooking over the course of 3 months. This was one of his easy days. When they get back from the internships, he'll have to deal with Kaminari, Hagakure, and Todoroki. He should maybe talk to Principal Nizu about getting some help for Kaminari. From frequent tours of the seedier portions of Mizudafu, helping out some of the poorer and more disadvantaged folks, and quirks can have some pretty extreme side effects, especially mentally. Overuse of his quirk seems to fry Kaminari's brain. With Kaminari, it was difficult for him to focus, and he got easily distracted. Hagakure had trouble with finding her own finger sometimes, and she didn't want to do so many things because it messes up my nails. He kept it in his head, but he did want to yell at her that nobody could see her nails, so they didn't matter. But he zipped his lips and kept trying to make it work. Todoroki was the easiest of the three. He wasn't rude or anything. In fact, he was kind of like Ojiro, and was determined in what he did, but there was so much he had to learn. He slipped into bed. Everyone liked what he made, except Bakugo, but that's to be expected. He's never done anything that Bakugo liked, and all in all, it was a pretty good day. It had been an exhausting day, and he fell asleep the moment his head touched his pillow. He woke up in the same shadowy realm from the sports festival. He recognized the realm due to the ground being covered mostly in shadows, save for the occasional rib bone or skull on the ground, as well as the presence of Ryuk. I never expected for this to happen again, the fourth said. I thought it was a freak incident because of the side effects of that Shinso kid's quirk, but you're here again. You're the first person in One for All to do this, although that could be because you are using the Death Note. The fourth gestured to Ryuk. I still don't know why you are here. I'm connected to Izuku here, Ryuk said. Like I said before, this is new to me. And then Izuku saw someone emerge from the shadows. A sickly, thin figure dressed in ragged clothes. You'd be mistaken if you thought this was a beggar, but the figure carried themselves like a hero. I am the original wielder of One for All, the figure announced. And this is an interesting development. I hadn't heard of the Death Note in my time. Can you tell me more about it? The Death Note is a notebook that allows me to kill anyone I write the name of in it. I can even specify how they die, and even control their actions before they die, he said, after pausing. He just revealed he's a mass murderer to 7 heroes. What would be the repercussion? Well, there's no hiding it anyways, and they're dead anyways, so who could they talk to? Have you used this Death Note? The original wielder asked. He nodded. Like I said before to the fourth and some of the others, I'm using the Death Note to kill leaders of villain organizations and other dangerous villains all around the world, villains that the usual heroes can't reach. You're doing good then, the original wielder replied. Getting the villains you can't reach even with One for All. I would have preferred a better method than killing, but it's the best I can hope for. The past wielders of One for All were more supportive of his use of the Death Note, but like Akayashi Samurai explained, heroes of this era had different morals and beliefs. There was a slight noise, and he looked over and saw a small gray sphere, with a fire-like something coming off of it in waves. What is this? He asked, curious. This is One for All, or at least a representation of it. I'm not exactly sure which. It was the third wielder, the man wreathed in something like fire, that spoke this time. All Might was able to invoke the power of the meta ability, but not the flames. What does that mean? He asked. It felt like he was missing something big, but what was it? It was like a puzzle that he didn't have all the pieces for. What was that mystery? What was it? I'm not sure, but it feels like you'll have a deeper connection to One for All than even All Might had. Whatever what meant, that did sound like it would be good. Are you sure these visions aren't going to appear when I'm fighting a villain or something? This should only appear when you're sleeping or meditating or something like that. The third replied. So you shouldn't worry about that. He watched as the past holders started to fade away. Our connection is weakening, but stay safe, kid. You'll be a great wielder of One for All yet, the fourth said. And then they all faded away into the distance. He jerked awake to someone knocking on his window. He looked up to see it was Aoyama, holding cheese in his offhand. What's going on? Why does Aoyama have cheese with him? How did Aoyama get to his window? Why is Aoyama here anyways? Whatever, his life is strange enough anyways, so he got up to open the window. By the time he stumbled around to get to the window, Aoyama had disappeared, and there was a small plate with a slice of some cheese on it. What cheese was it? He's not an expert, so he has no clue, but at least it tasted nice. Maybe he had imagined things. Aoyama's balcony was 2 meters from his, and there was no sign that Aoyama was ever there. But the cheese? He should probably go back to sleep, but he checked the one alarm clock he brought with him. The red digital numbers read 3:47 a.m. Yeah, he's not going to go back to sleep. He's going to need some coffee at this point, probably. He opened his laptop though, because he might as well find another name for the notebook. He hardly did any original research anymore. All he had to do now was fact-check the most promising villains that came along his path. Such as Eldrazi, a conqueror who hid his face and was raising a ruckus in Iraq, to put it mildly. He'd heard of Eldrazi, and actually figured out his first name, Salmal. So when the forum post on izofklover.com mentioned that Eldrazi's real name as Salmal Connor, he took it very seriously. A little digging, and he found that a relatively small news site, the Mosul Weekly, reported that a man by the name of Salmal Connor had deep ties to the Eldrazi Caliphate and could possibly be Eldrazi himself. The quirk information matched up, as Salmal Connor's quirk, friend, was a much weaker version of the quirk Eldrazi possessed, command, but it worked the exact same way, meaning that Salmal Connor was Eldrazi. A fairly clean and dry case, perfect in this work. Now, it's time for him to get that coffee. It would be a long day without it. He didn't do the best in the sports festival, but that's to be expected. So many of his classmates were really strong, and that's not even counting the other class, and even people from the non-hero courses to account for. But he'd gotten further than he expected, which was definitely a good thing. All for One was expecting information from him, so he had to get something else together. Hagakure was already creating a report on the rest of his class quirks, so he might as well focus on the next best thing he was good at. Figuring out people. Drawing up information on his classmates was easy, gathering information from his observations and adding conclusions from what he figured out. What order does he start from? Why not seat order? It's pretty arbitrary, but any order would be arbitrary. He wrote his notes in English. Looking at the results from present mixed English test, only a few of his classmates would be able to read his notes. All he had to do was keep his notes away from Midoriya, Todoroki, Bakugo, Yaoyorozu and Ida. They weren't the type to go rooting through people's things. So he took out a nondescript notebook and started writing down some notes. He took care to make sure that it was in a neater handwriting than usual, just to be sure. He dedicated a full page to everyone, despite not having enough information for anyone to fill a full page. He'll write more later when he gets more. Right now he has to focus on his second plan. Decoupling himself from the league. It's risky and probably going to go wrong, because All for One probably has some sort of mind reading or more subtler analysis or body language reading quirk, and his plan would be dead in the water. And that's not counting the Doctor or Shigaraki or Hagakure. Basically, he's got a snowball's chance in hell of getting out alive and in one piece, but he's trying his DMN best. There's only one thing that's holding him back. Shimiko. His younger sister was with his parents right now, who were pretty much in All for One's pocket. How could he abandon her? She didn't go through any of the training he did, although it's probably coming up eventually for her. She got a quirk out of left field, unlike their parents or his quirks, and it seemed to be pretty powerful. Maybe he'd need another talk with Seishin. Out of everyone in Stain's group, he feels like he understands Seishin the most. It could be a lie, it could be a front, but he didn't think so. It didn't seem like Seishin was the type to pull something like that. A special knock on his door showed that Hagakure was here. He straightened himself and banished any thoughts of betraying the league. He opened the door and went to the bathroom real quick, just to explain opening his door. Hagakure was wearing clothes manufactured from her DNA, so they were transparent, and they were also sound dampening. I hope you're actually doing some work here, and not just dreaming about running away from the league. You do know All for One won't ever let you go. You're a cog in his machine, a piece on his board, like a knight or a rook. Hagakure explained. What do you expect to do against the might of his organizations? He gave a laugh at that statement. It wasn't a humorous laugh, it was a mocking laugh. What makes you think you're a rook? We're pawns, Hagakure. That's it. And you seem to not mind being a cog in a machine. I have purpose at least, she said, sitting down in his spare chair. And did you actually do what Shiggy wanted? He tossed the notebook lightly at her, which she caught. I'm not the best at analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of quirks and people's fighting styles, but I am good at figuring out people mentally and stuff like that. I threw the best observations on their quirks and fighting style I could, but it's probably not as good as your stuff. She grabbed her own notebook and slipped the now 2 notebooks into a special clear plastic bag. Why is the portal in your room? She grumbled as she opened one of the drawers in his desk and took out the various books and nonsense he shoved in the drawer as concealment for the portal. The portal was created from this one guy from India that All for One got under his employ. The quirk was powerful, able to create permanent, and sometimes very large, portals. But the portals had some specific rules and limitations. For example, no living organisms can pass through. Well, they can, but the organism would die. Also, anything that comes through the portal is deadly to touch, so that's why there's a protective plastic case. Very convenient for killing people, as this portal guy often did, being immune to the effects of his own portals, but somewhat inconvenient for transporting materials and substances. Still, it was a portal that was untraceable. All for One found out that Kurogiri's warp gate left residual energy for up to 3 weeks, so this was the next best solution. Sure, there was a risk of the portal being found out, but all he has to do is disrupt the portal and it will close within a second. The most secure transport they had. You're going there over the weekend, right? Hagakure asked him. Because I couldn't get away. I was going to This Sunday I'm headed over because apparently All for One wants to see me before I do an internship. I picked the hero because her quirk works well with mine. He handed the paper which showed the agencies he had applied to. I could only find 2 agencies that could work with my quirk well, so the third was just something interesting. Hagakure read the paper quickly, and then put it down. These seem like a good choice. I'm actually surprised. Hey, I'm not that dumb, Hagakure. He replied. I've been making good choices lately. Well, if you're looking for good decisions to make, I'd choose to abandon this escape plan of yours. You know what will happen if you try. I've already told you, I've stopped trying. He lied. He didn't know what All for One and Shigaraki were holding over her head, but what was it? It probably wasn't a younger sibling, but it could be. Did All for One give Hagakure her quirk? That seemed unlikely. Invisibility? He's surprised that All for One didn't take that for himself. He knows why he got his quirk, because it's too dangerous for the ancient supervillain to use in his wrecked state. Wait. Maybe that was what was being held over Hagakure's head. He'd steal her invisibility quirk. I had the start of a plan in my mind, but I quickly realized it wouldn't work, and I scrapped it. And I think you're suspicious of me to hide your own plan, maybe even from yourself. He added. He needed Hagakure on the defensive. What is he holding over you? Is it your quirk? Family? He couldn't see Hagakure's face, but she definitely looked confused. No, you got this all wrong. I chose to do this, I wanted to be more than a pawn. And you're not a pawn now? From what he said, there's another in the 2nd year, and one that's a sidekick at a well-known agency, so we are pawns. We were sent here because All Might is teaching this year, and he wants to know how and why All Might is teaching at UA. Think of it, it doesn't make sense. Why would the top-ranked hero and symbol of peace drastically reduce the amount of hero work he does in order to teach? He'd reached this conclusion a week ago, and it was the only conclusion that made any logical sense. He hasn't shared his observations to anyone yet, and if he's right this might be trouble for All Might, but this information is going to hopefully solidify his position in the villain camp, at least for Hagakure and the rest. He'll apologize when All for One is behind bars. Or hopefully 6 feet under, if he has any say in it, or if he can determine All for One's real name somehow. Why is that? Hagakure asked. So she hadn't figured it out yet. All Might's getting weaker, he said with an air of finality. Shigaraki and All for One already know this. That's what the Nomu was for. It wouldn't stand a chance against All Might in his prime, but it gave him a difficult fight, and if the situation had gone differently, perhaps All Might would be dead. But I know there's more to this whole thing that All for One is keeping from us. Like for example, Why can't he just take All Might's quirk and be done with it? He's got a flair for the dramatic, you know. Maybe he just wanted a nemesis for his own amusement, and when his life is really in danger, he'll just take All Might's quirk. I don't know, I still feel like there's something we're not seeing. Like a puzzle piece we weren't given. He laid down in his bed. It's just so frustrating sometimes not knowing everything. You'll just have to get used to it, we're not important enough pieces to know this top-secret information. She replied. It's just natural, you know? You shouldn't question any of this. Well, how did that make any sense? She can't be this stupid. Or maybe it isn't stupidity. Maybe she has more information than he does. No, down that path was distrust and mistakes. Hagakure probably didn't have more information than him. Anyway, I'll go now, I'll let you stew in that information for a while, I have non-theoretical stuff to do. She then walked out. What is he supposed to do now? Maybe call Seishin? He snagged the villain's phone number, probably secured to hell and back, because it's an Indian phone number, and anyone who uses an Indian phone number knows that it's DMN near untraceable, thanks to the crazy privacy and security laws in the country. He'd snagged one himself, and used that when he acted as a villain. Would Seishin pick up? The guy seemed very busy. Still, he might as well try. He needed someone to confirm his theories about All Might, and Seishin seems pretty smart. His burner phone was ringing. This phone was disconnected from the main servers, so it wasn't a scam call. It was another Indian phone number, so it could literally be anyone, the 12-digit phone number staring back at him. Alright, Izuku, let's see who it is. It's pretty late at this point, but that's never stopped anyone. He stepped into the closet and took the call. Thank the gods the walls of UA were pretty thick. Who is this? He asked. He didn't recognize the number. Crafter. I need your help with something. He went back into his main room and opened the doors to his balcony, preparing to jump off and escape. It would be difficult, but he'd manage. If Crafter was in mortal danger. Where are you? Do you need help? He whisper-shouted into his phone. Say, I'm okay, if you need help. No, nothing like that. Crafter hastily said. I'm as safe as I'll ever be at this point, but I have more of a theoretical problem. He slipped back into his closet at this point. Phew, crisis averted, at least temporarily. What's the theoretical problem you're having? Do you think All Might is getting weaker? Crafter asked from the other side of the phone. He froze at that point. All Might was getting weaker. All Might could only act as a hero for 2 hours and a handful of minutes. And even in his muscle form, his punches packed less heat, he was slower, less durable. I don't know, Crafter. He lied. Unlike Stain, I'm not really obsessed with All Might. I don't even follow him that well. It's very possible though. What evidence do you have? He just wanted to know exactly how much All for One and Shigaraki were telling their minions. Did Crafter know about One for All? Probably not. That sounds like a secret All for One would keep to himself. Maybe he told Shigaraki, but that's likely it. Well, why would All Might become a teacher? There's only so many hours in a day. A much truer statement than Crafter probably thinks. Maybe All Might's past his prime. Maybe being a hero for over 3 decades has finally taken its toll. I don't know why, but he was definitely less powerful at USJ than 10 years before. Maybe he's looking for someone else to be the symbol of peace when he retires. Crafter had hit the nail right on the head. Shit, he needs to deflect. Why would All Might be looking at hero students to take his legacy? Why not some of the pro heroes out there? Like Endeavor, for example. As much as he hated saying it, some people would say it makes sense. Or maybe Hawks or Miruko? Crafter laughed from the other end of the line. I thought you were smart, Seishin. Endeavor's a competent hero, definitely, but he's no symbol of peace. And Hawks and Miruko are well-established heroes by themselves. I don't think they'd take on the mantle of All Might. But a hero student, especially a second or first year, doesn't have a definitive image yet, so they could become the new symbol to hold Japan's hero society together. I'm not as good with tactics like my partner is, but I'm good at big picture, strategic view, and you seem like you also are pretty smart on the big picture as well, so what do you think? Damn it, Crafter, you're pushing me into a corner here? What's he supposed to say to Crafter to divert him away from this idea? Think, Izuku, think. There has to be something that he can say. This conversation was very close to extremely dangerous territory, and this information was probably still going to All for One regardless of what Crafter said. I'm not focused on All Might or UA, like at all, so I'm going to defer to your knowledge on this. Is that everything? Yeah, sorry Seishin, have a good night IG. And are you going to get here this weekend? I have information to tell you. He'd be dropping by on Sunday already, and he'd planned out everything. I should be able to. I also have information. It was easy to pick up on the subtext that Crafter wanted to advance plans for his escape. By Seishin. He took a deep breath, wrote down the information of Crafter in the Death Note. He didn't even write down Crafter, just C, and then started research for another villain for the notebook. The name Izuku Xui showed up several times. Dedixi, how the hell do you pronounce that? He's not even going to try. Apparently ran an organization that sold all sorts of slaves to people, based on quirks. Some of the people who posted on these larger forum sites were very knowledgeable, paragraphs and pages of information, statistics, documents, pictures, videos, and files. Sometimes there was enough information that he had to check if the target wasn't dead by a copycat killer, which was increasingly likely, based on the fact that there's, by his estimate, over 600 currently active, or arrested by the heroes, specifically in India and North America. Izuku Xui wasn't currently dead or arrested by heroes, at least it hadn't hit the media yet, and he'd gone through pages of documents and pictures that made him bring up the subsetatus eye bleach. To look at pictures of cute dogs, cats, and other animals made him feel better, in between horrifying pictures of people with mutation quirks he doesn't even want to think about. And when he becomes a hero, creating a charity for people with mutation quirks is one of his top priorities. He's got no idea why some particular mutations are considered so sexualized. So considering all of this, he didn't care at all when he wrote this cruel person's name in the Death Note. Another villain down. She sat in her room. As much as she's supposed to have an ally in her infiltration mission, she can't help but think she'd do better alone. Her partner has plans of her own. She doesn't believe him for a second when he said he didn't have any plans of escaping the clutches of the League. She could almost laugh at his pitiful attempts. She's been through this whole song and dance before. There are disadvantages to having an invisible body. Well, it's disadvantageous for her, and the advantage is in All for One's court, because there would certainly be questions if people saw her body. Should she inform All for One she thinks her partner's going to try to escape? Probably not. All for One probably knows anyway. She's probably sure he knows everything, or at least close to it. How did All for One ever lose to All Might? She'd never know. Honestly, the thought of facing off against All Might scared her. Every villain that faced off against All Might lost, ever since his debut. Even All for One, the master of the underground, the man with 1,000 quirks, lost. But no, All Might has made society weak, people become complacent, and everyone ignores their responsibility as people, as members of the human race they all a part of, and instead they say it's a hero's duty. It's an age of heroes, but in all the wrong ways. And the worst part is people don't even see it. The reason she decided to work with All for One was because All for One saw this truth and spread it around the world. And nobody is going to stop him. Not All Might, not T, and certainly not any other hero. It's the grand plan, the finest strategy ever crafted. In the end, the loyalty of one insignificant person doesn't matter, not one bit. Alright, I know it might be a mistake to do this so close to your work studies, but I digress. Aizawa-sensei explained. But no worries, that's why we have Recovery Girl on standby. Today we're doing a free-for-all exercise. Me and All Might will be watching, and when someone is tagged, they are out. Our rule is final. There is no safe area. There are two winners, the person who is last out and the person who tags the most people. A combination of stealth and combat? Definitely up his alley. He'd thought about redesigning his costume, but he decided against it until his work study was over. After getting a feel for real hero work, he'd see how his costume choices stand up, and he'll be able to determine what sort of redesigns he'd need. This exercise would certainly make him tired, and it's the day before he has to visit the league. Well, it depends on the place they're doing this exercise. He'd figured out this morning that the guy with the unpronounceable name had already been taken out by one of his most successful copycat killers. He didn't know who Inquisitorium was, but he hoped he'd never meet them in person. As much as he appreciates people doing work for him, they can be pretty freaky. So stealth or combat? Probably a combination, depending on where the exercise takes place, which after a quick bus ride, he found out it was a forest area. Uneven terrain, low visibility, and then there's the trees that can be climbed. All in all, a unique place, different from the cityscape that was the place they did their first battle, a more urban area. They had 10 minutes to disperse throughout the dense forest. It was dense enough of a forest that even though it was midday, it was pretty dark. It was a temperate forest, with many oak and conifers. Match start. The voice of Present Mike ran throughout the forest, and almost immediately he started looking around. He didn't activate One for All yet, because the lighting, which he still can't explain, while dark, was still bright enough to attract people. So to the treetops it is. He quickly found a largish oak tree and climbed up it. He'd picked correctly, because this tree reached out above the general treetop level. There was a glacier in the distance and explosions somewhere else. Alright, that's the direction he's headed. On the climb down, he paused when he saw a Shido walking through the forest, creating quite a bit of noise. He made his way down the tree, and then turned on One for All to about 10%, and dashed over to tag a Shido. Ah man. A Shido cried out. I barely heard you. You should work on your observation and stealth skills. He replied. I wasn't even trying to be sneaky. And it appeared that they weren't calling out people who were being eliminated, which means that there could be any number of people still in the forest, but there's no chance he eliminated someone first. The current plan he's working with is to let Bakugo and Todoroki fight each other, which should be easy, as Bakugo wants to prove himself to Todoroki, and then he'll take out whoever is next. Of course, the darkness in the forest made Dark Shadow stronger, so he should certainly look out for Tokoyami. And Hagakure. Her invisibility made her incredibly powerful in this environment. It took him another half hour or so to find other people. He eliminated Sato and Mineta as well, finding them attempting to sneak through the forest. And this was where his dark-colored, green costume shined. Sure, he wasn't the sneakiest person out there, but he's definitely not an easy mark to take out. The noise of explosions and ice continued in the distance, so Bakugo and Todoroki were still fighting. So who else was still in the game at this point? It's hard to exactly say at this point, but maybe he should start searching for the people who were hiding. And then it started raining. His first thought was that UA could even cause rain, but then he remembered that he'd checked the weather forecast for this morning, and it predicted a 76% chance of rain. So it's just natural rain. But as it started to pick up, he would have to adjust to fighting in the rain. It decreased visibility even more, making it hard to see ahead of him in the dark forest. It was time for him to use his hood mask combination. Using this and the sound of the rain, he blended in perfectly. He could pass not 2 meters from someone, and they wouldn't even notice. Maybe not, though, it wasn't getting as dark as he was expecting. Still, he was able to get the drop on Shoji, despite the other team using extra eyes and ears. Intel and information can only get you so far in a game like this. As he took down Shoji, he picked up a fallen branch. Force multipliers were always good. Maybe he should get a weapon for his costume, like a staff or something. He'd stopped hearing ice, and he thought he could hear words at the very end. Damn it, half and half. You got me tagged by Invisibitch when I was distracted. He wasn't hearing any ice as of right now, so maybe both Bakugo and Todoroki were taken out? Maybe he just doesn't know. A hand brushed against his shoulder. Damn it. Hagakure is the last person in the game, but Todoroki eliminated 7 students. Like twice before, the only indication of where Shigaraki was bringing him for this night's meeting was a deep purple-black portal almost indistinguishable from the background. Almost. But the portal was moving, and normal walls don't move. Like most every alley in the city, it was littered with trash, the dumpsters overflowing with garbage, a homeless person passed out, covered in coats and blankets, bottle in hand. He picked his way through trash bags and bottles and cans and all sorts of plastic and paper and styrofoam containers and wrappers, refuse from thousands of people that just don't care about the world they live in. That's why he'll continue his crusade, the quest and path laid out for him, to rid the world of fake heroes and change the world. He hadn't been planning on becoming an international icon, but Kira propelled him into the limelight of the world stage, and like hell is he going to let that stop him from taking out fakes. He walked through the portal, and he was thankful he'd decided to get an eye patch, because he was immediately greeted with bright sunlight, the sun hanging straight in the grass was mainly green, long, thin strands waving in the wind. But what was most striking was the other scenery. There were mountains in the distance, but what was most striking was a collection of abandoned farmhouses and buildings, and there were black pillars maybe 100 meters in height, seemingly intact, scattered across the landscape. They were in all angles, some fully knocked over, others tilted at an angle, still others standing up fully. The gentle wind brought the scent of plants and natural growth to his nose, combined with a faint scent of ash and smoke. Although that doesn't really narrow down where this was, the chaos of the world in past and present made burned down and abandoned structures commonplace. "Where did you find this place?" he asked. "How long does it take for you to find these places? Maybe this is why you didn't do well in the USJ attack. You spend way too much time finding thematic places to host conversations." "Relax, Stain. I found an old internet list called Top 100 Old and Abandoned Locations and just pick one randomly when I want to have a conversation. It took me like 5 minutes." Shigaraki almost yelled, walking out from one of the ruins. "So I have some Noma ready. None of them are on the strength of the one at USJ, but I'll be using them to further my goals in Hosu. Does Thursday sound good? I have a target in mind, so that shouldn't be a problem." He replied, boots sinking slightly into the soft ground. Now that he was closer, he could see there were a few small ponds scattered throughout. So this was some temperate wetlands. Based on the scattered buildings and their structure, this was in the United States. But what about the pillars? Maybe someone's quirk? That's not the main focus at this point. He has to find out natives' patrol route after this meeting. So what are these Nomu? From the way you described it, it sounds more like a weapon than a person. Shigaraki sat down on a chair that he had hidden in the grass for some reason. Probably inherited the flair for the dramatic from All for One. The main supervillain seemed to view this entire thing as a giant game. "I can't tell you exactly what they are, but they are living weapons, biologically engineered to resist the strain of multiple quirks. Humans were only designed to use one quirk, so having multiple quirks in the same person without safeguards, All for One's quirk-giving quirk, or a similar quirk, would probably not go well." "Alright, so you're just going to throw them out randomly to cause chaos?" "Yeah, pretty much. You'll use this distraction to take out your target. Hosu is swarming with heroes right now for some reason, so you might want to take it slow afterwards, or leave the city entirely." "I can take on a few heroes," he replied. His record spoke for itself after all. "What about Endeavor?" "Stalwart?" Shigaraki asked again, getting up from the chair, grabbing it with his full hand to turn it into dust, and casually walking over. 4 of the top 20 heroes are in Hosu, including the number 2 and 3 heroes. Can you handle them in a fight, Stain? That wasn't intel he had access to. He knew there were quite a few heroes in Hosu, but not Endeavor and Hawks. He assumed Endeavor was still in Tokyo, and Hawks all the way in Fukuoka. Maybe Endeavor would stop over, but he didn't expect for Hawks to come up halfway up Japan to hunt him down. Could he handle Endeavor? Could he defeat the Flame Hero? I'll never know until I face them down. He finally replied, after a pause. I've faced down a couple of fire users, so I know how to fight them. Endeavor's no different. Instead of actually responding, Shigaraki pulled out a phone, scrolled through it for a while, and then clicked play. It was a video of Endeavor, in My 8, a mostly abandoned city, fighting a villain with a concrete manipulation quirk, very powerful in the abandoned city, and the Flame Hero was vaporizing literal tons of concrete with blasts of superheated fire, tendrils of flames vaporizing the concrete orbs thrown his way. This may be slightly more difficult than he had initially thought. You just happened to have that video on standby? he asked. It seems like a very specific video. I have videos on several heroes, Stain. Shigaraki replied, putting his phone away. I'm learning quite a bit from Sensei, and one thing that he told me was to be prepared. I'm a fan of having the right tools for the job, Stain. That only makes sense, Shigaraki. He replied. I have ways of dealing with fire wielders. You're doing this alone? Shigaraki asked him, looking a bit surprised. I thought you'd bring along someone like Toga or Spinner, or maybe even both. It's not like I'm the leader or in charge of them. He said. Spinner and Toga are doing their own thing, and I have no clue where Dabi is. We're not like your league, Shigaraki. It's just a group of people with the same goal, removing fake heroes from society. Shigaraki then walked over to the nearest pillar. It was one of the ones that was standing straight up. Why not just tear it all down? Shigaraki asked, a manic gleam in his red eyes from behind the hand mask he wore. A hand was placed on the large pillar, and it slowly began to crack and decay. It's not just heroes, Stain, it's society in general. People throw their problems onto heroes, denying their personal duties as people. Shigaraki continued talking, as the pillars slowly began to decay, and even started to tip over. People are already seeing the cracks, thanks to you and Kira. But what I need to do is exploit these cracks. Shigaraki was walking around the edge of the pillar, trailing his hand along the pillar, and the decay continued spreading along it, the pillar beginning to buckle and shake. People need to see that the heroes they trust can't be relied on, and they need to do things for themselves. The longer Kira stands against the world's greatest detective, the better it is for me. He walked away from the pillar at this point, as it collapsed behind him, a low rumble spreading along the ground. Obviously the impact was more than Shigaraki was expecting, because the villain stumbled and almost fell, but he caught himself. Where did you get that flair for the dramatic from? Was it from All for One? He asked. Every move he made in a fight was to win. He had no time to waste on dramatics. Don't worry about it, Stain. I'll stay alive and out of jail long enough to continue my quest. Although I don't know if I'd say the same about you. You were recently promoted to an S-class villain, by the way. While not surprising, it is a bit concerning. Being classified as an S-class villain meant that any vigilante or civilian could take him out and would receive only a slap on the wrist, and he could even be killed. So what? That only means that I have to be careful. S-class isn't given out lightly. That means that I'm a threat to the entire world. Not because of my quirk or physical capabilities, but because of what I believe, the fact that worldwide people are starting to take a hard look at the heroes that protect them. And even if I do get arrested, even die, I become a martyr for the cause. It would be hubris to assume that he'd be the one to execute his will. He's not suicidal, but he doesn't fear death at all. Whatever, go do whatever it is you do. I'll be releasing the Nomu on Thursday, don't miss it. A portal opened in front of him at that point, and he walked through it, which deposited him back in the alley he had left from. After waiting a minute or so for his eyes to adjust, he returned to the base. He had a lot of things to plan now. After seeing all the work-study offers he had gotten, less than that DMN half and half BSTRD for some reason, he'd ended up selecting Best Genist. An effective combatant, despite his deceptively weak quirk. Everyone wears clothing, and Best Genist can quickly and effectively take down villains because of this and his own quirk. Who else would he be able to learn from to quickly take down villains? Certainly none of the other weak heroes that offered him a work study. He'd overheard from Deku talking to his friends that the DMN nerd secured a work study with Hawks. As in, the current number 3 hero, while he was stuck with the number something weird was going on with Deku, he was DMN sure of it. It had all started a year ago with the villain attack, and it had accelerated about 5 months ago with that DMN Stain video. Deku was hiding something, and he wasn't exactly sure what the F it was. He'd overheard the DMN nerd muttering something about the Kira investigation. Like hell he'd let Deku get to Kira before him. But something else was playing in his mind, a thought running through his brain. Kira could kill anyone in the world. There were some limitations to the power, but not nearly enough to make it make any sense. Still, Kira probably had a hideout somewhere, using his quirk to kill anyone he thinks of as evil. Would the villain target people who go after him? Would dozens of heroes rush into some warehouse only to become corpses seconds later? What was he supposed to do against the ultimate evil? Become number one, get stronger until no one, not even Kira, can stand in his path. Sensei, everyone is going to be here soon. Do you have anything new to add? A thin young man spoke to a computer screen. Nothing else, Tamir. I have other things I'm working on. A voice from the screen replied. This is your meeting after all. You're still working on catching Kira. He replied, unimpressed. T's had over a month and international governmental cooperation on his side, and he's gone basically nowhere for over 4 months. Do you have any ideas that T doesn't? A few. But I'm going to stay my hand until Stain is arrested by the heroes. I can be patient, I'll wait as long as I need so I can get Kira's quirk. Sure, you can wait, but every day you spend hiding out in a bunker or whatever, the greater the risk some underground hero or vigilante stumbles on this place. Jianyo's ward has a lot of underground heroes and vigilantes poking around this area. And there are a lot of abandoned buildings in Jianyo's thanks to Avalon attacking this area 45 years ago. As long as you take the precautions me and the good doctor told you about, we should be good. He wasn't exactly sure what Sensei's plan was, but he'd never failed yet. Well, that was sort of a lie. He knew why Sensei wanted to catch Kira. Time and time again he'd heard about how Kira had killed the leaders of yet another one of his organizations. Sensei wanted to punish Kira for daring to interfere with his plans. He'd put Sensei's computer in another room, because he had plans of his own that he didn't want Sensei to hear. Or that's what he wanted Sensei to think. Maybe that's Sensei's plan after all. He's seen Sensei's plans, they're all convoluted and filled with 52 many steps. If there's anything he's learned from gameplay, it's that the simplest plans are the easiest to execute, and the more steps you have, the more things can go wrong. But he'll let Sensei have his convoluted plans, and he'll do the dirty work. Maybe it's all part of Sensei's growing up plan or whatever. Kurogyri, he announced, walking into the main bar room, where Kurogyri looked like he was checking the inventory or something. He left management of the bar to Kurogyri anyway. Make portals for Breakin and our 2 moles. Kurogyri opened 3 portals, and Breakin and the 2 moles walked through. Thank you for making time for this. The next time we meet, it will be after our little Nomu showcase in Hosu. If your Nomu things are the same as the ones you unleashed at the USJ, then I think you have a pretty good chance at taking out some heroes. Breakin commented, sitting down in the bar stool. Hell, both Endeavor and Hawks are in Hosu, and if the Nomu can take them out, then that would be the perfect show for the league. Unfortunately, they aren't as strong as the one in USJ, but they are strong enough to take out several heroes at once. Hosu is swarming with heroes right now, and it will be easy enough for the Nomu to take a couple of heroes out in the confusion. Breakin looked at her phone at this point. Is there anything you need me to do at this point, maybe stealing something or other? Your goal is going to be infiltration. Manuel's agency is probably going to be empty most likely at the time. I want you to steal his patrol schedule and any other ones you can get. We'll help out Stain for now. Why are you going along with Stain? Villains of this power don't often work together. Breakout said. Why was she asking so many demon questions? He pays her to do a job, not to ask questions. It's mutually advantageous. He replied. Anyway, we should be seeing Stain's group. Kurogyri opened 5 portals a couple of seconds later, and the 5 members of Stain's group walked through. Stain, Dabi, Spinner, Toga and Seishin. All right, everyone. He announced. How many of you can get to Hosu on Thursday night? Want to make this as big as possible. This'll be the prime opportunity for you to eliminate some fakes. Sure. Dabi was the first to speak. Which was what he was expecting. Stain was already in Hosu anyways, so the hero killer most likely wouldn't add to the conversation if necessary. I'll head over to Hosu, sounds like a good time. I'll do the same thing. Toga cheerily announced. Who knows, maybe I'll find someone cute there. I'll be happy to help fulfill Stain's will. Spinner announced. I'll head to Hosu as well. He inclined his head to Seishin at this point. What is the mysterious person thinking? Seishin wore a helmet that completely covered their face, and a device that distorts their voice and adds a robotic twang. That plus the bulky clothing makes determining anything about Seishin Diamen near impossible, which was most certainly by design. No visible quirk, not even a gender or approximate age, although he suspected Seishin was younger due to their shorter stature. A teenager, most likely. I'm busy this next week, but I'll see if I can pop into Hosu on Thursday. I won't need any of Kurojire's portals, though, so you won't have to do that. Seishin said. What, do you have a speed or teleportation quirk or something? He asked. Sure, the chance of Seishin giving him a straight answer at this point was near zero, but maybe he'll get a clue about something of the mysterious villain. No, but I can move around quite freely. Seishin replied. Anyway, is there anything else you would like to tell me? I'd like to think there's more to this plan than just causing chaos in Hosu. One thing he knew about Seishin was that the guy was smart. And perceptive. Which was the worst combination, mysterious and highly intelligent. Our attack on the USJ wasn't as publicly televised as I like. So perhaps attacking a city will make the media focus on us now. He announced. That seems like a good plan. The pieces are all in place, now it's time to wait for the heroes, Kira, and T to make their moves. Like Sensei explained to him, this was a game. But this is no game, he's played plenty of games before and real life is different. There is no save scumming, no second life, no pause button. So Sensei can play his little games, he has real shit to do. That's all I have for now, Crafter, go and get what you can from Seishin. He said with a wave of his hand. Maker told him about Crafter questioning his place in the league, but he'll just have to keep a closer eye on their mole. And remind him of the reason why his place in the league is the way it is. He'd been actively holding back Crafter's parents from training Shimiko as hard as they wanted to, so all he had to do was literally less than nothing. It would be easier for him if Crafter double-timed the league. The meeting was done, thank goodness. Well, there may be more that he wouldn't know about. Or at least Shiggy thinks he won't know. He has a Bluetooth microphone and camera he dropped in the room, and hooked up to the electricity of the bar and a receiver device in the alleyway, buried underneath some garbage. Nobody really cares about that trash anyways. That's the next thing he's going to fix. People just don't care about anything that's not themselves anymore. Society is hero-based, and he'll fix society by fixing the heroes. But the first step is helping who he can. And at this point the person he could help was Crafter, a traitor that didn't want to be one. Crafter had trusted him a lot in this scenario, so he had done the same for the reluctant and forced villain. He could have tried to find out who Crafter was, and he probably could have succeeded, but he didn't. Crafter wants to keep his identity a secret, so he'll give him that privilege. Plus he'd have to explain how he knew them personally, which would be a bit awkward. So Shiggy wants some information then. He stared. Well, I will give some information about myself. I got this costume from Jiren, and I'm 15 years old. Let Shiggy use that information as he wants. He heard Crafter gasp a bit. You're 15? I thought you were older. What are you doing running around in a stupid helmet and sheet when you should be at school? I'm stuck in this sheet, and not by choice. Trust me, if I could leave I would, but Shiggy is holding my younger sister over my head. My parents have wanted to train her to be a villain for over a year now and Shiggy has been holding them back. So all he has to do is go hands off. And my family's training is brutal. You've experienced this firsthand? He asked. Yeah. Crafter replied. My parents weren't as into this when I was younger as they are now, but yeah. I've used my quirk to the point where it caused me pain. I don't know why I allow this to happen. I don't know how to feel about it all. Could this be Todoroki? No, it couldn't. Todoroki didn't have a younger sibling. And from what he heard, Endeavor's training started pretty much immediately when Todoroki developed his quirk. Well, I'll help you get out. He said with finality. But maybe we should wait until after All for One is defeated and in jail or dead. Crafter gave a nervous laugh at this point. You're dumber than you look, Seishin. Crafter said, in a tone that made him think that Crafter was trying to lie to himself. You really think All for One can be defeated? Look at the direction everything is going. He gestured with his hands at this point. All for One is losing support and organizations piece by piece. It's only a matter of time before the League's base is found out. And I know that the League is all for one's most precious piece, like the Queen, or maybe even the King. And like before, All Might is going to defeat All for One, and Shiggy will be left without the support of the centuries-old supervillain. Then we can rescue your sister and free her and you from Shigaraki's crusty hands. Crafter laughed again, this time more legitimately. Thank you for that, Seishin. You're really a cool dude, you know. And you're not too deep in this yet, and you still have a whole life ahead of you. Gods, I sound like an old man. Crafter sighed, laying down in his bed. Anyway, I'm glad I have someone to talk to make sense of my F-ed-up life. What about you? Why did you join Stain's group? He didn't want to get into a debate about this. The real reason that he joined Stain's group was to monitor the various villain groups and their progress towards finding Kira, also known as himself. But that wouldn't work. But he'd prepared a reason that seemed